How about we do this crazy thing and start the stream on time today? Hello! Finally, everybody. Oh, man, I feel way better after actually getting like a little bit of sleep there. Every time I go to sleep, it'd be like somebody else needed something else, or somebody would wake me up, or somebody would call me, and I was just like, oh, I can't sleep. But I did finally manage to get at least a little bit of sleep there. Feeling much better. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. So I'm not just talking to myself. We've got some Satisfactory lined up for tonight. We are going to have a lot of fun. Get in there and time to clear out all of our spaghetti and basically renovate our location here. We're going to transform it into a awesome working factory today, everybody.
Hello.
This is when, hello! Hey, Dr. J. This is when we transform it from the kind of early stage of the game to the stage of the game now where we're going to have the really much faster belts. And that's when I really start having fun, because then you can scale up everything, start merging nodes together, and then really do huge scales, everybody. But of course, we have the power of time. And today, we're going to really work on that. Big time, because we're going to do our aluminum upgrades. We've also, again, we're going to clear out our spaghetti. We're going to go a little bit vertical as well. And then also I kind of glitched out last time, so you guys didn't see it, but I ran the rest of that line from the copper all the way up to the aluminum. We'll take a look at that as well. Now, we're also going to check in on our vaults. We have 3 Fallout Shelter vaults going now. Of course, Vault 52, which I started on my birthday this year, June 23rd. Then, of course, my original vault from 7.5 years ago, everybody, Vault 45. I have found a way to move it from my iPad, where it has been for 7.5 years since I started streaming, and I have moved it onto my Steam now in all of its glory. So we're going to check that out as well. Now, that's the kind of vault where you just set it and forget it. So that's what we're going to be doing a lot of tonight, setting stuff up, forgetting about it, letting it run, just getting it rocking and rocking. Oh, look out. Dr. J wants to get his free. I forgot about that, everybody. I forgot to post that. I was a little busy getting brutalized at the hospital. That if you donate 2 subs, you actually get a free PC Game Pass for 3 months, everybody, here on Twitch. I forgot all about that. I was going to mention that earlier today, but I forgot out. And that's a pretty good deal if you think about it. So you donate 2 subs, it's $10, and you get 3 months of Game Pass. That's like $30, $40 value right there. And again, it's a PC Game Pass, so you can just install it on your PC. I have it on mine. I think it's awesome. And then, you got a giant library. I think other than Amazon Prime, which is Twitch Prime, I think Game Pass is like the best deal going big time. So make sure to say thanks to him for Dr. J for gifting those subs and getting that thing. Again, if you want to get it as well, not just my stream, but you've done other people's stream as well. Just show them some love and show yourself some love, because you know what? You deserve it. As well. I should make a note of that. I won't make a note up here. PC Game Pass for 2 gifted subs. I think it's over on the 11th. So you have a couple more days to get it going. I'll try to remember again. If I actually get some sleep, get some more sleep, I'll get up tomorrow and I will try to get it going on where I'll send it out to everybody as well. Very, very cool. So we're going to get into it, everybody. Let's go ahead and first say hello to everybody in the chat. I see Aki in there. I see. Look at that. Look, we actually started up on time. Yeah, everybody. I don't know. A lot of times, like this morning and this just now, I have to physically just say, no, we're not going to sleep through this one. We're not going to lay in this bed. We're going to get out of the bed. And we're going to get this stream going, because this is always like, it's always like a iffy thing if this stream's going to even start up, everybody. It's been that way for 7.5 years. As I was regaling the story of how I started streaming on my birthday, June 23rd of 2015. 2015, I was 45 years old on that day. And that was my first day streaming. So I streamed for 2 hours and I got kicked offline by my ISP. So, classic Kismet stream right there. Right from the very beginning, everybody. You just think it's now. It's been that way forever. But that's technology in general. Good evening, AMZ. Always great to see you. Always great to see you in the chat. Settle in, everybody. We're going to have some fun tonight. I feel like it's on now. I'm a little well rested, or at least I got a little bit of rest, and I'm ready to get this factory fired up. Hey, Brando, good to see ya. Rotisserie G, my partner in crime, coming up in December. We're going to play some Nuka World. That's going to be super fun. Along with my buddy Tardis as well. I'm bringing my crew over to Bethesda's channel, and we are going to throw down. I'm going to show them what it's like to have the Alpha Team, everybody. By the way, Bethesda also calls you guys the Alpha Team now. They said, go and invite your Alpha Team, because they know I call you guys that. My elite squad that backs me up in Fallout 76 and in other games. I appreciate all of you coming as well. Dr. J saying hello, and again, spreading that love in the chat with those 2 gifted subs. Oh, look at that. I am Death saying thanks without me even saying anything. Oh, you know what? That's 1,000 kiss caps. Let's start this stream right there. See, I always like that. I think gifting subs is one of the coolest things. And now when you gift subs, not only do you help people out in the channel, but you help yourself out as well. You get PC Game Pass for 3 months, man. That's pretty sweet, man. They got literally hundreds of games on there, man. I don't have enough time in the day to even play, 4 or 5 of those games, let alone the hundreds of games that they got on there. Again, everybody, it's like, the difference between like Netflix and Blockbuster Video, right? You can get like 50 videos, or you can get like 2 from Blockbuster back in the day. But there you go. As well. Hey, there we go. Vira coming in, showing the love as well. Thank you so much for that sub love. Oh, 3 months of sub love. That means you got a brand new sub badge. Well, we'll be playing all that again, of course, when we get in the other thing. Thank you, Varric, for that love right there. Appreciate it. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited. I want to jump in, see how we're doing. We're going to go check on our aluminum. We're going to do all of that, and we're going to do that right now. Let's go. Oh, Love Train Conductor coming in. Getting some love right there. That's Dr. J. Firing her up. There we go. I don't know why sometimes this thing is so... Some days it's great, and some days it's not. This is this OBS, everybody. I don't know. This new OBS is iffy at best. Very, very iffy compared to... I didn't roll back because they came out with a bunch of updates, and they said it was going to make it better, and it's not. Do not update your OBS, everybody. I would suggest you keep waiting. It has slowed my stream down by about 80%. I mean, like when my Kismet Love Train goes live, you see how delayed it is? But thank you to Dr. J for showing some love, to I Am Death and Yogi Bear for those 2 gifted subs. And again, Bauer coming in right over here. There we go. Now it's working. Bringing in that sub love right there with the 3 months of sub love, getting a brand new sub badge over there as well. Appreciate everybody coming in. What up, FXD? How you doing tonight? I hope you guys are ready for some Satisfactory. I'm ready. This is one of my favorite games of all time, everybody. Incredibly fantastic game. And of course, we have the power of time. We have the mega server brought to you by the awesome people over at Nitrado, one of my sponsors here on the stream and partner here on the stream. I've been with them for a long time. They are the best. Don't even bother with anybody else, everybody. Right over to Nitrado. Use my name. It's the only time it's okay to drop someone's name. You can drop my name, including you get a whole bunch of other discounts down below the stream and various different sponsors here on the stream as well, using my code Kismet or Kismet15 on various loot to hook yourself up, because saving money, making money, everybody. That's how I live my life right there. You got 3 kids, you know what that's all about, like me. That saving money is making money. So if you can save a few dollars here and there, that's more food or more electricity or whatever it is for that week. All right, so let's go ahead and get this going. Of course, every time I get in this game, it's got to be dark. I don't know why that is, but such is the way it goes. Okay, so we're over here at our hub. And you can see I've all got it on one level right now. We're going to try to go a little bit more vertical. We're going to try to revamp the whole vault, or the whole factory. We're going to transform it into its next stage. Now, as you can see, we are in the last 2 tiers, tier 7 and 8. 8 is nuclear power, and then you're going to get into particle enrichment and all of that stuff. So we're getting there. We're getting there on this playthrough, finally. And then our current one is the conveyor belt Mark 5. Now, these belts are super fast, everybody. They're 780 versus 480. If you notice that some of these things, they don't double, right? Like if you ever notice when you're in looking at the belt speeds, like this one, the first one's level 60, the second one's 120. So you'd think the third one would be 240, right? Because it's going to double and then double again. But it's not. It's 270. Do you know why? That's because 45 goes perfectly into 270. And later on, you're going to figure all of that stuff out where they actually figured out all of the ratios of all of that stuff as well. Oh, and let me watch the retweets over here. Now, remember, everybody, we are quadrupling up on the retweets for the rest of the year. If we do get 5 retweets, we're going to give you guys 4,000 caps here in the stream, and then we're going to give you 8,000, and then every time after that we hit 5 more retweets, we're going to give you 10,000 caps. Remember, you got to use them up before the end of the year, December 31st, every single year, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are the caps leader, if you got the most caps according to stream elements, right down there, you get something special for me. You'll insta-win. Or you can just go ahead and use your caps up as much as you can on the massive amount of giveaways. Kiz Kringle, that's me, comes in and drops on the stream every single year, everybody, for 7.5 years. I know, crazy, right? Crazy stuff throwing down here in the chat. So feel free to go ahead and hang out in the chat. Put your feet up, settle in. We're going to have some serious fun. We're going to get into some great tips and suggestions on getting this going. Now, this particular playthrough, we're playing through in a style of working at the node, bringing some of the stuff to where we're working, where our primary factory is. And then we are going in a fast progression. So we're trying to progress through all the tiers as fast, and it takes the least amount of time, the least amount of effort for the maximum return, right? So maximum loot right here. And of course, one of my favorite sayings that I've said here for many, many years is set it and forget it. And that's what we did last time. Well, at least we almost did that. I was on my last little line run and my character got glitched out or something. And then I died, and then I couldn't log back in, so I had to come back later the next day where it then seemed more stable. I think it was my internet connection or something, I don't know, or server connection. And then I went in and I ran that line. So let's start with that, where the piece of the puzzle that you guys didn't see that I added at the very end. Now, right now, we've got what's known as Spaghetti City, everybody. That's where you got your belts running all over the place. And it's pretty messy. Whoa! Look out! Dr. J coming in, giving some love to Tower Record tonight. Keeping that love going right over there. Look at that. Everybody, we're almost to that first sub goal. Now, every time we do 5 sub goal right there, we shoot off some fireworks. And we get to 10, we're going to have a dance party. That's right. We're going to get it going right here in the stream. So have those dance party emotes at the ready just in case. Whoa! Hey, oh, look out. Oh, my goodness. Almost fell off of there, but luckily I had my jetpack. Yay me on my jetpack. All right. And you can see that I have this little weapon. That's because I had fallen and died, apparently. Okay, and we also got our train going. You can see it up there. That's called a push-pull train. That's where it's got 2 engines, one on each side, facing in opposite directions, and then it's taking the loot in the center and going back and forth. Now, sadly, I did not get to Ashton this week. I went in for a procedure to have my throat done, have it stretched so I can breathe again. I feel like I've been slowly asphyxiating over the last year, everybody. I feel like that's why I'm so tired all the time, and that why I'm so struggling all the time is I can't breathe. But now I can, and it's awesome. I remember what it's like to be able to breathe and like eat your food where it's not constantly getting stuck in your throat all the time. So yeah, I hope it stays like that. We'll see. We're going to let it roll for the next couple weeks. We're going to take good care of the throat. I'm not going to go over too much. I'll try to go easy a bit on my voice. I do get all excited here in the stream. So, I mean, hey, that's part of my charm, I think. I love playing games, have always done so, and I don't care who knows it. I'm a gamer through and through. All right down here, everybody. This is the line that I ran right down here from our copper node over here. So what I did is instead of running it up and over to the area in which we're working there, what I did is I upgraded both of these to a Mark II, and I've run that up there to be working on like wire and things of that nature. And then this one over here actually goes in, splits into 2 of these, produces a bunch of copper ingots, and then those merge back together. We're using our nice level 4 belt, so these babies are nice and fast. Zooming its way up there. In fact, we could even jump on it and take that thing. We do! That was a little bit of a fail there, but let's go ahead and slide under. Let's go up over and then under. There we go. Slide, slide, slippy slide. get the sound of our factory going again. And I'm rocking my awesome Lucid headphones, everybody. These are the best headphones ever. You get your own, again, using my code. It's the only time it's okay to drop someone's name. Drop my name, get it going. Now, I'm also right there, everybody. I got DC'd somehow, and then it lost my client name, and then I had to start basically start in and log in again. So all of that stuff, whatever he's got, that's lost. I need to make myself a better weapon. We need to get our thing where we can throw the weapon. We need to make a new chainsaw. We need to do all that tonight. But one of the things that we wanted to do was to run that copper up in here. And you can see I've got a nice big backlog of it here. And then also make ourselves some aluminum scrap, which is coming through. I got a nice big backlog of that right there. And then on the far side here, we've made a few boxes. In fact, here's box number 1 completely filled, box number 2 completely filled, box number 3, and box number 4. Now that is what we're talking about. Right there, everybody. That was what we talking about. Rocking that sweet, sweet aluminum. Now I need to take that aluminum, I need to run it way over there. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. And again, while we're at it, might as well make a little bit more spaghetti. Because, hey, you know what? Sometimes you're just hungry for spaghetti, right? You're like, Kismet, what are you talking about spaghetti all the time? You're making me hungry. I know. Spaghetti's when you just do this, everybody. When you just willy-nilly run your lines. You're not even, thinking about it. You might be clipping through stuff. You're just like, God, Kismet, you're doing that on purpose. You're trying to trigger your chat. And you'd be exactly right. I do it all the time just to trigger peeps who are either new to the stream or to trigger my chat. They're like, you're just doing that on purpose now. Yeah, so I go ahead and run stuff just willy-nilly. And the reason why I do this, everybody, is so that you can see the difference between what it's like if you just run it and then what it's like to come back and just, Dr. J, just come back and just make it beautiful. Because I feel like there's several stages of the game. The first is like understanding the mechanics, figuring out how to get stuff to go from here to there and what ratios you need and, inputs and outputs and all of that stuff. And then you get the trains going on and you get your, jetpack and you get all your stuff going. You're able to fight the animals off and then also collect the more unique resources and get those going and more complex factories going. And then there is the whole next stage. That was just the first stage, by the way. The next stage is making your perfect 90 degree. Is putting your stuff at thing, using the minimum amount of pumps that you need for your water to line stuff up so it looks beautiful and it lines up and is very efficient in the way that it works. And then also you go from what I call a basic build to a super build where you're building out tons of stuff and it's super efficient, and then you go to a mega build. Now the mega build is when you make it look fancy on top of everything else. Now what it's doing is it's taking all of that aluminum from up there so I don't have to run up there and bringing that down to me right over here by my hub. So all I need to do is just pop right over here, run this right here. And then I can see that that is aluminum, and I can go ahead and grab it from right there. Now it's going to be coming down there pretty fast. In fact, it's going to go even faster here in a minute. One of the things I do is I usually either wait till my tier 4 or my next tier, which is this one right here. So let's go ahead and put all of this in here, and we're like, oh man, we don't have enough plates. We got to go make some plates. We don't have to make squat, everybody, because I have a server and I can let the stuff run non-stop on the server. I could have 50 boxes right now of plating or 50 boxes of wire or whatever I want to do. I usually do 1 box, everybody. I feel like that's usually enough. Sometimes 2. Like in this case, I've got 2 whole boxes of that stuff, everybody. I got plenty. So I can just go ahead and control click in there. I always find that a good idea, especially when you're close to the hub. Just control click there, go over here, control click this, and you are ready to push the button. I love pushing the button. All right, Adam, tell us about it.
Milestone reached. Improved conveyor belts and lifts can now be constructed.
Oh, look out. Kevin Lovetrade getting fired up today. Let's see. Ilya Pasternak coming in with the 5 months of sub love. Now, again, this is an interactive stream, buddy. Anytime someone hits that follow button, anytime someone hits that sub or resub button or gift subs, I want you to show the love in the chat. Come on, this is the Kismet Love Trade. We got to show the love right there in the chat for all the awesome peeps coming in tonight. And, of course, I think that's 5 subs. Yes, let's shoot out some fireworks, everybody. There we go. We got our first sub goal out of the way. We get 5 more subs, everybody. We're going to have a dance party. Up in here again. I feel. Can you tell me versus I was earlier? I was up, man. I was up for like I don't know, 6, 7, 8, 10 hours working on my fallout shelter. We'll get into that here in a second. I wanted to go ahead
Milestone
and get that going.
exchange concluded. Fix-it freighter re-entry complete.
It's back. So now what do we want to work on next? We got our hazmat suit, which we definitely going to need if we're going to get into uranium and all of that stuff. We've got our audionautic engineering, so we're going to need to get serious about radio control units, and those are definitely more advanced. Now, this is one of my favorite things, everybody, the hover pack. The hover pack, I actually think, is better than the jetpack. So we're going to select that milestone for sure. Now, it's already taken off and come back because I was talking to you why it was doing that. And so we're going to just drop off some of these materials. You're like, Kismet, you're out of all of that stuff. Ah, ha, ha. But remember, we've been letting it run, everybody. We have the power of time. Because we can let it run 24/7 every single minute of every single day because you have that mega server, right? You got that. You went over to Nitrado, you hook yourself up with the Epic server, and now we can just set up a bunch of stuff. It never runs out of resources. It only runs out of space. And now you'll see me keep a bit of aluminum on me at all times, and I can also reduce the amount of steel beams that are on me as well. And every time I transition, everybody, now we're in Mark 5 belts, I will no longer use the belt of the previous tier. So I'll go ahead and just go 3 there. And this actually should be 4. I don't know how I got this all mixed up. Must have got that mixed up last time. That's always something, everybody. Always something. And this should be actually number 2. There we go. So now what I can do is I can just go crazy, everybody. I can just like belt crazy right here. Ba-bow, ba-bow, ba-bow. Let's get all of that stuff upgraded just super fast. It doesn't matter because all these boxes are full of loot anyway. It's got nowhere to go. We're going to fix all of that today as well. So we can just go nutty now because we got 4 boxes of aluminum sheets that we had running. But we do need some of this other stuff. We need some motors, which I don't even remember if I'm still doing motors. I remember I put a bunch right over here. Yeah, there we go. Grab those motors, run those back over here. And then drop them in there. What do we need? Some computers. Now, remember, we were making tons of computers over this way. In fact, we have a bunch of stuff backlogged in there as well. Hey, look at you guys winning all that loot down there from super looting down there. Pretty awesome. So we were running out a bunch of stuff over here, and look at that. Bow. More awesome loot right there with computers there. Let's get another full stack there. We need 100. So eventually one of the things that I do like to do is have all of the resources end up by the hub. And the reason why I like that is so you can just grab the resources and just put them into the hub like that. And look, I don't have to do anything, but it was already built from before. And boom, now we got ourselves a hover pack.
Milestone reached. The hover pack enables aerial overview of all powered factories as well as easy transport across multi-level buildings by wirelessly connecting to the power grid.
All right. Now, I love the hover pack, everybody. I think that was just an absolute stroke of genius on their part. Let's go ahead and get some of these resources that we've used up last time. Oh, man, look at that. I'll fill right back up again. Now, one of the things that I'll do is you'll see I'll take out the resources, and then I'll have like a stack that's like 5 or 6 or 2, and I'll put that stack back in again, because having a full stack being used by only 2 or 3 things is a waste of your inventory space. So I have a tendency to put that stuff back. The same thing here. Since we're sitting right here, we got copper sheets. We can go ahead and bring in some copper sheets here, sort that out, and then look at how our copper sheets are stacking up, and so on. So we've got a bunch of this going. We've got our copper sheets now. We're looking good over there. And then, of course, again, we want to look to our next milestone. Now, it's going to be 3 minutes and 4 seconds or so before it's back. Now, we're going to need some gas filters, we're going to need some quick wire, and we're going to need some aluminum casings to get that going. Aeronautical engineering, we're going to need 50 of these right over here, these radio control units. Now, of course, we unlocked the radio control units in the previous tier, right? The bauxite refinement, which is basically your aluminum refinement. And you can go over here and take a look and say, what do I need? Well, we're going to need some aluminum casings. We're going to need a crystal oscillator, and we are going to need, of course, a bunch of computers. Now, we already have a ton of computers. We already have a bunch of crystal oscillators, but do we have a bunch of aluminum casings? Well, let's go take a look. But before we go do that, though, let's go ahead and get all of our stuff squared away by making another Xeno Zapper here so we can make the big Xeno Zapper. Because, again, it did get a bit glitched out. What else do we need? We need 2 of those. So we're going to go ahead and take the one that's in my inventory out like that. Now I've got a problem of my inventory is full, but no worries. I can hold down control and just get rid of those copper ingots that I don't need. And now I should have enough room to replace my smaller Xeno Basher with the bigger Xeno Basher, which does a lot more damage as well. So we're going to get that going on. Big time. Yeah, look at you rolling in the loot over there, Ilya. Wow, look at that. Wow, 184,000. You're going to be ready for them giveaways now. You're going to be ready to rock. Okay. Oh, and I lost my coffee cup. I have to get me another coffee cup. Cool every time. It's cool every time. All right, we got that going. Now we're going to need a chainsaw. What do we need here? We need some screws. Well, guess what? We probably got it right over here somewhere. Where are them screws at? Maybe they're here in the front. Now, again, this is why this all needs to be reorganized. Because trying to find this stuff... Oh, I put it in the back here. I think it was in the back or it was in the front. It's by my bars. Where's my bars at? This is all my random stuff. This is this. This is my bars, and these are screws right here. Oh my goodness, that's using up them screws. What's going on? Now, if I see no screws running there, that's a red flag right there. I was like, what the heck is going on? I got no iron rods going in there. Oh, because I got the iron rods disconnected right there. I can see it. So we want to go ahead and just blow. And of course, it's going to go the wrong way. We'll go ahead and put that in there. Why I'm not just diverting that somewhere. Now again, this is not how to do this, everybody. This is called Spaghetti City. When you're doing that, why can I not get up here? Well, there we go. Let's jump around it. And so right over here is supposed to be feeding that line into there from our bolts right here. I can see that it's not doing that. Where is that supposed to be connecting? I don't know. Maybe right here? I don't even remember, everybody. I don't remember me doing it originally, let alone right here. So definitely I'm running it in here, though. And I'm running it into this side because we can see that that's an input. So basically we just go like this and go like that. And then now it's going to just, boom, run that in there like nobody's business. Now, if you do upgrade the belts or you do faster belts, make sure you also work on your lifters as well. Another faster belt over here. I love this moment, everybody. We're just uploading just upgrading everything, and it's just going insanely fast right over there. And you can see I'm actually using the screws up here. We're going to go ahead and just take that out for a second. What we'll do is we'll take this out too. This way, it'll start to backlog some of the screws in here for me to use. We can also go ahead and speed up the process of just about everything. Again, remember, if you've got 4 boxes of aluminum, you got more than enough to speed this all up. Now, this is a tough one right here. This is a toughie. Try to get in there and upgrade that belt. That's why I don't like to do them that close. I can try, but yeah, it's not going to. It's not going to make that easy. I can tell you that. Yeah, not letting me hit that belt. That's okay. We're going to redo all of that later on anyway. But we're going to go ahead and try to get this in here. We're going to try to get these screws to here. There we go. Now we got a little bit of screws. Let that run. Let's hide this. And we can run back over here and get our chainsaw redone. What do we need? We need 160. So we just make some ourselves over here. Screws go pretty fast. Same thing with bars and things. Those are pretty easy to make. In fact, they're probably easier to make than yourself than they are to actually make in the machine, because the machine takes a whole bunch of, setting up the power and getting all that. Saving it for a special occasion? Well, there you go. Well, you're going to have lots of occasions all this month and next month. We were just giving some giveaways earlier today for some stream rares. By the way, we need one more retweet right now to hit 5 retweets. Let's get that going on. Follow that last link right there in the chat. Hit that like button, hit that retweet button. Also, big thanks to Caveman Mox earlier, who was watching the chat. Appreciate him. Big time. There we go. All right, we got our screws now. We can go ahead over here and get this going on Right over there. Boom. All right. And now we can put our chainsaw back in here. All right. Now we're getting somewhere. We've already got our jetpack. We've got our blade runners that we redid. And now we want that hover pack. Oh, yeah. Right here. Now, what are we going to need? We're going to need some computers. And we've already got all the other stuff. So let's go ahead and head over there. Once again, where we were just at. Somewhere. Where is it? It's over the other way. Other way. Over here. I don't know why I'm just not running this back the other way, too. Oh, not like that. By running it back the other way, I mean like this. Why not just run this back to there, and I have to run to the end of that every time? And then I can just run this out, and it'll tell me, hey, there's some computers in there. So we're going to go ahead and grab a bunch of those out of there. Boom, like that. There we go. We'll let the rest of them backlog in there. And now we've got some computers to go in here, and I love it. See, this is a really cool part of the, oh, not there, over here. Of the game is when you start moving faster, your character's running faster, you're able to get from place to place easier. And wait till you see this hover pack, everybody. It is awesome. This is one of my favorite things. They added this so people will stop doing like the, you know, the floating character thing. So you can actually do it in game. And so there we go. Watch this. Ready? And so I'm floating above the factory. And that's it. So it's a hover. So you're hovering. We can watch the train go by. Look at this, everybody. Look at that mess. We're going to clean that up today. But look at my cool train running way out there to get that box right and bring it back. We're going to use a lot of that coming up as well. But we are going to revamp all of this today. It's going to be pretty exciting. We're also going to go ahead and bring our hub up and also our space elevator and all of that. And try to create different tiers of our factory as it comes in and gets it going in. Hey, old Mortem, I hope you're doing better. I am actually doing very good. Yeah, nice point of view, isn't it? That's why I love this as well. Baby girl retweeted. Oh, there you go. You can thank baby girl for earning you guys 4,000 caps right here in the chat. Thank you, baby girl. By the way, I saw your character in Vault 45. We're going to go look at it here in a bit. I think it was your character. Or maybe it's Tiny Kitty Lover. I get everybody mixed up. That's a part of getting older, everybody. Know that I love you all, even if I get your name wrong. Yeah, so now you can hover. Now, one of the cool things is when you are running power, you're actually making it so you can hover. Now, these things, notice how high up I am over the top of that? I can keep going and going and going, and then you can see this little thing flashing. Oh, let me pull this thing out so you can see it's flashing right down there. That thing is telling me, hey, well, the thing's running out, that, hey, you're getting really far away from the thing. And as I go in, you'll see that little white thing. Now, actually, behind here, there's also a little flashing warning that comes up. It's behind me. You can't see it. Maybe I can kind of dodge a little bit here. You can see it flashing there a little bit right there. But it's warning you that you're getting beyond the max. You're at the max height that you can do. So if I want to get somewhere, say I want to go from here to there, I can just fly overhead. Now, when I get away from where there is a power line, it's going to drop me down. So be careful. But watch this as I get over here, and I'm not quite close enough. You need to hook this up to... oh, wait, I need to get out of there. You can see that it's just letting me hover. Oh, there we go. See? Right there, there's a bit of a gap. And then when I get close enough, it basically wirelessly connects to all your power poles. So now you have no obstruction. There's nothing in your way. You can go ahead and just did that connection. By the way, notice it also connects to machines now too, by the way. Very cool. And so now we can see what we got going on over here. We get a good bird's eye view. And we're going to scale all of this up today, everybody. This is my favorite part of the game, is when you put in all this effort and time. You've gotten all your stuff going. By the way, if you do start to fall, you can just tap the space bar to keep yourself from just dropping like a rock. It's kind of like it spins the engines a little bit, a great tip there for you. Look at this mess. Holy mackerel. Messy, messy, messy. But we're going to get that all fixed up as well. And again, we need to go ahead and choose our next phase. Spacebar goes up, C like cat, goes down like so. And I love this part of the game. Very, very fun. Now, some people use like mods and they fly around and all that stuff. I try to play the game as intended and not do all of that stuff in there. But again, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and do some radio control units. Now, here's a great, easy way to do that. You just hit O for, oh my gosh, I forgot what that recipe was. And then radio control, so I can just type rad, because I'm from that age, everybody, where we use the word rad way too much in the 80s. And then we got up here, and then we can go ahead and just kind of follow where our aluminum is here. And again, I'm looking at where the power poles are at. So those power poles allow me literally just to float, and I'm holding down the shift key too to go faster, float right over the top. Now see, I've taken some of the aluminum out of there now, so what it's doing is that it's now generating more aluminum, so it started the whole factory back up again. And one of the cool things is I've already backlogged an absolute ton of the ignits and a ton of the copper. So this part of the front part won't even stop. It'll just be going at its maximum speed the whole time. So we're going to have a lot more of that. Now, of course, we're going to need a lot more power. We're going to need a lot more of everything, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to scale and scale and scale. So very, very cool. So we got that all rocking, and down here, of course, we've got our stuff coming in. See, when I see red, everybody, that's going, hey, why is that red? Why is that? Why is that? Why it is? Maybe it's not even on, everybody. Yeah, look at that. It's not even on. I forgot to turn that one on. Apparently it didn't make that big of a difference, but I'll turn it on so I don't see no red light. And it'll make a little bit more of that concrete. But you can see we're drawing in both concretes now. We can make that process way faster. We can make everything get where it needs to go at a much higher speed, incredibly higher speed. All right, there's the things that we're looking for here, the aluminum casing. Now, we're going to work our way backwards here. You can see we're doing our aluminum scrap. We're doing our silica here, which is coming from way over on the other side of the factory. Look at that spaghetti city over there, everybody. Running that from way over there. It's bringing in the quartz, working on the quartz, and then, of course, running that quartz to the aluminum. Now, one of the things that I suggest you do is first you kind of learn the basics of how we get that going on. We know that you know. Thank you, Old Mortar. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And so we are running it in such a way where the resources that should be by each other have been run. But if you were really smart, what we would do is we would take that resource, instead of having it way over there, we bring the raw resource in, refine the resource nearby, so you only have one line run to run the raw resource over, and you put your quartz production next to your aluminum production. And the same thing with your copper. You could bring your copper over with a single line in its raw resources now, because we can bring in a lot faster on the belts, because we can bring in that raw resource at 780 in a single line, and basically that's more than I think we're even running over there. And we can run that copper over here and then put that copper right next to where our aluminum is. Or we go get a different copper node and get that. Or we could get the train to go and get it. Or we could make a vehicle that would drive out there, get it, and bring it back. Or we go grab it ourselves. Whatever we feel like doing, we can get that going on in the game. It has so many different options. There is no wrong way to play it, everybody. If you want to do spaghetti, you go ahead. You just run your lines wherever you feel like running them. Sure, Gabe, you do what you want. Oh, here comes the train. Here comes the train. Woo-woo! I love it when it whistles when it leaves. Now, I bet you that's backlog right now. Now, what happens if it already is full? You'll see it try to put it in there, but it will stop and go on. Hey, Foggy, what up? Yeah, so you couldn't put it in there because it's full. I love it when it honks when it goes back. It's so cool. All right, everybody, this is just getting started. Remember, this is just a tiny base. This is just a tiny factory here. This is just me trying to get it done as fast as possible, get to this point where we can massively scale it up. Now, because we've gotten our hovercraft and we got all that other stuff going, we're going to need to start with our basic. Now, I've already done a little bit toward that direction. As you can see over here, I've got these all lined up in a row, so when I'm doubling or tripling these up, I can continue to build those out. But now we're going to make it all fancy schmancy, everybody. We're going to make it the fancy to the schmancy. Down here, you can see I got a Mark II coming out of there, so right now that's as fast as that's going to go. Another cool thing, too, is you can hover down into, like, the little hole here. You can check your Mark IIs here, which are coming out at 60. That's just a course node. So that's coming out at 60. Going in here, this is 30 and 30. That's coming out. And then, of course, we are making rods out of here. We're doing 15 per minute, so that would be 30. This would be 30 there. This would be another 30, so that would be 60 in total. So that's making the most amount of iron rods that it can make. Now, we do want to make sure that we don't forget to get our stuff back and running over here, which is, I think this is our screws. And we're going to go ahead and just run that up like that. And we should have some screws there. There we go. A little too high there, I think. Yep, a little too high. But we're just going to go ahead and make sure that we don't forget to put this back into the process so that this is still a little low that time. So this is doing whatever it's doing somewhere. It's obviously doing something. So we're going to need to get that. Oh, really? Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll take this out. We'll try to figure out where that is going. That's going off in that direction. This is going off in this direction. So a great little trick is just to do this. And then you come back, and then we're going to need to put our splitters back in there again. Splitter is going to be number 5, and merger is going to be number 6. So we can just go ahead and put that right on there. And then rerun that again. Right down there for wherever that was doing its thing. And now, look at it go. Look at it go, everybody. Back in line. Actually, looks like we got a bunch of screws backlogged over here. Look at this. Running over here to our manufacturer, which is making our heavy modular frames as well. And remember, all of this stuff eventually becomes something else. Use it to make stuff. You use it to convert stuff. And a lot of stuff you think, oh, I haven't even really used any of that concrete. Well, later on, guess what? We're going to be using a bunch of concrete. I'm running that in there and doing all of that. So definitely want to clean that up. Hey, Boss X Coder, what up? Oh, I forgot to bring you guys up right down there. Watch it. Boop. There you are. Thank you very much. Hello, hello. And again, thank you, Old Mortem. I appreciate that big time. And Boss X Coder coming in as well. Now, what we're going to do, everybody, is we're going to jump over for just a moment here. And we are going to do a little bit of Fallout Shelter. We're just going to queue up some stuff because we want to multitask. We do call this the multi-stream, or the mega stream. We're going to multitask here in the stream. So while we're letting that run, let's go ahead and do a little multitasking. We're going to jump over here to Fallout Shelter. And first we're going to start with our Vault 52, which is the one that I did start this year. And we're actually, this Vault 52 is jamming, everybody. I'm doing my Mega Dwellers way earlier than I did them on my long-standing Vault 45. I have that on my PC now, everybody. 7.5 years of playing Fallout Shelter, still around, still alive and kicking, and I revamped the whole Vault. I can't wait to show you guys if you guys didn't see it earlier. So, let me turn the sound on. That's going to be super helpful. Over here. Did I ever stop that recording from earlier? I think I stopped it when I closed out of it. I think that stopped it. So what we're going to do is go ahead and just basically upgrade all of our peeps here. And we're trying to get these guys to maximum, right? We're trying to get all of their stats going at the same time. That's what makes them Mega Dweller. Now, I've never seen this game, everybody. It's called Fallout Shelter. Great little side game, or you can play it as a primary game. Uh-oh, getting attacked. Now, one of the things that I regret doing in my primary vault, everybody, is upgrading your vault door. Don't do it. It just makes it take longer for them to get into the actual vault door. It's actually kind of annoying that it does take so long. We can see this guy getting hit. Now, I like to click on him and just kind of manually take care of him and try not to let him get too far in the vault. Now, if they do get into the vault, I'll go ahead and just use up all of these massive amounts of stem packs and rataways I have. Even if you can't really see the radiation, I still click on it anyway to get it going. Now, this guy over here has got himself a little kitty cat that does +2 damage, right? So you want to put your damage peeps right in there. We got some peeps standing outside the vault door. We'll get them in as well. Let's sell those common items, collect. And these are our quest peeps. Coming back to the vault, we collected a bunch of various cosmetic stuff there. And we're just going to grab them and put them right here in that first room. We're going to let them just sit in there for a minute while we go ahead and manage all of our peeps here. Now, again, if you're really diligent about Fallout Shelter, what you do is you come in here every few hours or every 5 hours or every 24 hours, whatever you feel like doing. But, of course, the more you kind of check in on them, like I like to do, the faster it is that their stats are going to get leveled up. And if you have a nice, stable vault like I do, then your Mega Dwellers are just going to go that much faster. Now, you're like, Kismet, what specifically are Mega Dwellers? I know some of you are thinking that if you haven't watched me play before or if you just never see me working on it. Mega Dwellers are the hardest thing in the entire game. And that's where you go ahead and you start off with a Dweller. Now, Kathy's not too happy right now, but she's going to be happy eventually when she gets to max all stats. Now, you can see right here, Ruth is doing a good job. Right now, she's max 10, and she's only level 1. Now, how is that possible? What you do is you put them in there and you set them and forget them, right? Something I talk about all the time. You put them in there, you let them level up their stats, because when they do hit max endurance, they actually get more hit points when they do level up, and so they become incredibly strong, everybody. So you can just do endurance if you want, or you can ultimate challenge yourself, like me, the Wasteland Tycoon, and go in there and try to get all of their stats to maximum before they get even past the very first level. That will make them the most powerful thing in your vault, everybody, and you will dominate this game. You need to think toward the end game at the very beginning and work yourself toward that end game. Now look at this guy right here. Who let this guy in the vault? That Kismet guy right there. He's in there doing his thing. He needs to get over here and get one more round of intelligence training. Now, see what I just did there? I just pulled this girl out of there. Now, she's going to run down where I was, and she's going to be maxed out down there, and I have to find another place for her. Now, this guy right here, look how close he is as well. Look at that. He's got one more to go, everybody. We might get this done this week. Now, if I come back every couple hours, or this guy, when I put him in luck, in about 30 minutes, he's going to be ready to rock, right? Now, I try to pull out people who are already leveled up out of the thing and put them somewhere else. So that those peeps, my Mega Dwellers, can do their thing. They are my highest priority in here. Now, if they still have a lot of stats to go, like here, you can see this lady has a lot of stats still to go. Well, then I just find whatever's convenient for me to put them in, like, say, maybe right there. This person over here has reached max level. What does she need? She needs charisma. Now, if I have a bunch of people who need charisma, who are my Mega Dwellers versus people who are just randoms who I might have started with at the beginning of the vault, I will always prioritize the Mega Dweller over there. Now look at that. See, I'm switching that guy out. That guy... Oh, it's Bottle and Cappy! Hey, here they come. Bottle and Cappy coming to the vault. Nuka World update coming in December, everybody, for Fallout 76. Super excited about that. It's supposed to be the best update yet in there as well. All right, so this guy's sitting up here in Charisma. Now, he is a Defender. See, it says D07. He's my Defender number 7. So he's done, everybody. He's got all his stats good to go. We got Wombat for hire here. Almost done. Look at that. One more to go there, Wombat. Look at you go, bro. In 8 hours, you're going to be the ultimate, the alpha, and the omega of the vault with all of your stats at maximum. And it's one of the things I'm constantly working on, getting their stats all the way up so they can dominate the wasteland. They could be in any room and basically do crafting or get loot or get more caps in the wasteland. Whatever it is that needs to be done. Now, this guy needs agility, luck, or charisma. And so I'll look around and say, okay, is there room in luck? It doesn't look like it. Agility, maybe. How many agilities we got? We got some agility over here. Some room over there to put him. And then right here, where do you need to go? She needs intelligence or charisma. Man, my charisma is really packed. Now, you can also click this little thing in the bottom left-hand corner there. Let me take my overlay out of there. Hey, Boss X Coder, thanks for coming in, hanging out. Just eating. Look at you go. You can see right there, it says 6 of 6, so it'll tell you how many people are in that room, and if you have enough room to have anybody else in there as well. Right here, Dylan is maxed as well. He's maxed all stats, Dylan is. Dylan is a beast right there. So we're going to go ahead and take him, and we're going to put him into one of these particular crafting rooms. And we're going to try to craft some stuff up eventually as well. Oh, look at Bottle doing his thing. Now, if you click on Bottle, sometimes you got to click and double-click him. He just gave me some Nuka-Cola Quantum. As well as if you find Cappy doing his little dance in here somewhere. Where are you at, Cappy? Most of the time, there he is. Most of the time, he drops caps. So I got a bunch of caps. Now, I've got 650,000 caps, everybody. I already spent several million in this vault already. And this is a new vault. That's what's so cool. All right, how we doing over here? How many peeps do we got in there? We got 4 of 4 in that intelligence room. We got another intelligence room right here. Oh, we got some space. All right, cool. Let's throw her in there. Now, the funny thing is most of all of these people I'm leveling up who are in my production rooms, who are sitting around here, other than my legendaries, which I do have a few. In this particular one, I have way more in my other one. We're going to check out Vault 45. Again, it's been running for 2,700 real-life days since the very beginning of the game 7.5 years ago. I am the ultimate Alpha and Omega Overseer, everybody, because I have the longest-running vault out there, or one of the longest-running vaults for sure. Now, these guys need to go into luck over here. So, again, we have 3 rooms for luck there. We have another one down here. Wow, we need a lot of luck rooms. Everybody just seems to need luck at the same time. Now, one of the things you want to do is have, some of them getting strength and some of them getting luck and some of them getting endurance, so you can switch them around. But sometimes that's just how it happens. It just works out that way. Now, if I need an additional luck room, that's when I use my little extra space that I have. And because I have so much caps, I can just build whatever I want, then delete it out, build some more, do whatever I need to do. Second, I find out where luck wandered off to. There we go. Right here. So I'm just going to go ahead and build a game room right here just for these 2 peeps right here. Put them in there, and I'm also going to go ahead and waste some caps here. And go ahead. Hold on a second. We got to take care of this event here first. Now we got a fire going in the vault here, so we're going to go ahead and just pull everybody in there to take care of it. Now, the more you upgrade your rooms, the more and more powerful and dangerous these events become, including like Death Claws coming in there. Rad Scorpions, I think, are the toughest things in the vault. And then, of course, one of the toughest things is getting distracted from what you're doing and forget what you were doing, because every time you try to do something, some event comes up and screws you up. That happens to me quite often in the vault. Now, again, our goal is just to queue this stuff up. Get everybody where they need to go. Let it run, set it and forget it, and let it go. Now, while you're doing that, by the way, you can go ahead and pop over here and see if anybody's dead. You can res them. You can bring people back to the vault. Now, I let them go out until they die. Then I res them, and I bring them back. That works really well for me. Look at how tough that fire is now. Look at that. It's really scaling up because my peeps are getting max level. Now, one of the things that I like to do is heal the peeps before they run off, try to tag them. This way, if there's another event later on, they're not in trouble. And I have a lot of stem packs, everybody. A lot of stem packs, a lot of rataways, about 200 of each. Okay, let's not forget to go back here and then go ahead and upgrade this to make this go just that much faster. There we go. Very nice. You can't do it while you're in the middle of a battle. And that's pretty much it. That was it. We'll level some people up, but now there's nobody who's in a max room who needs to train up. So we just let those go. And now we have a bunch of mega dwellers that could be finished by tomorrow if we're very diligent. We come back at the end of the stream and we're going to do our questing. We're going to do all that other stuff. But that's all we really want to do on that one. So now we're just save and we could go back to the main menu. Now this is what I suggest you do in Fallout Shelter. Throughout your day or through your evening or whatnot, you start something going, you jump out of the vault, and then you jump it back in. Now, Vault 45 is the ultimate example of really massively built up. Again, I started this vault June 14th of 2015. It's actually the very first thing I streamed here on Twitch as a professional streamer. Of course, I would go on to be a Twitch partner and a YouTube partner as well. And this is it, everybody. This is the Vault 45. The one that started it all right here. And you can see she's a big boy right here. Now, I'm doing some mega dwellers in here because I didn't bother to label which ones were my mega dwellers, which were not. A little harder to label 200 dwellers on mobile, but much easier to do on PC. So I went through and I relabeled everybody, and we're going to redo these mega dwellers over here as well. Now, this guy needs anything other than what he's in. He needs to go into something else. And I don't see too much more room here. Let's go ahead and click all these guys. Now, meanwhile, by the way, in the background, Satisfactory is making us some more loot, which I like. I like to multitask here, but I like things to be doing stuff for me while I'm doing other things. All right, so there we go. So I'd like to put him in strength, but you can see that we already have strength maxed out. What does he need? Now, one of the things I suggest you do first is endurance. Just get them at max endurance, so if stuff does attack them, they won't have any trouble. But again, at this point, I have so much caps, and I'm making so much caps in this particular thing. You want to really be dazzled, everybody? Watch this. Once you go in and you start scrapping the stuff, like I don't need this because I'm working on legendaries in this particular vault, so I'll go in and I'll scrap that, right? I'll get a bunch of various different junk from that. So at some point, you want to transition from collecting caps to basically collecting legendaries. But what happens when you do that, everybody, I can do a little flex here. I have 323 microscopes and 226 legendary gold watches and 80. If you've ever played this game, everybody, you know that's a pretty hardcore deal right there, especially chemistry flasks, which is something we need in Vault 52, but here in 45, I've got 52 of them. You can't trade between vaults, by the way. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Or we could play combined vaults, or even bigger vaults would be cool as well. Now, Raiders are coming in. I feel a little bad for them because my guys right here have the top 2 weapons in the game. The Dragon's Maw and, of course, the MIRV, which is an AoE nuke. And then, of course, the other thing that they've got, of course, is they've got the Mark 6 power armor, the XO1, the best armor you can get. In my opinion, I love the XO1, though I do love the Hellcat from Fallout 76 as well. And they got a lot of cool armor in there as well. So see how much longer it takes them to get in the vault door. But that's because it's upgraded and you can't downgrade it. It'd be nice if you could downgrade it at some point as well, but it doesn't give you that option. Now, not only are my peeps wailing on them, we got Mr. Handy helping out. We call him Defense. So he comes in and helps out. Now, we just absolutely nuke those guys right there. So again, once the event is pretty much over, I go ahead and heal them. For the next encounter, I go ahead, I'm just going to sell that off because we had that before. They're going to get some XP, but they don't really need it because they're already level 50. In fact, pretty much everyone who is not a Mega Dweller is already level 50. And if I just click someone randomly, boom, already has all max stats. And it has had so for years, everybody. For 5-6 years now, they have had max stats. Now, I'm trying to work on my Mega Dwellers. I didn't label them. All of these, I think, are Mega Dwellers, but I don't remember because I didn't bother to label them because, again, trying to label 200 peeps in the mobile, it gets a little tough. It's also very tough to scrap your stuff on mobile. So if you have, say, some outfits you want to scrap or whatever, it's a lot more difficult to do that because there's a lot of tapping, a lot of the thing. You're like, tap, 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 tap. One time I was bringing people back, and you can see this video on YouTube, on my YouTube channel, and I'll throw all that in the chat so you guys can go show some love over there, that I literally tapped, I think it was 50,000 times or 60,000 times, bringing everybody back from the wasteland. It's pretty crazy because back in the day, you could send everybody. You could send all 200 people out to the wasteland. It was awesome. And I've done it before. Now you can only send 25 plus your additional 9 for your questing, and you do up to 3 quests as well. And how you have your vault configured is what makes the game incredibly awesome. How you decide how to configure it. Now, this is what's called a 3-3-2. I have 3 rooms combined here, 3 rooms combined here, and then way over there at the end, those are 2 rooms combined. So we call that a 3-3-2. Of course, you could have a 2-3-3, or you could have a 3-2-3. Whatever you want to do, everybody, whatever floats your boat. In there, again, they all have their pluses and minuses and disadvantages and advantages in there as well. Now, also, while I'm at it, I'm making even more Dragon Maw in here. In fact, I'm making 3 Dragon Maws right now. And over on this side, we're making some Commander Fatigues and whatnot. Now, we got people going out to the wasteland, and of course, they're rocking the power armor, and they're rocking the best weapons in the game. And look at them all, just power armor. Some of them have different pets that are helping them. And they're just running around having a good old time over there. And I still need to sweep everybody in the vault and upgrade all their weapons and stuff because I do have a lot of extra MIRVs. But we got to solve the riddle of this guy right here who needs perception, agility, and thing. Now, if you want to let it go for a while, I would go with the perception. This way, you're maximizing your time, right? So when you're out of the vault and this guy is running, Perception is the thing that he's going to need. And again, I have a lot of caps, so I'm just going to upgrade this. When all my peeps get back from the wasteland, I'm literally going to have hundreds of thousands of more. So I'll just make a little room like that. This way I don't have to build a whole structure and build a whole lot of big old one just for one guy. Bottle and Cappy coming in over here too. I ignore these, by the way. Those are way too OP when you're going super fast like me. So we're going to get that going. Again, let's check back in. Still floating over here. It's still looking good on Satisfactory. Again, we switch back and forth between the different ones as well, different games. So this way we can kind of let this stuff run in the background. Sometimes we do battles and races, and we let that run in the background as well. Not doing any battles here at nighttime, so I can focus on this gameplay, but we do that during the day. And there comes Bottle and Cappy, because I also have Bottle and Cappy, and I've had them since they came out way long ago. Now, if you're like, Kismet, I don't believe you, bro, that this vault is from 2015. Well, right here, baby, you can go into your stats, you can scroll down right here, and it tells you right here at the top, right here, cumulative since 10/17/2015. And you're like, Kismet, wait a minute, that's not June 14th of 2015. You told me a lie. Oh, absolutely not. That's because they didn't start doing this tracking. They didn't add these stats here until 10/17 of 2015. That's the day they started tracking the stats. You can see I have over 467 hours. That's also a lie, because I can tell you that I literally have tens of thousands of hours in this game, because I played it the most when it first came out. Not only just this one vault, but a bunch of other vaults as well that I've tried different techniques on. Now, speaking of other vaults, great segue, that's all we need to do, everybody. Now, this type of vault, once you have stuff going, you're literally just letting it go for 4 days. They go out to the wasteland, and then they come back for another 2 days. So, really, there's not much for us to do except for, you know, hit Cappy there. Maybe if we catch Bottle doing his thing. There he is. Over there, and that's pretty much it. Now, we also have pets, by the way, that are helping out. Like this guy right here. Look at the puppy. Oh, so cute. Somebody in here has got a puppy. Let's see who it is. Who is it? Oh, I bet you're right here. Yeah, there we go. Tella's got a puppy. 9% wasteland weapons and outfits. Oh, actually, let's turn the puppy off there, because we need to switch around there. Let's just put her in the expert gem seat right now. So we can take that pet and put it on one of our peeps that are going to be like our quest peeps. Oh, they already got it. They already got their pets. This guy? No. Yeah, they all got their pets. Awesome. Now, I'm not going to do any quests here in 45. The quests are insanely hard, everybody. They get really tough. Oh, we get another pet there, speaking of pets. But you can see that some of these are really scaled up. That will bring in legendaries. I suggest to go for the ones that are lunchboxes and, of course, pets. So let's just go ahead and go for it. Because guess what? It's me. It's Ameridave, who used to be my one of my first peeps here in my stream, and used to be my mod. I appreciate him from back in the day. We're going to give him 25 stat packs, 25 rataways, and that's literally going to take 12 Nuka-Cola Quantums if we wanted to do it right now. But we got time, so we're just going to go and let that run. And all 3 of them have pets, by the way. So each of them are going to have a pet that does a different thing. So I went ahead and told them to go for it. Why they're not leaving the vault is weird. Oh, there they go. And so I'm going to tell them to go ahead and run out. And now, right now, we can't actually, like, make them do something else. But you can see there, this one's got plus 2% damage and whatnot. Once they get out of the vault, by the way, I can try to click on them, and we can see that 2 out of the 3 has a pet there. Look at Bottle running out, too. Oh, he's running faster than my peeps. Look at that Bottle. He's cranking. Oh, there goes Cappy as well. Now, I've got Bottle and Cappy so many times, everybody, that I don't very rarely click on them anymore. Just like the Mysterious Stranger at this point, I don't do much with them. So, again, there we go. We got that going. They're going to be off doing a bunch of stuff as well. Let's see. How many people do we have in the Wasteland right now? We could probably get another one going, right? So, we got 1 set of quests going. We've got 17 people in the Wasteland. Oh, we need to get our peeps out in the Wasteland. That's what we need to do. Let's see. Who do we got over here? We've got that random guy. So let's see if we have 3 more peeps that we could get going on. Let's see. Guardian of the Waste Mole Rats. We got legendary stuff there. A baseball uniform. They're a legendary baseball uniform. I'm going to say this one here. You already said the max amount of number of quests upgrade the Overseer's room. Oh, I forgot. That's right. I moved the Overseer's room to the very bottom because it doesn't do squat, everybody. Other than allow you to do quests. So let's go ahead and upgrade those. Back up again. Again, whenever you move anything, you have to go and re-upgrade them again. There we go. All right, let's try that again. We're going to do this legendary reward and some quantum there. And you can see that I have an exclamation mark, and that's so they come up to the top of the vault. Look at that. Baby Bananas and DW Testman. We've got those guys confused there. Let's see how they come up in the vault list. And I usually let the vault list choose. Like right here, Doc Croc is also one of our ones, but these guys are all still out in the wasteland, or we just sent them to the wasteland. So we got 3, 4, and then DW Testament should be number 5, actually. So let's go ahead and change him to number 5. There we go. Now we got them organized. That basically just means that he's a quest person. And the reason why I have the exclamation point is so that it very easily comes to the top of the list, so I can just go 3, 4, and 5. Great Kismet tip there for you. Really easy to make it come to the top of the list. We might even give banana breads here ×2 objective completion right there, and then start, and then off they go as well. All right, now we're looking good. Now we have a whole lineup of people right here, everybody. We got a whole bunch of people. There's PhD Extreme hanging out as well, and so we can go ahead and just start running them into the wasteland like so. And I'm just going to go ahead and make sure I've got Brutal there, who's also one of my wasteland peeps, so we'll send him out there. And so on. Now we could wait for some stem packs, and I really need to revamp this, so we're making a lot more stem packs. But one of the things you can do, because my people are so built up, you can see I only have 10% chance of failing, so I can go in and try to rush the rooms like that. And I'll usually do that every so often because what happens when you rush the rooms is the percentage starts going up. So you can see 20%. So now I can try it again. See if I get some more. All right. So basically I have an 80% chance of getting it, right? So it's 20% is pretty low. But depends on your luck, right? Now one of the cool things is sometimes you want that to happen because you'll have a quest that does that thing, right? That you have to extinguish so many vault fires right here. We're going to get 3 quantums by doing that. So sometimes a failure is also a success, right? And that's what you want to do in life and in game. Turn your failures into successes. That's how everybody does what they do, right? That's how I got to where I am right here. A lot of successes, but a bit of failures along the way too. I'll try something, it doesn't work. Like the other day, I tried to do words on stream and battle mode at the same time. Some people enjoyed it, but didn't quite have enough people for words on stream. And so I try stuff, and if you guys don't like it, then I try something different, right? And then I just, put it full screen for Stream Raiders, and we ran battles all day long. So there you go. Again, don't kick yourself too much for failure, everybody. Remember, you're going to learn a lesson from it. Hopefully, it gives you something to go to the next level. All right, so there we go. So we gave that a shot. That's okay. At least we can get one more person back out to the wasteland. We're going to get Rolling Coal here. Actually, maybe 2 more people. You only really need 10 rataways, everybody. You don't need that many when you're sending people out. MacGyver right there. And again, these are the original people in my stream from 7.5 years ago, everybody. 7.5 years ago. When people used to sit in the stream, just like you, and they'd say, Kismet, put me in Vault 45. I'd say, all right. And then I put them in the vault. Now, we're not adding anybody to Vault 45, but we are adding people to Vault 52. So if you want to be part of Vault 52, you can claim that. That's actually part of your channel points in there as well. Now, because this is taking a long time to get this going on, because I'm waiting for my stem packs and rataways, that's why in 52 I have a much bigger stem pack and rataway room. So we'll work on all of that at some point. Now, another thing also is that all of the training will be gone at some point as well. And then when the training's gone, that's when I usually fill it all up, either with storage or with stem packs or both. You can see I have lots and lots of storage in this particular vault. I mean, half the vault is pretty much storage. That's so I can get a bunch of stuff, and I can make dragon maws, and I can make all sorts of fun stuff. Now, if you don't have enough people to be in there, though, there's no reason to make stuff in there as well. These are already full room. But I can go ahead and throw someone in there. Let's see, we got all 3 of those going. Let's throw someone in this room here and see if we can maybe get a bit of crafting going here. What do we got? Let's go to our legendaries. Now, also, by the way, not only does it take the resources, but it also takes cash. Now, this fire hydrant bat goes up to 31, but its low side is 19, and it takes a while for it to swing and stuff like that. So you might think the fire hydrant bat is better, or the MIRV, but the MRV is a AoE weapon, so it's going to generally do less damage to single targets. So I typically like to use the Dragon Maw. It's actually my second favorite gun in the entire Fallout franchise. My first favorite gun, the Overseer's Guardian from Fallout 4, which we're going to do in December, everybody. I'm going to show you how to get it. I'm going to show you how to get it for 1,000 caps off, and I'm going to show you how to dominate the Wasteland, as I always do. Right there. All right, and that's it. All right, we got all of that stuff running. Now, what we do, we set it and forget it. We let that run. We hit save, and we are out of Vault 45. And again, that's why I only play it very sparingly on my iPad, because I would queue up a bunch of stuff to be 4 days before I'd need to do anything else. But we're going to redo all of our Mega Dwellers just to make sure that they are all Mega Dwellers, just for the fun of it. As well as make everybody like a Dragon Maw, and everybody, best armor, weapon, and clothing, and all that other fun stuff. Now, we do have one more vault to take a look at here. Again, let's see if our stuff's still running. Yeah, our stuff's still... Oh, I think it's filled up now. Over here. That filled up? Or is that... No, that's still running. I can see it running on the belt over here. Now, what we do is we have a bunch of stuff running right now, so it's collecting those resources and running. Another thing that we're running right now is screws over here. All the screws have backlogged. They're now backlogging into that box back there, and also backlogging in the other direction. And we want to clean all this up today, everybody. Don't worry, we're going to get into it deep. We're going to be focused. We're going to get all of this cleaned up, and then we're going to make it so we can expand it later on. But again, since we have the power of time, we don't really need to sit here and spend 50 hours doing power and 50 hours making 10 and getting all of the different nodes. We can just let it run, even if it's running slow. If we run it 24/7 for 7 days, when we come back again, guess what? Ba-bow, we're going to have tons of resources. And again, that's why I like to play through different styles and different ways, because I learn something new every different time I play through and I try something new. I feel like that's a great way to learn in any game as well. So we got that going, so that's still cranking that out. I'm sure all of that ran through. Where are we at? I bet you we're back here on this box. Yeah, see, it's filling up that. That's actually would be the 5th box. I always make a lot of aluminum sheets, everybody. Aluminum sheets, you're going to need an absolute ton of them, and we're going to replace all of our lines now with those aluminum sheets. So even if it's not going at that speed, it is still, if the power goes off and then you turn it back on, it's going to go, boom, it's going to zoom over there at full speed, really, really fast. Great examples like your coal, right? So if my coal goes off, and then, it'll run out the rest of the coal, and the coal will stop. And then you'll have an empty belt, really long belt, that actually runs from way over there to way over here, and then way back over here to that coal way back there. And so you have an empty belt. So when you try to start stuff back up again, you have no coal to get started. That's why you should always have a box like this, a backlog of it, so you can start it back up. But it's going to zoom down that line all the way down the other side. And we're going to fix all of that stuff eventually. We're also going to use our trains eventually to fix all of that. So we'll get into that. Now, the other thing we want to do is we started a brand new vault today. It is called Vault 0. It's like my testing vault, which is, kind of goes along with the lore of Fallout. Vault 0 is actually the primary vault of the actual Vault Tech themselves. So we're going to go ahead and go in there, and I got to remember to record, so if I do want to make a video out of this later, I'm going to do a separate recording of just the raw footage over here as well. Let's make sure that we've got our sound on. There we go. And then also what we're going to do is we're going to go to Satisfactory here, and we're going to turn off the sound here. Too bad we couldn't turn that off in the background. It'd be great to have it where the audio turns off in the background. We're just going to run that down. We're going to hit apply. We'll come back to that in just a bit. Okay, so let's get into Vault 0. Now, Vault 0, just started it. I'm trying a different technique with Vault 0, where we do mass expansion right at the very beginning. You're going to struggle a lot when you're doing that. So we've got our food and water that we set up. We can see that we left all of the ladies in the vault. And then we've got 2 new people outside, and then we have a bunch of people who are dead because I sent them out and they've gone for the longest amount of time. But look what he's got, everybody. He's got, oh, I got to move out of the way. He's got a, it's kind of hard to see. He's got a lab coat, a +1 lab coat there that we can use 150 caps and recall that person back. Now, Rich also found a wasteland gear. Remember, I sent him out with no stem packs, no rataways, no nothing. Out there, and he got to level 2, and he found a level 3 wasteland gear and also a intelligence +3 intelligence. So that's awesome. Over here, Gene here found a military fatigue. Let's revive him. He also found a weapon and some sturdy gear. Now, some of these people, I might have sent them out. I can't remember if I sent them out with gear or not, and we're going to bring him back. Zach found himself a weapon there. Oh, we got 2 weapons. I think I probably gave him that weapon, and we're going to recall him. Now, this is just basically what I'm going to do. Revive, recall, and we're just going to go down the line here. Oh, he found a laser weapon. I don't think he had a laser weapon before. He found a strength item, a couple down here, which is perception and agility, and a little bit of charisma there. And again, so this is what I use my caps for. Now, they're going to have caps when they come back. Peter's still going, by the way. He is an epic that we got from a lunchbox. And he's got 5 hours and 48 minutes that he's been going out in the wasteland right now. He just found some more stuff. And he's going to find a bunch of stuff. This is a great way to start your vault when you've got somebody who already has really good stats as well. And you can see he's got a professor outfit, which he started with. And then I gave him this rocket launcher, which we found also in a lunchbox as well. And of course, those lunchboxes are part of the start. Now, I can let this guy keep going, but he's got 584 caps. It's going to take him half the time that it took him to go out there to come back. And he's got a bunch of various different outfits that I could use to expand my vault. So I'm going to go ahead and just recall him as well. Now, normally I go for about an hour and a half or an hour and 45 minutes. And then I bring them back at the very beginning of the vault. So keep that in mind before they die. That will save you a bunch of caps. But I just happened to get a bunch of caps, just enough, by the way. Just enough caps. Oh, we're going to have some babies here. Just enough caps to revive all of those peeps. So we're going to go ahead and pull these guys in. We're going to put them in the vault door. There we go. We got a new room unlocked. And we're going to go ahead and have ourselves some babies. There we go. So now we got little baby dwellers running around. Look at them all right there. And so we'll let them run. So, so I'm going to run a guy down here to help out with that rad roach right there. I'm going to run this guy into there. Now, usually when you get into a vault, everybody, within a minute or two, you're going to have some sort of event that you're going to have to deal with. Now, again, this is a little baby vault compared to those other vaults that we're working on. Now, if you notice, they're all going to run back over there. I'm actually going to send them right here. So what I've done is I've unlocked a bunch of rooms. I've unlocked the med bay, the science lab, the overseer's office, and the radio studio all at the same time because I had got a bunch more dwellers. I got 20 dwellers at the very beginning. We're only about, I'd say, an hour at best into this particular playthrough. Now, we're having a problem with power right now, so we lost our particular power, and some of these other rooms are going to lose power. The one furthest away lost power there, and so while we're worried about that, we're going to go ahead and send these 2 peeps up here. We're going to not worry about our food right now. Who's got the better of the 2 strength-wise? Go ahead and send her up there, too. Let's see. She's got 2 strength, so let's put her back in here to try to keep the lights on. Now, what we want to do is try to keep this room on. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to throw 3 ladies and 2 guys in there. Now, these are new guys, right? Now, obviously, you don't want to have too much inbreeding in your vault dwellers. If you have too many people doing that, what they'll do is they'll go in the room and they'll be like, it's great hanging out with family. And you're like, hey, I don't want you to hang out with family. I want you to go in there and make some more vault dwellers. That's what I want to see get done. Now, also, if you have some outfits, you can actually use those outfits. Like here, he's got some charisma there. So, boom. I can throw some on there. The only other one here is I have a sci-fi one, which is plus intelligence. So when we are doing stem packs and stuff like that later, we can use that one. But I'm not gonna use that for right now. I'm just gonna put that charisma one on there, and then try to get this other lady back in there as well. This way, these guys have someone to choose from. Now, one of the things that's probably not very known in the game is that if you put them in there, you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for them to couple up. I just make sure that they're all in the room first. And then you can just log out. And you come back in a little bit. I'd say 5 minutes or so, 5-10 minutes. You come back and see if any of them have coupled up. And thus, it's not burning your resources as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just save that. And we got all the people coming back from the wasteland. We only got 45 caps, so there's not much we can do. So we'll just let that run. Like that. And again, that's, kind of set it and forget it. Oh, you built your first house in 76. Awesome. Again, everybody, I highly recommend you starting up some 76. We got an awesome update coming up in December for Nuka World. And that's pretty much it. And then we probably want to set ourselves a timer to remind ourselves, hey, Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, starting now.
All right. And she'll remind us in about 5 minutes to go back and check and see if any of those dwellers have leveled up. And I call that a passive play, right? There's active play where I'm clicking a bunch of stuff. Or there is passive play where you just kind of set stuff running and then you go on to do something else, like work on your Satisfactory factory. Again, I like to multitask here big time. Now, we've got a very important thing to do before we can truly get started here and revamp this entire factory, everybody. And I'm going to show you right down here. Let's get down here. Let's get it done. Right over here, we're going to need some tickets. We're going to need our awesome sink over here. Right over here, we're going to need to get some equipment. And we're going to have to get ourselves another coffee cup. Right over here, buy all. There we go. Important to keep your coffee going, right? Important to keep your coffee going. So once you get your coffee cup going here, everybody, you just go ahead and take a nice little sip. You know, I like to have a little sip too, you know, my Fix-It cup. That's okay, be jealous. I actually have the actual Fix-It cup, everybody. I couldn't resist, everybody. I couldn't resist. I don't even use it for drinking out of. I just think it's amazing that it's exactly the same one that's in the thing. I absolutely love it. It's one of my most cherished things over there in my office. Okay, so we got that going. Now remember, at any time, because we have our hover thing, we can now hover above our factory. Yeah, pretty cool. Okay, now, how do we start? That's the important thing in anything that you do in life, everybody. How do you start? What should you work on first? And that's usually your toughest thing. Now, I suggest power always first. Work on your power first. Now, way out over there, I've got some coal power and all of that stuff going on. So since we have plenty of resources there, we need to do some aluminum casing and all that other stuff later on. But first thing we're going to do is go out here and try to basically make this all a lot better when it comes to our power. So we'll want to upgrade all of our lines and do all that stuff. We're going to need a lot more aluminum. Oh, I was going to stop by over here as well and see how our stuff is doing. Now you can see I've got a whole box full of that, and then underneath that I also have another box full of this, and I can go ahead and just try to put some of that in there to get it out of my inventory, because I'm going to need a lot less of that. Let's see, do we got pipes in there as well? Where is our pipes? Over here. What about down here at the bottom? There we go. We put some of those pipes back. I suggest, you have at least one stack on you there. Now, what I'm going to be basically doing is replacing most of the lines that I'm using for my power. And as you can see, because we have the hovercraft thing, we can just basically bypass all the stuff that you've been jumping over for days now. I'm going to control-click that to get as much as I can. I'm going to put the smallest stack back and get the full stack out of there. By the way, I no longer need the jetpack, so I can go ahead and throw that in the trash. And if I need another one, I'll go make another one. Now, watch out that when you hit gaps in between your power, your guy will start to drop like a rock. Because it is dependent on having these little power poles nearby for it to connect to, like this. Okay, now this is our coal line right here. Now, like I was talking about earlier, we'll want to upgrade all of these lines. I'm going to start it from right there. We'll back chain it later. We're just going to go over here, and we're going to upgrade our current power lines over there. We're going to upland our line here, our line into there, our line over to that one. And again, just go through, now that you got these upgrades. Whoa, see that? I went right down on the ground. And then here, all the way down. I love this moment. Now see how I can't jump? Right here, I can't use my hovercraft. What you want to do is just simply bring yourself a little bit of power right there. And now we can just hover up above. And look how much easier it is to see it from up above, especially your lifters now too. We're going to also do Mark 5 lifters, just like this. And it's just so much nicer, so much easier to get all that stuff lined up. And now that stuff's coming out of there, lickety split. And again, if you want to make it easy on yourself, go ahead and just put some power poles back here, or power poles around that'll allow you to kind of float from place to place behind your stuff. Now we can also combine these Mark 1s to Mark 2s so that we're running 600 water instead of just 300. So we can work on that a bit as well. We can also make our power lines much nicer and all of that. But our main goal is to get our coal over here just that much faster and to get it into our coal plants just that much quicker as well. So there we go. All right. Now, if we had multiple coal lines running, we could now combine those coal lines together. We're going to check back in on that vault here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and fly over this way, just so I remind myself when I come back here in a second where I left off right there. Okay. And again, we'll go ahead and go into our options here. I wish there was a way to just mute just Satisfactory. That would be awesome. But we're just going to do that for a second. Back into Fallout Shelter. And again, do we stop that recording? Let's just stop that recording and restart a new recording. Just makes it easier when I go to edit it later. All right, we'll enter back in Vault 0. Oops, we didn't do the sound. All right, now you can see it gave a thumbs up, and you can see that even though we weren't in the vault, they've been in here coupling up, and so they're going to go in there. We just got to watch out that it doesn't run out of power. If that building runs out of power, those people will stop. And I've had that happen to me multiple times now, and that's why I have the power plant right next to it to try to prevent it from turning it off. Now, actually, we got enough power to turn this one back on again, which is awesome. Now, why am I coupling them up? Well, only the ladies can make babies, and only the dudes can do not as much. So you got to give the ladies some love there for their sacrifice and absolutely kicking butt here in the vault. So there we go. We got her, and then we got also her right there. Now we're going to turn around and do the same thing. We're going to go ahead and put this here and put her there. And actually, I should put those in the power room right here. Now, they don't have very much ability to do power. There she is. They have very low stats when it comes to power. But what we're trying to do is unlock new rooms in which we could give them that power, right? So we have all of our generators, our water treatment, our lab, our radio studio. But what we really want to do is get to this one right here, 24 dwellers, which is the weight room. And thus, I could get everybody's stats up, so I could put anybody in anything. And I suggest that you start with strength, or anything that you're really low on. Like right now, we're low on food because I'm not collecting it. They're going to start taking damage for that as well. But I would start with strength first, then get everybody up on their strength, everybody up on their perception, and then everybody up on their agility. Agility being the last of the three usually, but it depends on what kind of outfits you get, what kind of dwellers, because it's random every time. I've literally done this hundreds of times, everybody. Made hundreds of vaults, started them, tested things, tried another one, tested another one, did another one. I've literally made hundreds of vaults, and I can tell you that it's different every single time. Now, the same thing we just did, everybody. We pop in there. We get, oh, look, they're already grooving already. They're already grooving already. Now, that one we might want to wait for because they're already grooving. When they're already grooving like that, if we had some charisma outfits, I already know they're about to couple up. And so if I couple them up, put that lady back in where she goes, then what I can do, again, log out, wait for them to couple up again, log back in again. It really does help you on your resources. And then also when you're hurting for resources, it'll help that as well. But they will start to take damage. See how she's starting to take damage here? That's because she doesn't have any food. And then also, when the water gets really low, she'll start to take radiation damage. And of course, the power problem is still got 4 minutes on that particular power. And I'm going to drag her in here. And look, she's better by 1, right? She's better than that girl by 1. So we're going to put her back in the agility room. She's going to make that go a little bit faster. Now, one of the things I suggest you do is drag them out and drag them back in again so that they do couple up or stand next to each other before you log out. I've actually had it where they didn't couple up because they were standing in 2 separate positions, which is weird. But again, save and then go out. Now remember, after I go out for another minute or so, that thing's still going to try to collect resources. It's still going to burn up my resources. So this is a very dangerous thing to do in the very beginning. This is one of the hardest things to do, is to level up your people and make so many dwellers really, really fast. I actually had a few vaults that I started on day 1 of Fallout Shelter that did fail because I didn't know all the techniques I know now, and plus I expanded them way too fast. I made way too many people way too fast. But now, no matter how fast I expand, I know how to manage them in such a way that I can save the vault. It just comes at the cost of your time, that you're sitting there and you're trying to figure out your ratios of how much you're producing and how much you're using. And we'll get into that later on. That's what we want to do right there. And then we're going to go ahead, again, set it for about 5 minutes. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, starting now.
All right, and then we'll come back to that. We'll turn the sound back on over here. And then we're off and running. Okay, back to our upgrading of our coal line. Again, we just fly along the edge here. We can fly down at that edge. We can fly under, into over, and just, you know, hover wherever we want without the fear of falling. Oh, what happened there? I accidentally picked that one up. There we go. Now, while we're at it, we have a bunch of other lines that we could upgrade, like all of this stuff, but we're going to redo all of that. The only thing that we really care about right now, remember, time is your most valuable resource, is our coal, because we want to get our coal over here as quick as possible. There we go. Sometimes those upgrades take a minute. All these other lines we're going to take out. We might even take these coal lines out, too. We'll see. We'll see if I want to redo this later. But for right now, we just want to have it be as fast as we possibly can. Now, actually, the lines get in your way, too, when you're doing stuff. Now, remember how we were running over here before, and all the mobs were coming after us and killing us and knocking us off the side? Well, guess what? They can't even get to us now unless they're range mobs. Look at that. See how I fell down? That's because I'm not close enough to this over here. Oh, hold on. I thought I turned that sound off. There we go. Actually, I could have just left it in there and then come back and turn the sound back up when we come back. There we go. Good reminder. Again, instead of me jumping down and going through all that rigmarole, now we are all the way from the source going at a much higher speed. Now, this particular one is a pure node, everybody. Right now, it's going at 270, and now I can overclock this like you wouldn't believe, everybody. It's going to go at 600 per minute. Remember, the original, if I take this off, the original speed of this at 100% here, at a Mark II, because it's a pure node, is 240. But I'm going to make it 600. And because we have the faster belt now that goes 780, I can literally push 600 coal down the line. And you're like, well, Kismet's going to be like 52 megawatts of power. But if you think about how much power I can make from 600 versus 240, that cost is minimal, everybody. Very minimal. So that's why I like to boost my nodes, especially pure nodes. Pure nodes are definitely worth boosting. Now, this one actually, as a Mark III, will go so fast. It will be faster than the belts that you can run. It'll absolutely be way too fast. So usually 600, or you know, when I go to level 3, I'll kind of bring it down to 780. By the way, you can actually tell it how many parts per minute that you want to do right there. But we basically just took that from 240 to 600, just like that. And you can see it's running down here big time. So we're ready to do a lot more coal power. And we can also do a lot more steel production if we wanted to as well. Now, again, I feel like you only need like one box of each thing, everybody. Sometimes you might need a couple boxes. Since I'm going to use a lot of aluminum today, I made about 4 boxes so we don't have to wait for it. And now we have got just a massive amount. Now, one of the cool things, if the belt is going in the direction you're going, you can try to use the belt as a accelerant here. If we can get on the side of it here. There we go. You can actually use the belt to push you along, but the actual hover thing is a bit faster than all of that. Now, we need to figure out the ratio, right? If we run this down and we split that into here, we'll want to know how fast that is going into the box here. So let's say it's 300 there and 300 there. That's still a lot, everybody. And it's actually using some of that coal because I can see that it's going in there. So that coal is going off somewhere, right? It's cutting across. It's running way over here to our production. Again, see, it just cuts out right there when you don't have any power poles. But we can use the belt itself. And that's running itself over here to make some aluminum scrap. And we're also using water, which we're doing it the easy way, everybody. The easy way is to take that water, package it, and run it right into the awesome sink. Because then you don't have to worry about all the ratios and numbers and all of that. Just run it in the awesome sink. You don't have to worry about it. It's not going to backlog. It's not going to cause your production to stop. I do the same thing with other stuff. Over here, you'll see coming out of here as it's refining stuff, and it's got that extra silica. It'll take that extra silica and basically just run it into the awesome sink. Though you can mathematically put it back into the system. Same thing with your water. There's a lot of techniques that you can use to do that, but we're not going to really worry about that right now. So let's again go back into our sound. Again, we're just jumping back just for a little bit here. Going to run that down and then run this up. Start another recording. There we go. And again, all my goal right now in Vault Zero is just to couple all my people up and then send my people back out to the wasteland again. Now, if I stay in here and I get the resources and I collect the resources right over here, and of course, since I was gone, I also got enough power to get it going. But look what happened, everybody. These people over here, these people coupled up, but these other two people did not couple up. And that could have been because the power interrupted it or whatever it was. But we definitely want to keep our power going. Now, another thing we'll notice here at the top that there's certain ratios, like how much I have and how much I need. And there's especially these little lines. The most important thing to know about Fallout Shelter is these little lines at the top. If you see that that line is really far that way, that means you need to add another room. So I'm going to go ahead this time. I'm going to try to add a power generator, but I don't have any caps. How can I get some caps? Well, I can get some caps by rushing the room and hoping that I get that because I might get some caps from it. Like that. And we collected some power, so we also got it from the objectives that we're doing there as well. And that should give me just enough to add another power generator right here. Now what it's going to do is it's going to get 21 power each time. And if you notice that the actual fail line has moved halfway back, man, it's moved way back as well. And you want that thing to be as far to the left when it comes to power as possible. Now this girl right here, what's she good at? She's good at perception. What about strength? Oh, agility, she's good at that as well. But we're going to go ahead and throw in perception so she can work on that. Now, my guys are already 100% happy. We've just got to get this one lady right here. I've also got a 100% happiness bonus, so I'm getting 10% bonus to my production as well. But we got to get them to couple up one more time. I'm going to leave both those guys in there for now. And again, we're just going to log out the vault. Now, the more you pop in and log out the vault, the more that it screws it up. And I'm doing it on purpose so you can see what happens if you do it too often. What you should really do is try to get your resources all the way up to maximum, then log out. And then if you log in and you still have a bunch of resources not close to that line, well, then you can maybe do it again and get out maybe 1 or 2 or 3 times in a row. And then bring your things back up again to maximum and then go in and out. But I'm purposely making it more difficult. As I do in a lot of games. All right, there we go. We got that done. We're going to apply that. Confirm. Oh, did I just start another one or did I stop another one? Oh, started, stopped. There we go. All right. So we got that going. Now, we have 600 coal to work with. How much coal is needed over here? Over here, it only needs 120 coal. So we can take that 120 coal and we can cut it down. But let's just say 300, right? We'll just cut it in half just to make the math nice and easy. So let's go ahead and head over this way. Now, of course, we've got some oil power, which we're going to scale up as well. We're going to fix all of these lines or fix as much as this as we can. But I always suggest that you work on your power first, right? Always think of that as your first task. Now, one of the things I could do is I could take this water and I could run this water way over there to where the coal is and put the power over there. or I can run the coal over here and just grab the water from over here. I suggest putting the water the least amount of distance because it does require a pump to push that water down the line. Now right now we got Mark 1 pumps and we have Mark 1 lines. And just like we're doing with our upgrades of our line runs of our conveyor belts, we now have Mark II lines that we can do. So I can do level 7 for the Mark IIs, and I like the indicators on there. You can also do ones without indicators now. And then this is going to be number 8, and then the actual pump itself, the Mark II pump over here is going to be number 9. And then the valve right here, which we're going to use later on, which keeps the water from backlogging. It only goes out and never comes back, which is a good thing because if you're trying to start it back up again, it'll keep it from having that problem. So here we go. We've got this. Now another thing that we need to do is we need to clear all these rocks out of the way so we can optimize the way that our water is running. Now if we just pull it out of there right now, we're not going to have any power over there, though we'll have plenty of power over on the other side. I'm going to go ahead and use the hyper tube, which you can still do even if you're hovering. And that's going to send me way back over here. And I have just different little hyper tubes that I can jump in, and we'll fix up our hyper tube network as well. One of the things I also suggest is to have 2 networks of power. You have your first network of power, which is all of your power. And you're like, what do you mean, Kismet? I mean your coal plants, your oil power plants, not just oil refineries, but I'm talking about the oil producing power plants that we have over there. And then everything that's connected to it. The coal that you're extracting, you want that to be on the same line. If you want to extract water with your coal plants, which you're going to need to do, you're going to also need to have that as well. But what we need to do is we need to go over here. And I could have made it over there, everybody, but we're going to come over here and make it here because we're going to also need our explosives that we're going to use. So we're going to go ahead and clear those rocks by making ourselves a Nobilis detonator here. And so we're going to need one of these little things here. And again, we probably should drop off some of this loot here just to give me a little bit more room. Put that back in there. We can just get rid of this raw resource here. And again, we have way too many of these steel beams. What I like to do is just, if I've got extra stuff, I'll usually put it in here. Oh, I got an extra one of these. Cool. I didn't even realize it. I'll put a bunch of that stuff in there because I don't need that many of those anymore. Like, I don't need this much concrete. I certainly don't need this many tickets. What else could we take out of there as well? This actually can go in the other box. This can go in the other box. We've got a bunch of boosters there. Let's go ahead and put our tickets in there. This way they're easy to find. And what else? I don't know. Maybe a little bit of that. There we go. And if we're going to do it, we might as well just do it as a full stack. Like so. Okay, and then again, we'll come back over here. Now, I wish there was a function like they have in 7 Days to Die, where you can say, everything that's already in the box, pull that out of my inventory and put it in the box. Or, if there's stuff in here and I already have it in my inventory, grab it out of here and put it in my inventory. I think that would be an amazing addition to the game. I absolutely love that feature. It works great. We basically click on it and it drops it in there. A lot of games have that. So does Raft, by the way. Raft has that feature where you click on it, and if it's already the same thing that's in that box, it'll grab that stuff and put it in that same box. So say you got a bunch of wood, you click the button and it puts all your wood in that box without having to go through and do each one. Now in this game, they have kind of like that feature. My nose is itching. They kind of have that feature. It's hold down control. So if you hold down control, it'll grab any of that particular type and put that into that particular box. And I usually like to have also an extra box, which I just call a drop box, where I just drop all my random loot. So say I hold down control, boom, it just puts the concrete in there, right? Or just puts that, or just this, and so on down the line. Now what I like to do is I like to take it out, and then I'll just get a single stack of each thing until I need more, right? If I need a lot more, I'll come in and I'll grab a big long line of it. But if I don't need that much, I'll start to downscale to a single stack for sure. Okay, so now we found one of those Nobilis things, one of those scanner things, and that's going to allow us to make ourselves another Nobilis detector. Or detonator, not detector, detonator. That's the thing that makes things go boom. We also want to make ourselves another little vehicle because we lost our vehicle as well. What do we need? We need some rotors. We just happen to have some. In fact, we happen to have a whole lot. Right there. There we go. Just grab one stack of that out, so we'll have that when we're running around. If we need that, and then we'll make ourselves another factory cart. Now, one of the cool things about all this stuff that I'm making is I'm making it so I can just put it into my hand slot. They added a bunch more hand slots. They improved the AI. They massively improved the way the map works. And a whole bunch of other epic stuff here in the stream, everybody. They got a new update as well coming through. They did a little teaser of it. I have no idea what it is. But whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be awesome because every single update, and I played this game since it came out. I even bought it on the Epic Game Store when the Epic Game Store first came out, so I was taking a risk there. But I bought it when it first dropped and have loved the game and loved every single update that they've done. Remember, it's still in early access, everybody. They're still working on the game. It hasn't even come out yet, and it's the only game I've ever rated or given an 11 out of 10. That means better than best. In the game. It is my type of game. If they came to me and said, Kismet, we want to make you a game just for you, what would you want? This is the game. This is it. And this is why I don't play it 24/7, everybody. I don't play games 24/7 because I don't want to burn myself out on it. Now, when this thing goes release, everybody, well, then that'll be a different story. We'll be playing all day long. We're going to be going full on. And then I'll also open up the mega server again for everybody to come in and work together as we build big, gigantic factories and fun stuff like that. Because I do have the ability with Nitrado to have multiplayer on there. You have up to 8 players at the same time. Or you can host a local game as well. I highly recommend getting a server. It's like a couple bucks a month, everybody. And you can literally come in and do what I'm doing. You come in, you set up a bunch of stuff. And then, you got to go to work, or you got to take care of the family, or you got to take a nap, or whatever you want to do. Just tell your server to constantly always be running. Log out the game, turn your computer off, go to bed, take a nap, come back in a few hours, and guess what? You're going to have tons of loot, or come back in a week like I do. I come back because I play it once a week, everybody. We play it on Wednesday nights. So I'm going to queue up a bunch of stuff tonight. And when we come back next week, all that stuff's going to be filled out. It's going to run a bunch of that if I didn't screw it up. Let's try not to screw it up. But first, we're going to work on our power. All right, so we've got all of our little goodies now that we need right over here. Now we just need some things to make it go boom. And again, I love this part where now I'm literally just like Superman and all over the place, right? I'm flying to here, to there. There's nothing that obscures me. There's nothing in my way. I can just go over here and say, oh, okay, this is where my bombs were. It's probably being converted in here and being put in this box right here. I'm going to grab me a lot of boom booms. Grab me a lot of things to go boom. Now, one of the biggest mistakes you could possibly do if you're playing a game with me is give me the explosives. People have lost their lives many, many a time because they gave me the rocket launcher, or they gave me the grenades or the Molotov cocktails. They have learned their lesson to not give it to Kismet. If you've ever watched my 7 Days to Die playthrough, you know what I'm talking about. Now, one of the things, by the way, if you're trying to get past the gap, if they're too far apart and you start to drop, go up a little bit in the air, and then when it starts to bring you down, by the time you get, oh, okay, and then you caught the next one, right? It's kind of like a wave, riding a wave. Okay, let's go over here to this water. Now, obviously, we don't want to blow up our stuff. We just want to kind of take out some of these rocks down here. Now, one of the things you also have, everybody, is you have vertical power now. So when mobs are coming at you, and the mobs are running around below you, you just throw the bomb on them, and boom, bye-bye, sucker. And I'll actually traverse the land now by just running power lines. So if I want to get up on that hillside there, I'll just run a power line up there and I'll just float my way right up. You don't even need vehicles anymore. You can get up on the highest peak of the highest mountain as long as you got enough resources to run some power poles up there. It's very, very fun. All right, so let's go ahead and do a little make things go boom. There we go, looking good. Now, of course, we'll throw some stuff down here. I've never actually blown up my stuff. I don't even know if you can. But I usually just throw it, somewhere close. And that clears out all of that stuff. Now, one of the things that is going to happen when I do start to pull this water out of here is the fact that it's going to basically make it where I can't float anymore, right? So I'm going to fall on the ground. I got both those rocks on that one. Those explosives are pretty big. They've added a bunch of new weapons, by the way. See, like that. They've added a bunch of new weapons that you can do, including nukes. So I could be throwing a nuke down right there. Now, I'm just the type of person that, one, likes to blow things up. I love explosions. And two, I like to be thorough, move all those rocks out of there. When I get close here again, there we go. Now we can float ahead. And I don't know if there's any more in here, but we're going to start on the far side as well. And again, you can just press the space bar to keep yourself from dying, or if you have a jetpack, you can switch to that real quick. And now, normally I don't like to get rid of these, but today is the day. Notice it didn't go away because you can't blow those things up. But you can ram your car into it to get rid of it that way. And I'll show you that here real quick. Oh, wrong button. We can go ahead and make a transport. We can make a little tractor like this. I don't know if I have any fuel. I do. Wow, look at that. Throw some fuel in there. Get in your vehicle. Run that thing down. We can also run over bushes. Clear that out. So another great technique. Now we can also pick it up. We could do that as well. Oh, there's another rock there too. But that's another way of basically just clearing it out. Even if you go over it backwards. Now I've just cleared that out and it doesn't end up in my inventory. And then I can just uncraft that, pick that stuff back up again. And we're off and running. Let's go ahead and clear this one over here. I'm actually going to try it on my thing. I don't think I've ever tried it on the actual thing. Yeah, I don't think it actually does damage to it yet. Remember, still in early access. They might do that later, but they might add that later where it actually does damage. Same thing over here. If we don't want this, bye-bye, sucker. And you put it in between, and then it gets everything at once. But notice that it doesn't get rid of the plants, which I think is a good thing. Because you might need them plants. You just want to kind of clear around the plants. So you can grab it, right? So what we want to do is we want to make a lot of water. Now we're going to do a little bit of math. I know it's pretty scary to do late night, but we're going to get it going on. The first thing we're going to do is everybody type a 1 in the chat. You guys haven't said anything in a while. Maybe it's my chat. Making sure it's not my chat, that it's just you guys being nice and quiet in the chat. Oh, thank you, Thurberg. I appreciate you guys helping me whenever I need to test. Sometimes, you know, everyone's like concentrating on what I'm doing. They're watching what I'm doing. And it just gets real quiet in the chat. I just want to make sure that my my chat doesn't, because earlier it stopped running right at the end of the stream. It actually was not updating my chat. So every now and again I like to check it. Okay, so what we've got is we've got 300 coal. So it's pretty easy to figure out, everybody. All we need to do is go in and say how many per minute is the coal plant using. It's 15. And so if we have 300, and Surrey doesn't do anything. By the way, there's a calculator in the game. If you want to use your calculator, I forget what it is. I haven't used it in so long. I think it's like G or something. I'll go in and look it up just for you guys. I'm not going to use it because guess what? Surrey sits there and does nothing all day long. Basically, it's like $1,000 calculator just sitting there doing nothing. So I do it so I don't have to type it. I know it's just lazy. What is the calculator? I forget what the calculator thing is. It's in here, everybody. There's a calculator in here that you can bring up, and you can just type in the calculator. And do all of that stuff. Again, I don't remember. Hey, as for bringing in that massive Kismet love trade. Look at that, everybody. Wow, now that is a Kismet love trade right there. That's how you do. But it's even easier if I just go like this. Hey, Surrey, what's 300 divided by 15?
300 divided by 15 is 20.
Equals 20. So now, how many do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got 10 right now, and I can do 20 with just that coal. Now, of course, I probably have a bunch of extra coal that I could go ahead and even cut it in half again. I'll show you a great technique if you want to double up on your coal. Instead of splitting it in half, you split it in a third, a third, and a third. And then you take that other third and you run it in. I'll show you that way back here where we're doing this split. Right over here. Probably should get off of my explosive thing. There we go, get my coffee cup. So right here, we're taking this, and this is, of course, 600 coming down here. It's going 300 that way and 300 this way. Now, if you split it in thirds, 600 into thirds, we can ask Surrey that one as well. Hey, Surrey, what's 600 divided by 3? Hey, Surrey, what's 600 divided by 3?
600 divided by 3 is 200.
Is 200. So instead of 300 going down here, we could have 400. And you're like, what do you mean 400? Well, what you can do is you can add another merger right down here, just down just a little bit. And so now it's cutting it into thirds. So now it's doing 200 this way, 200 that way, 200 this way, right? So now these two will combine back again, and this is now 400. So now we can say, hey, how much is 400? Hey, Suri, what's 400 divided by 15?
400 divided by 15 is approximately 26.6666.
26.6666. She's always with the 666s, this girl. I don't know what's going on with that. I think Suri's possessed by the devil or something. I don't know what's up with her deal. But she says we can literally put 26 of these down and actually almost a 27th one. Now, you notice how the math doesn't work out perfect because when you start using odd numbers, the ratios don't work out. But I kind of feel like 26 is a good amount. Do you remember how many it was before? I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget either. It was 20 before, right? So if we do 400, I like to write this stuff down so I remember. This is 26.666. And I'm writing it down on a little notepad up here so I don't have to ask her 50 times. So we're going to make 26 of these right now. Now, the interesting thing is if we run all of our power and we do all of that stuff, we cut this power right now, all of this stuff's going to go off. But think about it. What resource do I need right now that I should leave the power on? What resource do I need to make? None. There's no resources that I don't have boxes of right now. I don't have boxes and boxes of every single resource that I could possibly need at this very second. So stopping power only makes it less convenient for me to float around, but we're going to go ahead and literally cut off everything here. We're going to redo all of this. We're going to redo our water. We're going to redo all of our pipes. We're going to redo all of this. Now, again, you can go much faster by just simply holding down control. And you can see I can take all of those out in a row. I can take all of these pipes out like this as well. Because this is iffy at best, everybody. Iffy at best over here. Not very optimized. So we're going to take this out. I'm going to show you how to do this in a very optimized way. You want to be very careful when you're doing too much what I call inline running. Where if you're running your... wait for that sound to go off, by the way. The sound of it running out of power. If you're doing too much inline running, what will happen is that the last bits of them will be starving for resources constantly. Also out here, we can just say, you know what? I don't want any of this stuff out here. Let's just take all of this stuff out. We're going to redo all of that. Over here, all the power lines as well, and just whoosh. There we go. Wiped it away. We got all the resources back for that stuff as well. One of my favorite features of the game is, you make it and you can very easily take it right back out again. And we're really going to clean this up now. Oh, and there we go. Look out, look out. Hit that space bar. Hit that space bar to try to save you. Now, I do have oil power going as well. I don't have that much stuff going right now, so that oil power way over there is actually providing me the power. And we can see that our power is starting to shift down now, and our production is over here. So when this gray line hits this orange line, that's when our power is going to go off. But right now, we still have a little bit of coal and a little bit of water, but all of these will eventually go off, and that's okay. That's okay, because we're going to clean all this up, and we're going to group all this together nicely. Now, also, I can just hit Control, and individually do it. And by the way, they did add the feature, if you guys haven't seen this lately, you can see that that's selected right here. You can also deselect by hitting Control, and now it's deselected, which I really love, everybody. I love the fact they went in and they fixed that stuff all up, and we'll try to get all of this stuff. And again, sometimes what happens when you're doing this is you accidentally hit the foundations as well, and then you end up putting the foundations back in. So it's nice to have really precise control over what we're doing here. And I'm just going to leave the power poles in for right now so I can kind of float around, which is awesome. I love floating around. And we'll take all this out and all of this, and you can see we lost our thing there. We'll just put that back in. All right, so we're looking good. So again, we need 26 of these. Now, do we have enough room to do 26 of them right there? I would say no. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it a bit easier on ourselves. We're going to give ourselves all of this room here to build as many as we want right over here. Now, just so you know, in the past, lost power. Just so you know, in the past, I've done 160 of them together in the past as well, which is pretty awesome. And what we'll do is we'll eventually grab a bunch of coal plant from over there, we'll bring it over here, we'll have lots of coal power. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just go work on your oil power? Well, I use power that I've got, everybody. This is perpetual power. I can have it run and run and run forever. As long as the power is being produced, which is dragging the coal and dragging the water, then that cycle of power will continue to go. Same thing with the oil. As long as the oil is being brought in, as long as it continuously goes, it's off and running. And oil power is actually even easier than coal power, because coal power needs water, and so does oil power, because you need it for the refineries as you go, and then also just needs oil. And then once you have the oil, you have the coal or the oil and the water, you're then processing that through. You're making your fuel. You're taking your fuel, and whoa, there it went. And then you're running it through, and there we go. Look, it dropped down because we have too many things going and not enough power. I slid, by the way, by holding down C. And not enough power to keep it going. So how can we basically keep all of this going without interrupting it? Well, first thing you can do is turn off your big machines here, right? You turn off your real big machines over here. Let's see, this probably got a whole box full of that. It sure does. We turn that big machine off, and so on. And then we can go ahead and try to start back up our power again from one of these power poles or from the power thing itself. Nope. Oh. I'm trying to get it to do the noise. Let's go. Oh, it's not making the noise. But again, you can go around, you can get that done. Now's a good time to also have the jetpack. So if you do lose power, you also have the jetpack. I would like it where you could put both the jetpack and the hover thing in your backpack, everybody. That would be nice. So you don't have to switch back and forth. It's just more irritating to have to do that. And so again, we have all of this stuff going. Now, another way we could do this, everybody, instead of coming back here and individually turning everything off, which takes a lot of time, is we can just literally cut the line from the power that we've got going and cut it all the way back here, so it's only running the power in this direction. Now, that's going to take some work because we have a whole bunch of cross lines running. So we want to think about how can we set it up where our cross lines are not actually are all inclusive into one power line grid, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the source. So I'm going to go back over here, and I'm literally going to remove our power line, which is running back all the way back to the base over here. So we're going to go ahead and take that out of the process, right? Just like that. And then we're going to try to start it up again. Let's go. And so what it did is it basically cut the whole rest of the factory off. So I have one line that cuts that whole side of the factory off, which I don't even need right now, everybody. I don't even need that side of the factory. So I just cut that whole side of the factory off. Now, you also have like switches you can use. And that new thing might be a control panel, people are saying, where you can actually control or see the different parts of the processes of your base. That would be amazing as well. I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty excited about it. To see what happens with it. So now we have enough power to just work on what we're doing over here, right? Because we don't really need to worry about all of that stuff in manufacturing resources and whatnot. We've got plenty. What we need to do is figure out our kind of logistics of what we're doing here with our water and our coal power. Now, what I want to do with my coal power is I want to put my coal power above the water and maximize how much water is coming out of here. So the first step is to do the water, is to go in and say, hey, we want to do the water first so we can see how many of these we could possibly squeeze into this tiny little pond here and how much of this we could extract out of here. Now you can rotate these as well and try to maximize this. Now I usually try to start work on this side. Again, you can just press that space bar to try to keep yourself from falling and dying. Though I do have the blades on, so it does help. All right, so we're going to take this water extractor and we're going to run it way up over here, right? Just as close as we can to the shore. And then we're going to run it into this little inlet here. I don't know. I've done this a bunch of times, everybody. I don't know what the absolute optimum is, but I just try to work it until I feel kind of comfortable with what I've got. Let's call it there. Okay, now what that's going to have is that's going to have a little grid. You can see that little red square. And if I move this enough away from that red square and just kind of tap it with W, A, S, and D, I can kind of get as close as I possibly can. I can also hold down Control and it will snap to the other one. But again, you'll see me just kind of, I'm not even looking up here, everybody. I'm looking down there. Let me bring up my red arrow so I can show you exactly where it is. One of the signature things on my stream that I've done for 7 years, by the way, everybody. My awesome red arrow that I did in a program that cost $4,000. I know, right? Maya, which I think is funny, everybody. I can do that in Blender about 5,000 times faster now. And Blender is free, by the way. You can do a lot of the stuff you could do back in the day. Now, even more powerful. So I'm looking at this right down here. This little red line that's here represents this other pump here. And the one that I'm doing is the white line. And so I'm running these white lines that you can see that it has like a perspective grid of the outside shape of the water. And so basically what I'm doing is I'm looking here, and then as I move it, watch right here, everybody. As I move this just a further away, you can see that little grid, and then it'll turn green. And if I go too far in where it's overlapping, it'll turn red. See, and I can go ahead and try to line them up. I can hold down Control, but that's way too far inland. So I'm just going to back it up, until it literally lets me put that there. And again, I'm just going to work it closer to me, further to the left. Okay, a little bit further back. Perfect. Boom. And there we go. I got as many of those along that side as I could. So there we go. Let's go ahead and take that arrow out of there. And let's see if we can squeeze another one over here. So that's what I'm going to be looking at while I'm doing this. Now, again, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. I never mind. And again, if it doesn't quite fit, here's what we can do. We can go ahead and try to rotate it the other way, like this. And then we can go ahead and line it up. There we go. Nice and lined up. And we can back up just a little bit here, maybe a little bit further. W, A, S, and D. Nudging myself around. I do this in a lot of games, by the way. I try to nudge myself to the extreme in all directions. And then when I got, as close as I possibly can, we'll go with that. Now, it's not too big a deal, everybody. We're going to get a bunch of these in here. Plus, if you look over it in the other direction, over this way, and I can get up way high so you can take a look. There's a ton of water over there, everybody. I could go over there and get the water from that side. In fact, I could get so much water from over there, I could run like five pipelines worth of water. But this is here, and we can just build over the top of it. And I feel like building over the top of it today. And so the same thing here, everybody. On this one right here, we can go ahead and run over here. Now, here's a great little trick. While you're doing this, go ahead and grab some power lines and put a power line out here. Let's say right there in the water. And then we'll just connect these. And we get those spinning up while we're going. But also allows me to float around. See? Allows me to float around and work on it from that higher level. Now, same thing over here, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and try to squeeze this one in. And hold down Control to try to get that as close as possible, and then I'm going to rotate it like this. Now I can also try to, maneuver it in between all of these ones as well and try to maximize it that way, but I'm just going to snap it to the back of this one like that, like so. And then we'll try to get another one in here again. I'm looking at all the little white lines. One of the things that happens also when you're on the hover thing is that has a tendency to just ever so slightly move you. So when you're trying to do precise stuff like this, it is a little awkward. But we do what we got to do, all right? Again, try to snap it in there. Doesn't work. On this one, I would rotate it like this and try to align that. Open again. See, I'm kind of going down. We go back up again. Grab a power line. Run that power line over here, and then now I'm up and floating again. Again, our goal is to get as many of these in here as we can, and this kind of shoreline here, not deep enough there. So let's go ahead and try to get another one, but we don't want to block the pipes from that one, so we want to kind of bring it out as much as we can onto the shore, but bump it up enough as we can there. And again, I've tried this 100 different ways. Feel free to try it yourself. and see if you can optimize how much you got in here. And again, I'm going to go ahead and bring this over to here so I can float up using my little hover thing. I feel like having a bird's eye view does massively help you, by the way. And also make sure you're rotating your stuff. And again, I can hold down control and snap it into that one, but I want to try to maximize my space. Maximize how far up on the shore it is as well. Yeah, let's call it there. Maybe this way. Yeah, that one's going to be iffy right there. That's going to be iffy. But what you can do, by the way, is just rotate it around different directions and see if you can work it in there. See if you've got enough room. If it's not deep enough, it's not deep enough. Well, you can't do what you can't do, right? And again, normally what I try to do is I aim it away like this. I try to line it up angle-wise to the other one and then move it forward. And if it was deep enough there, we would be able to get it, but we don't have enough room there. That's fine. How many we got so far? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just going to get as much as I can just to optimize. And again, just bringing that power around. And we might be able to get 1 or 2 more in there. Now again, we don't want to be blocking their direction over there. We don't want to be blocking its own direction. So we can try to get in here and maybe sneak in 1 more here. Or even better, we can also aim them toward each other like this. Watching them grid lines. Again, I'm going to go as far back as I can. Oh. Far back as I can onto the shore. Still as close as I can there. Maybe if we're lucky, another one here. I don't know. That's pretty iffy. I think it's just too close to the shore there. Not going to get one there. Not going to get one at the end there. And I feel like that's probably good enough. More than enough water going on over there. Now, another thing that we want to do is figure out the height of the foundations that we want to go over the top of this area. So it just so happens I have a bunch of foundations right there. In fact, I want my whole entire base to now work with this foundation height over here, which is where I'm working when I'm working my oil and stuff. So I'm actually going to bring my entire base up as well, including moving the space elevator and all that other stuff up there. Is that a cup of coffee? It is. Now, here, I challenge you. If I dazzle you right now, I want you to hit the follow button right there. So we got our Fix-It cup right here. Now, my RP for the Fix-It cup is you notice that it never spills? That's because right there where he's holding his button, right there, what he's doing is he's holding his cup, just like I'm holding my Fix-It cup. And so you press the button, and it's got a little force field over your coffee, so it never spills your coffee. And then when you let go of the button, you can drink it, and then you hold the button down again, so it does the thing. Or you can flip it the other way, where when you have your finger off, the force field's on, and you hold the button to take your coffee, and then you let go, and there you go. So there you go. You got your own Fix-It cup, I got mine. So hit that follow button. Come on, I dazzled you with my awesome Fix-It cup right there. Yeah, so let's go ahead and get all of this together. Now, because we can do the lines much faster now, or much larger, we can do 600 versus our original, which was 300. We can do much higher storage and whatnot. But I want to actually take all of this out. We're not even going to do this down here anymore. We want to have a lot of vertical room in which we can do it. So very nice. We cleaned all that out. And then we're going to go ahead and take one of these, and we're going to turn it around here. And let's do it right over here. And again, I love the fact that it's so easy to take your cursor and get that lined up. See? And then we can do that. Now, another thing we can do is something called zooping. What you do is right down here, you have different modes at the bottom. One of those modes is called toggle build mode. So you hit R, and I went from default to zoop. So it's going to be horizontal zooping by default, and then you can also go vertical zooping where you can zoop a whole bunch of stuff up and down, which I absolutely love the zooping because I played the game since it came out way back in the day, and I did every single individual foundation one at a time, everybody. It took a lot longer than just going zoop like that. That's pretty sweet right there. Now, I don't like stuff to clip, so if I see that that's going to go inside that, now it doesn't really affect it at all, but if I feel like that's going to actually go inside the item, I'll go ahead and lift it up, though that is pretty close. That is pretty rock solid there. But I'll go up another one. No big deal. We'll go up another one. Now, the higher you go up, the more head lift you have on your water, and of course, the more powerful pump that you're going to need to pump that water up to the next level. Now, we have Mark II pumps, so we're going to be fine, everybody. So now, we really have no problem here. Plenty of clearance. Now, again, one of the things that I would do while you're working is just go ahead and bring your power up so that you have a bit of power here so that, you know, when you get far away from your power pole here, right there, you start going back down, you can go ahead and do that. Also, what we can do is we can run that power down underneath and actually use what I call ceiling power, which is awesome, everybody. It's one of my favorite features added to the game, and I'll show you what that's all about. Right here. So we're going to go ahead and grab this here. We're going to run this out in both directions. Let's take a guess at how far out that is. And then we're going to zoop across this way. And we're just going to try to cover up above the water items here. Just get a general idea of where those connectors are going. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We want to have lots of room because we're going to put all of our coal plants right here. Like so. We might even bring it up to this level. Yeah, we can bring all that up to that level as well. I kind of like this level, though. We'll see. I don't know. Sometimes I change my mind. I think, oh, I'm going to do it this way, and then, 5 minutes later, I go, nah, I want to do it the other way. All right, so we're making some room for our coal plants here. Now, we're going to make a lot of coal plants here, but I mean an obscene amount of coal plants. I'm going to make the ones that I'm doing right now, which is about 26 of them. And then eventually I'm going to do another 160 of them that comes from right behind me up over this hill. There's a bunch of coal extractors over there that we can boost and actually run over and just make massive, massive ton of coal. But right now we're just trying to do easy stuff. Did you see that they're adding a ceiling conveyor mounts in the update 7? I did see that. Yes, I did. I'm excited about that. As well. Now, there's something going on with the difference in levels here. Hold on, what's this all about right here? What's this all about here? What are you doing to me here, game? There we go. We accidentally did that a little too high. I don't think it was the game's fault. I think that was my fault. Right here. Now, what we need to do is we need to decide where are we going to do our coal plants. I mean, we could put them in the same spot we did there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a central road line, right? A central road that I want to do, and I'm going to say it's going to be right here, right? And you want to think about your roads, where you're going to have your roads at. And I like to have it at least 2 wide, so I don't really like to clip stuff, everybody. We'll fix all that later. But I'm going to make this my primary road right there that goes all the way down there and all the way up to here. So what I want to do is I want to have everything beyond that this way. So I'm actually not going to build it back there. I just built that over there so I can do the power, which we'll do here in a minute. But my actual coal plants are going to be in this direction. Now, of course, I'm out of resources, as happens. And again, you want to have all of your hyper tubes and all of that stuff on a separate circuit like I do right here. So I can just go, I can try anyway. I can just float down in here and boom, I'm off and running. Now, because I cut the power, the hyper tube that's over here is no longer going to work. See, because I cut the power over here. Now, you want to have all your hyper tubes and all that stuff in separate circuits, but it sure does get quiet in here, doesn't it? It's very quiet when you're, it's really freaky, actually. When you're so used to that noise all the time of the factory churning away, and then it gets really quiet, you're like, oh, something's wrong, something's up, something's messed up with my factory. It's a good warning sign that something's up. So again, we're going to get that going on. Let's see, what was I doing? I was going to run over here and get some more concrete and a whole lot more plates because we're going to need a lot of that. You can see I have a bunch of coal in here. I don't need to keep all of that. I'm just going to throw that away. That's just a waste of my time to collect all that now because I'm going to be producing at 600 per minute now. So a lot of that. We need plates. So we're going to grab a bunch of plates here. Let's say 4 or 5 stacks of that. Put the small stack back. Let's really go heavy. There we go. A lot of those. And then right next to that, of course, is my concrete. And again, if you have a small stack, put the small stack back in the box so it's not wasting your stack size. Let's go with that. And then we can run back, or we could use our vehicle, whatever we want to do. Actually, it'd be great if I was going in the right direction. There we go. Now, another thing that I like to do is I like to use the belts because that's old school, everybody. Remember, the belts actually take no power. They actually work even if you're not, even if you have no power running. So I can actually use this to go back faster by using it basically as an accelerant by jumping down in there. By the way, you got to crouch to get into this. You got to crouch under there. Once I get to a certain point, by the way, I'll be out of there. And then I'll be back to where my power is actually running, and I can float around and do all my stuff. And we're going to redo all of this power. Okay, so we're going to say that this is our primary power pole. This is the Rosetta Stone of the entire rest of the factory. This one pole right there. So I'm going to set that as my primary pole. Now, as you can see, I can go ahead and attach it to the side like that, as well as I can go ahead and attach it way down here. I can also attach it underneath. And I can also make it where I can have even more attachments on there. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out. I'm going to bring this down. But of course, once you get to a certain stage in the game, everybody, you're also thinking of how can I make it look nice, right? So if you're going to do this, you want to bring that straight down like this and maybe even attach it underneath there so you can't even tell that there's actually a wire running there, right? Very, very cool. I love that part of the game. And then we're going to go ahead and run it over here. Now I'm just going to run it straight over. You're going to see the wire now connected across this way. And now we're ready to connect these, right? We don't need this stuff down here. That's for when you're starting the game, right? You don't need all those little power poles and all of that. Let's take all that stuff out. And you're like, well, Kismet, you just took the power pole. How are you still floating? That's because there's a power pole above me, everybody, because I thought that out ahead of time. And also, I just ran the power pole over here. Now, one of the things is that make sure that this power pole is connected to, in this case, my oil power over there. And so that's giving me some power, helping me float around. And then these right here also connect where I am. And then the actual devices themselves actually connect. Now, what we can do if we have it unlocked is we can go in and we can use our Mark II outlets as well. So we can just upgrade this to Mark II. But, of course, I forgot my quick wire. Let's go back and get some because we're going to do some fun stuff with our larger poles. So we don't have to make as many connectors as we're going. Whee! And again, see, we can use this as an accelerant to go in the direction we need to go. Oops, slide under there. Back over here onto this side. Basically use it like one of those people mover things you'll see at the airports or various places. All right, we got a ton of quick wire here in the back. Let's go ahead and grab some if we've got some left. Oh, actually, it's going into the machine right now. Apparently, we don't have a lot of quick wire. Where's my raw? Right here. Yeah. So, again, if you ever need to do it, I always have a backlog of it right over here. It looked like it took all of the quick wire already and has run it all into the Awesome Sync, which is how I'm making so much tickets and stuff. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off now, so when I do start that, oop, I'm dropping stuff. So when I do start that back up again, I'm not going to have that problem. I wonder if I have a workbench here somewhere. Doesn't matter, I'll just make another one. Again, what do I got on my character that's weighing me down? We can get rid of this. There we go. And I can just make my own quick wire for now. I can make about a 500. Now remember, actually, if you put your cursor right over that, you hit the space bar, you can actually do it hands-free, if you didn't know that. They added that a while ago, which is pretty cool. Do you know why they have the coffee cup in the game? Well, one, they're called Coffee Stain Studios, so that's one of them. But also, they have it in the thing, because normally you'll run around with the barrel in your hand. That's how we used to do it in the beginning. We would run around with the little barrel always in our hand everywhere we're running, because otherwise if you had the chainsaw, it'd be like you're playing a game like this, right? You're viewed. Or if you had your big pole thing, it would be like you're playing a game with this like in your face the whole time. So everybody would run around with a barrel. So they added a coffee cup, so you could just run around with a coffee cup, because you couldn't put your weapon away. You had to physically take it out of your slot for you to take it off. But now they actually have the hide feature where you can actually hide it as well. So if I don't want to see the coffee cup now, I can just hit H for hide, and then I don't see it at all. But the coffee cup doesn't really do anything. It's just cosmetic right now, but you never know. They might add something for it later to the game. Again, still in early access. They're still working away on it. So let's go over here, get some quick wire going on. And because I have the blades as well, I go a lot faster. I could use my vehicle. You'll see me start to build out basically thoroughfares for my roads and all of that stuff. All of this stuff will get lifted up higher, because if you're going to run this, you might as well run it up nice and high and then make it into a road that you can drive along if you want to, or make hypertubes and things of that nature that are going to help you. All right, so let's go ahead and do our quick wire right over here. We can now do our little floating. So I only need one connection here, so I don't really need to upgrade that one. But it'd be nice if I could have just one connector here, and I could connect as much as this as possible. So if you go ahead and unlock it in the Awesome Sync, which I've already done, you got the wall outlet Mark II. Instead of it having just 4 connections, it's actually going to have way more. Let me go back in here again. There we go. It's going to have way more. It's going to have 7. And the same thing with the power poles, right? You have your power poles Mark I. You're going to get 4 connections, and power pole Mark II is the 7 connection. Now, I don't know why they went to 7 instead of 8. I don't know. Don't blame me. But I think that's kind of weird. Now, one of the things that's really cool is the double wall outlet. The double wall outlet not only has 4 connections on both sides. So a Mark I double wall connection will actually have 8 connections. And then the Mark II will have an additional 7 connections per side. So that's 14 connections we could do with the Mark II. But we're just going to stay with the Mark I for right now. And then what we can do is just very easily run this from up above down into all of these right here. Also helps you count how many you got. So if you don't want to have to do the math and you want it to do it for you, you can totally do that as well. Get these all fired up. And you can see I've got some more over there, but I've run out of lines. Now you got to leave one line at least so that you can go ahead and extend this one out to another connector. Usually what I do is I make the connector first, then I upgrade it, then I run the lines. So I'll run the line just so I can put it where I want it to go first. Let me turn my light on. Then I'll go ahead and upgrade it to Mark II if I feel like it, or sometimes I'll just stay with the Mark I's. I've also done something that also is really fun, and put a connector for every single one, so the line's not draping across, not kind of spider webbing like that. It's literally going from the item and going straight up, which I love that as well, everybody. Like, let's do it over here on this one, right? So if we take this and we run this directly up from where it is, we can try to align ourselves in such a way where that is directly up here, right? So let's say right there. So now the power line's going there, but look, oh wait, it's off by a little bit. Well, here's the trick. What you do is you use that as a template, move this one over a little bit, take this one out, and then put that back down there, and now you've got it pretty close. You're like, oh, okay, wait a minute, I want to do one more over right there. All right, now I've got it perfectly aligned with this right here. Wait a minute, it's not perfectly aligned. The reason why it's not perfectly aligned is because that's not aligned to the grid. Stuff that you have attached to the ground, like your extractors and things like that, do not perfectly align to the grid up there. To the world grid, though I could hold down control and have it aligned to the world grid if I want to. When I'm originally putting it down, I feel like it's totally not worth your time, everybody. And again, we can do each individual run up to here if we want, if you want to make it look pretty, but I feel like I've done it before, so I've done it, I've got it, I'm good. And again, we'll run that over there. We don't need these power lines anymore. Now, by the way, if these devices are powered up, it also helps my hover pack. So I can then just go and hover around wherever I want and run the lines. Now, normally I don't like them to clip through the line or clip through the item. So if I see a lot of clipping, like right there, this is all really good, except for this one over here that's clipping. that we were just working on, and then this one right here, which is clipping as well. I don't like it, and so if I don't like it, I don't do it. It's as simple as that. So let's go ahead and take this, and we're going to run this along that thing again, and let's run it to right here. Again, remember, you get your resources back when you do take stuff out, so it's not like you have to go grind that resource again. All right, that's not too bad. Those are already connected. Let's try this one over here. That's a little better over there. Definitely better there. Again, I'm just looking for the lights. I'm looking at the lights, like these lights right here. And if I see they're red, that means it doesn't have any power. And then we got one more way over there. Not too bad. Not too bad. Still, you know, if you want to be picky about it, you're like, you know, Kismet, I don't like it. I can't handle it. I'm just going to take this, and I'm going to go ahead and run this one, just like we did before. Take this, run it up here, like that. Maybe a little bit over. Sometimes it's really hard to visualize because of the perspective. It's actually a lot easier when you're up like where I'm at, but sometimes it's hard to visualize where that perfect spot is. Again, I keep using it as a template, right, and just kind of get a little closer and a little closer. You could also count your way there. Then I can kind of do this, and then I can connect it over there. You can see that's much cleaner because it goes up and then across, and you're not draping that stuff all over. It's whatever you want to do, everybody. It's your base. You can make it fancy if you want to. You can make it fancy if you want to. You can leave your vault behind. All right. Oh, I see. We didn't fill in the rest of this. Ooh, zoopy zoop. Right there. All right. Nope, we still don't have enough. All right, let's go out a little bit more. Zoop. I love me some zooping. All right, same thing. All right, let's try do a little better here. Right there. Maybe one back just a little bit. Like this. Run that down. Run that one to that one. And then we're just nicely chaining it across over there. Now, if we do it on a couple, everybody, you might as well do it on the rest. Just to make it look nice, right? You go in, you make it fancy. Fancy schmancy. Again, we got that lined up that way, but now horizontally we want to move over just a little bit. Give a little something, you know, make it special. And sometimes, for some reason, I don't know why my power things just do not want to work. There we go. All right. How are we doing? That's good. I'll go with that. Again, run that over there. And there you go. And the rest of those I think are okay. This one right here, which is funny because that's the one we're connecting to, probably could have done better by coming straight up on that one as well. So, take this. Run it up. We run it back. And there we go. Maybe a little back. Maybe a little back one. Now, this is when you're mega building, everybody. When you're trying to make it, you know, all fancy schmancy, you can do that kind of stuff there. Now, of course, I would not let that line run all the way across. I would take that line out. I would re-add that line to this line, something like that. And then I would say, well, now I don't want this to be here. And again, minimize your actual line runs, and that's how you optimize your base. I do it in every game that I play, always kind of trying to minimize it. Hey, Sausage, what up? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hitting that follow button. Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. Now I'm showing you some of my best techniques for making your base look awesome. Now, what we need to know is how much water is being extracted right here. So we've got 120. We want to count these out. We've got 4 right there. So we got 4. We've got 8, and we've got 9. So 9 times 120. Hey, Suri, what's 9 times 120?
9 times 120 is 1,080.
All right, so that's 1,080. Hey, Suri, what's 1,080 divided by 600?
1,080 divided by 600 is 1.8.
1.8, so basically 2 if we round it up. So basically that's going to produce over 1,000 water. The reason why I divided it by 600 is the pipes can only hold up to 600. So that means I'm going to need 2 separate pipelines per 600. So I'll cut them up into 2 separate things, or I'll run them all into a central thing and then I can run it out that way, however I want to do it. Or I can connect it all together and then split it at the end so that it'll be 2 separate lines of that 600. Now, we also need to know how much water do we need for 26 of these, right? So let's go back or I can just throw it up here at the top real quick, up here at the coal plant, and it will tell you right down here at the bottom. It actually tells you need 45, but I always round it up to 50, just so I have a backlog of water in case my power goes off, and then I can go ahead and do it, and I feel like that usually just the math works out a lot easier. So if we go ahead and figure out that we have 1,080 water, hey Siri, what's 1,080 divided by 50?
1,080 divided by 50 is 21.6.
Is 21.6. So we only have enough water for 21 of these and not 26, right? So we don't have enough water. So we're going to have to find more water, or we could overclock the water that we have. Now, of course, the more overclock you're doing, the more power you're using. Now, here's my ratio of how I do stuff, everybody. What I do is I look at the cost, the power cost of what it takes to produce the power, right? Great examples, when I did 160 coal plants, it did 12,000 power. Now, 2,000 of that power was the maintenance of collecting the copper, or I mean, collecting the coal, and then also basically collecting the water, right? So 2,000 of that power right off the top is going to just keeping the thing going, right? But I also had 10,000 left over of power just from coal that I could use and run. So based on how much water we have right here, just this one spot right here, we could do basically 21 of them. And what you want to do is you want to do them in groups of 8. I suggest start with groups of 4, then groups of 8. And that's because if you run your coal too far, what's going to happen is that one way at the end is going to be starving for coal. Now, one of the things you can do is run a line and put your splitter in the middle, so it's splitting it one side and one side, so it's equally splitting it down the line. I prefer to do basically them in different groups and then split it as necessary down that line. So let's go ahead and finish out what we're doing here. We're going to zoop this all out very quick and easy right over here. And we're going to get that going. Now, if we need more water, we can go ahead and tap into some more water from the other side over there. You can see way over there, there's a waterfall, which I'm already running some of the water from. But another thing that we could do here as well is we could just say, you know what, forget this water over here and just run the coal over there to the waterfall and not do any of this, right? Now remember, no, there's no wrong answer. You can build it here, you can build it there. But where would you rather it be? Do you want it to be closer to your base? How often do you think you're going to go there? How often do you think you're going to maximize, or you go to that particular thing and mess with that thing? If you're not going to do a lot of messing around with your coal, then put it way off in the distance. It's fine. And the same thing with your oil, whatnot. Now me, I like to have it close by my base. So the only factor that I have to worry about is the coal getting there? Is the water getting there, right? And then I can go ahead and manipulate and add more and take away or do whatever I need to do if it's fairly close to the base as well. And in this case, I just want to build it out right here. So that's why I'm choosing to do it here and not way over there by the water, though you could build a whole hydro plant right off the waterfall if you want to. You can't actually use the water as hydro plant, but you're kind of using it if you think about it with coal plants. But there is no like real hydro power like you would use a dam and all of that stuff. I'm sure they have a mod for it, though. I have not tried it. I don't use any mods. I don't even use alternate recipes. And the reason why is because I like everyone who watches my stream to be able to do whatever I'm doing, right? Right out the gate. And that's why I do that. Though alternate recipes are awesome, and I suggest to learn them in the long run, all right? All right. And when we do a full playthrough, when it goes to release, everybody, we'll do a full playthrough. We'll tap every single node. We'll do all of that kind of stuff. We'll have lots of fun with that. But in the meantime, we're going to get this going. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and leave myself a little bit of room here And I'm going to start with coal plant number 1. Again, it's really cool. You just float up above here. And now you got number 2. I'm holding down control, by the way. Number 3. And of course, I have so many resources, everybody, that I can do all that I want. So first, I'm going to group them together. Now, that's 5 right there. Now, I can group them in 5s. I can group them in 10s. I can group them in whatever I want. But I typically group them in 4s. And the reason why, if you figure out the math, right? If you start with the math here, it's going to need 15 coal per. So this is 30. And then 30 times 2 is going to be 60, right? Or basically 15 times 4 is going to be 60. So I like to do it in groups of 60. I find when you get beyond that, that 120, it starts to have trouble pushing it over there, especially in the early game. Even if you're at a 120 line, it's going to be difficult. Now, we have the 780 line. So we have a line that's so fast that we could basically push that coal down there at such a speed that we probably won't have that problem. So we could double up and do even more. But in the early game, I suggest you do 4s, and then 8s. And then if you're even crazy, you can go up to 16s. Me, I'm going to do all of these together in a sequence. So now I got to take 15, and I got to figure out how many groups of 8 I need to equal 20, right? In this case, so we're going to do our 21, I think it was. Yeah, it was 20 times 6 is 1.8. Oh, I forgot to write down that calculation. Hey, Siri, what's 1,080 divided by 50?
1,080 divided by 50 is 21.6.
21.6. So we'll just round it down to 21. And then we'll say, okay, we need so much coal to do that. We'll say, Siri, what's 21 times 15? Hey, Siri, what's 21 times 15?
21 times 15 is 315.
It's 315. We're bringing 400 coal in, so we have plenty of coal. So 21 ought to do it. Now, is 21 going to divide into 8 that well? Let's find out. Hey, Siri, what's 21 divided by 8?
21 divided by 8 is 2.625.
2.625. So that means 2 groups and then another half of a group, right? So what we want to do is maybe try to figure out a combo of groups of 8 so we can do them perfectly in groups of 8. So obviously 2 of them would be 16, and if I want to do more of them, it would be, of course, 24, right? So you do 16, and you add 8 more to it, it'd be 24 in the thing. So maybe we want to do 24. If we're going to do 24, we're going to need more water. So we're going to need to grab more water from somewhere. So we can grab some more water from over there and bring it over here. So that's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to do 24 of them, which is more than enough. I can actually do 26, and that will leave me a little bit of leeway on my coal, so I'll have a little bit of extra. So let's see what 24 times 15 is. Hey, Siri, what's 24 times 15?
24 times 15 is 360.
360. Now, I can go back to that coal, and I could make it exactly 360 if I wanted to. Now, at a certain point, everybody, I stop caring. I stop caring whether the numbers are perfect or not. I just want to make sure that I have a lot of it coming in. I mean a lot. You got to think that I've only tapped maybe 10 nodes so far. And there's literally 100 nodes in the game, everybody. Oh, I don't know exactly how many there are. There's a lot. I barely even touched it. If I go up right here, you can see there is a limestone node over here I haven't even used. I got 2 metal nodes over there where I started my base I haven't even used yet. Over there, and there's a whole bunch of other nodes up there. There's nodes up on the top side here. There's tons of coal on the other side. In fact, there's so much over there I could do 160 more, and then a bunch over that way as well. Now, obviously, if I do 160 coal, everybody, I'm going to need a lot of water. And actually, there's water on that side that I used to do that 160. But this time, I'm going to bring it out, and I'm going to run it out there, and we'll do that way over there. But this one, we're just going to do right above this water over here. So we're going to aim for 24 here. So we do a group of 4 there, and then holding down control, we're going to do another group of 4. So basically a total group of 8, and we'll count our smokestacks here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking good. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and leave a gap so that if I feel like driving through there on my vehicle, I'm good to go. And then we'll go ahead again doing some zooping. We're getting far away from our pole there. Now remember, just tap the space bar if you start to fall down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And that'll keep you from falling to your death. Now you're like, oh God, I can't get back up. Or you just come back over here where your power is at, and you can get back up, and you're good to go. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom out this way. Zoop. We kind of know where we want to work now, right? We want to get a lot of this going on over here. Now, we're going to run this a whole different way than we ran it before. Now, before, we, of course, put our lifters in, and we put our pipes, and we did all of that fun stuff. But we're not going to do any of that. All of this stuff right here is going to come from underneath. It's going to come from underneath, and the only thing you're going to see is a little bit of a pipe and a little bit of connector. And that's it. That's all you'll see on this side. So what we can do is basically run all of our power together as well. So we're going to go ahead and start running our power over here. We're going to run that to right there. Now, I could put another level on top of this and then just run all the power up above. But we'll just use our power poles for right now because that's fun. Now, we also need to tap into the power that we already have. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and say, you know what? I don't want to do that one there. I'm going to go ahead and tap into every other one like this. And then I could tap that one, and then I could do one more with the 4. Or what I can do is say, you know what, I'm going to use a Mark II, so I can get 7 connections. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's 7. But you want to leave one to go to the next one. So we're going to go ahead and line it up right off of here. Actually, we'll just put it right here. And so we're going to do 7 of these off of one connection right here. Right there, really 6 of them in this case. Take that out. And it doesn't matter what order you do them in, they all end up working in the end. There we go. So we have 6 of those connected. And then we're going to go ahead and make another one. Come on, thing. Man, it didn't want to work today very well. There we go. And then we'll go ahead and run this to the end. Like this. And then we'll just use our regular connection here. We're just going to get that and get this. Now, the problem is I can't connect anything else to it because I used up all of my wires. But if that happened, you can always upgrade the pole directly. And now I have even more connections that I can do in there. So you can always upgrade your poles later on. That does help a lot. Now, obviously, I want to tie it into my other system down here. Hey, look out. You don't get too far away. You'll drop like a rock. So I'll go ahead and just tie this. Now, I love to run the power underneath. And the reason why I run the power underneath is because this way it actually allows me to float up above. Now that I ran that, I just float my way up, right? Looking sharp. I can also do the same thing I did over there. I can do a little cross connection. I can connect it to here. And now all of these have power, and I can also float along here and just use this as a power pole that's running across there. Now I'm going to take these power poles out because I don't need those back there. And now we're going to do the tricky stuff. We're going to do the fun stuff. That's going to allow us to run it from down below into each of these. So we're going to need to do what's known as an underrun. And that's why I lifted up a little bit extra down here. Because we're going to need a little bit of head space here to run that stuff up into that top part. As well as we're going to need to do a bit of a combining math over here of all of this stuff. Now, you don't have to use your really fast pipes, your Mark II pipes right here, because this is only going to come out at 120, but I just do at some point. I just start using the fastest pipes I can and get that going on. Oh, we got to go check out our shelter, too. I almost forgot. It also has like little bumps on the side, so you can see that. Now, one of the things that I like to do, again, is try to make it look nice. So we're going to try to do this, but it's on the ground, so it's a little tricky when it's on the ground. We're going to do something like that. And then we're going to bring this up. We're going to rotate that a little bit. And let's say something like this. And then we'll run that there. And we might want to run a power under here. You'll see me run power, not because I need the power, but just so I can float up and then do this from like a bird's eye view. If I get close enough to this. Not quite. Not quite close enough. Oh, there we go. Wasn't holding it down long enough. And you can see I can slide along the power. Huh. That's interesting. That actually connected? Here's how we can tell if that's actually working. Bring it down here. No, it's not working. That tells me there's something wrong with that line. Alright, let's take that back out. There's something funky with that. Let's try this over here. Yeah, there's something funky there. Back here. That works. Yeah, see, that's two separate things sitting right on top of each other. See, that's a dead giveaway. You want to be able to look for those signs of something going horribly, horribly wrong. But we fixed it now. All right, there we go. And great way of finding out if something's not working. That one again, not working. Let's go ahead and bring it down. Did not connect. Look, there's a wire there. Apparently it didn't connect. Let's try it again. There we go. Yeah, weird. I mean, I'm close enough so that should work. Huh. Maybe it's this connector. Nope, that's working. Maybe not. Yeah, these all gone red. Oh, I wonder if it lost power. No, this all has power here. All right, there's something that went. Oh, the pole at the top I took out. That's why. I got to reconnect that pole. That's what happened. Reconnect that pole over there. There we go. All right, now we got it going on. What told me that, by the way, is I looked over here and these were red. That means that I cut that power line when I took that other one out. Okay, now let's get back to it. Again, problem solving is your lot in life as a factory builder. And there we go. And now we can go ahead and run that out to there. And again, I'm close enough to where I can just jump up and that should kick in. And you should see a line go and connect to it. Okay, now that we got that fixed, let's go ahead again, just kind of run this forward. Let's say, and I usually like to try to hit it where all the foundations come together. Now I can just float around up above here, which is really fun. It really does change the dynamic of the game when you get to this point. And we'll run that up in there. Now, way back at the end over here, this is where I'm going to put my pump, and I'm going to put a Mark II pump there. Make sure it's going in the right direction, like that. And then, of course, I'm going to need that power. So I'm just going to run that power over here and run that down to there. So now that's going to push that water down the line. Now, we need it to also connect over here. So this is 120, 120, and 120. Hey, Siri, what's 600 divided by 120?
600 divided by 120 is 5.
Okay, so basically what she's saying is 5 of these together equals 1 maximum pipe. So we've got 3 there. And let's see which one we want to use. Maybe this one and this one we'll use. So we're going to go ahead and grab this one right here. And we're just going to run that like this. Say, we'll just go ahead and make it kind of aligned to what we've got. And then we'll just run it like this. Now, one of the things about pipes, everybody, I don't know if I like that. Let me go ahead and adjust that. One of the things about pipes is that they're both mergers and splitters. Pretty much, really what they do is they fill the whole thing with fluid. That's the important thing to remember, is that it fills it with fluid and has to fill up the whole entire pipe first to get it going. All right, hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Who is that awesome person? Man coming in, showing some love. Show him some love in the chat, everybody. All right, so we got those two connected now. And again, you don't have to. I mean, we're not getting that much head lift. But I'm a big fan of putting in the pipes, or the pumps, I mean, so that you don't come back later and say, oh, I got my head lift is all screwed up. But really, one pump is more than enough at this point. Now, also, we've got the problem of our thing also doing that, or we can just go ahead and bring this straight up, cross-connect that over to there, and now our other pump is going. Remember, you want to push it, not pull the water. So now we have 5 of them all together, and so we want to combine these 2 together again. Now, again, we can make this all fancy. We can bring it up on foundations and do all of that. I find that, I like to be time efficient, not only just resource efficient, but definitely time efficient as well. Now, what I want to do is bring this over this way. Now, by the way, see how it's turned yellow? That's called soft clearance. I could run it right through the middle of that if I want to, but it lets you get a lot closer than you used to be able to your stuff, which I think is awesome. And then we'll go put another splitter here, and I like to put it on the low side. So again, it has less resistance, and then bump into that thing, and then connect those together. Now we have our 600 all combined into one. Now what we want to do is take this, we want to run it up. So what we're going to do is just simply find a spot to run that up above. Now I suggest not to do that right there. What you want to do is go up here and figure out where you actually want your stuff to come up, right? But I don't want to do it up here. I'm going to do it down below. I'm going to do what's known as an underrun, where you actually run it underneath over here. But I do have an idea of where I'm going to be running it up into the first one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use what's known as a floor hole, if I have it unlocked. Yes, pipeline floor hole right here. Now, you'll notice that sometimes it's blue and sometimes it's yellow. Blue means that it's going to be awesome, and yellow means that sometimes it might be awesome. I typically like to go blue because that just makes it easier. Now, I also have some floor holes that I could use for the conveyor lifts, right? So I'm going to also, or not, because my thing decided to drift while I was doing it. I'm going to go ahead and put that in as well. You can also change the direction of those now, which is awesome. So we're going to go ahead and put in our lifter like this. Now, you notice that this one actually is going in this direction. So we can do that, and we're going to hope that that works. Because you might want to be a little closer, and you definitely want to make sure that it is actually working. And the same thing with our pipes here. We can just go ahead and go like this. And now, that's all you're going to see from the top side. But underneath is where all the stuff is going to be. And that's how we're going to connect it and run it right up here. Now, one of the things that we will want to do is we'll want to connect these all together down the line as we go. Now, this is where it starts getting tricky, but I highly suggest that you go up here and you do all of these first for your floor holes, and of course you want to line them all up to each other. And I try to do the same thing, the stuff that's similar, all the way down the line. And so again, we're going to start with 8 of these to start. And make sure that all of your coal plants are aligned as well. Otherwise, this is going to trip you up. And there we go. So we did all of the pipelines, and then now we're going to do the conveyor wall floor holes. Now, am I going to connect all the pipes right now? Nope. I just need to be able to see it from underneath to kind of work all of that stuff underneath there. Now, of course, pipes are going to be way easier than conveyor belts, and I'll show you why. Now, our first problem is if we just go and do this, we're going to have a little problem with that coal, right? That's going to be an issue. Now, I could offset the coal so the coal is out of the way, but that's just something to think about. Now, we can fix that pretty easily, everybody, because what you can do is you can actually use one of your splitters here to control the way that you have this up here. You can actually stack these on top of each other too, by the way, if you didn't know that. You can just stack them literally right in the middle of the air, which is really cool. I like that about it. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that we can go ahead and control the way that this is going. Right? So say we want to go ahead and split this out like this and run it out the other way. We can just do something like that, take this part out. And then what we can do is use that as a template, right? That one right there as a template to put more of them down if we want to. Now, I wish I could just go ahead and put it on the thing because it doesn't allow me to kind of like move it closer or move it further away or snap it to the underside. It tries to snap to the top side. which makes that a lot more difficult. But I could just go in and just do this and work my way around it more like that, leaving a nice thing there, which is really not what you want to do, everybody. Here's what you want to do. You want to go ahead and utilize your lifters. Now, your lifters right here, your stackable pipeline supports, are going to be incredibly useful at this point, especially if you're on grid. Right now, I'm not really on grid, but I'm going to go ahead and say do this, and I can go ahead and stack these up. But look what happens when you're not on grid, right? It gets all like, it's all turned, and you know, you're on your thing and it's moving around. It makes it a lot more difficult. So we take those all back out again, and we just go ahead and bring ourselves some of our foundations over to help us align to the grid of our base, and then get our stackable pipelines. And then, okay, well, sometimes it just feels like doing what it wants to do. And then we're going to go ahead and again try to look at the alignment here, and let's say right here, and we're going to bring that up like that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pipe this water up, and we're going to run it into this end. Right now you can see that this first one is past the point at which we want to get started. So maybe we want to back this up a little bit, right? We want to go ahead and do this to get it started over here. We're also going to look at it this way and say, okay, yeah, we're not blocking the actual ore that we're going to be running as well. I like to run the pipe offset and the sting offset, though I could work it in such a way that I have the pipe down a level, and then I could just bring the coal in from the side level. There's all sorts of ways of doing this, but it really involves using your grid and then also using your logistics and using your stackers. Same thing on this side. I could very easily do the same thing I've got here. And of course, there's 100 different ways. I could go over every single way that you could do this, everybody. But this is a great way to get started, just to kind of thinking about what you're trying to do, right? See how they're lined up on both sides. So what I could do is go ahead and do this and put this and say like that. Nope. Try that again. There we go. This way. There we go. Like that. And then as I run it down, I could go ahead and just run that into there as I go down the line. Now, really what I want to do is a bunch of splitters there. So again, this gets more and more complex the more trickier it gets. And so I can just run a splitter up to try to line that up. It's offset by one little thing to the side. Let's go ahead and move over by one right there. There we go. And then we'll go up. And there we go. So now we have a splitter there. Now we don't even need this anymore. We can go ahead and take this out. And we can use that splitter as our alignment. And we'll take all these other ones out here. Now that splitter is going to be the alignment for all of it all the way down. So all I got to do is feed it in this side, and down the road it goes, right? Pretty easy. Same thing with your pipes here. Now, I'm one of those people that if I'm going to do this, then I want the pipes to line up the same way. I know you're probably that same person, so you probably want to do it like this and try to get it off the center here and say, you know what, I'm going to do it just like this. Make it look sweet. We'll take that out. We don't need this. We'll take this out. But now you're saying to yourself, well, Kismet, how do I get that to go up into there? Because if I just run the pipe, it's going to be all funky chicken, and then I got to do another splitter thing over here, and do the thing that goes down the line. It's going to be really awkward. Well, again, remember that that pipelines are both splitters and mergers. Also, if you have it too close to the pipeline, we're going to have a problem. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this very thing. I'm going to use this green line to line this up. I'm just going to do a short one here first, but later on we'll make this much bigger. And then we'll just bring that up about the same level. Do not line it directly up to the thing, because that's going to mess you up. You want to have a bit of an offset. And then run that across. Then we can go to this side. We can look at this and say, you know what, I want to have this. By the way, they added the ability to hold down control and snap to it, except for it doesn't work in this particular instance. And so I'm just going to kind of manually line it up. And then I can go ahead and I can try to run it up there. But look at this, everybody. You're having a bit of a problem. But you can actually toggle your build mode, so it'll just go in there just like that. Right? That's different types of build modes. So in this case, that was, what was that? It was, I think it was noodle. Yeah, it was noodle. So you can get that to fit in there. Now, I would suggest if you really want to do it right, it's a little close. It's a little close to it. Maybe just go out one more. Again, you're just using this as kind of a template. And so you go out just a little bit more. You go ahead and take this back out again. Again, if you want to do it right, you should invest the time and effort into it to lining all that stuff up. And again, we know that this one is going to be offset as well. I put a lot of stuff down that's just solely as a template. A template for me to kind of line things up. You don't always line it up perfectly the first time. Sometimes you do after a while. You got a general sense of it and whatnot. All right, so now we'll go ahead and do this. And again, we can't snap it, but we'll line that up. We'll go ahead and run this. And now you're going to, even without the noodle, by the way, the auto mode, you can try to connect it there. But one of the things you're going to notice that also it has to do with its horizontal and its vertical distance. So if I go and say, you know what, maybe I should run this down by 1. Again, I'm doing all this stuff on purpose so you guys can do it. I could just go and do it, everybody. But one of the things that I like to do here in the stream is do all the issues that you guys are going to run into that I've already run into 100 times. And try to figure them out ahead of time. So give yourself a little bit of room here. Let's say if we put that down just a little bit and we run that up, we're going to have that, right? But doesn't look that good either, right? We'll back up a little bit. Maybe if we hit R, it'll give us something better. Oh, wait a minute. There's noodle, horizontal to vertical, and then auto mode. So noodle again, looking much better. Now, of course, I'm going to get the question, Kismet, how would you do it? I would do it the way I was doing it before. I would go in and I would do it all the way to the top so it matches up to the other side over here, like this. And then I would run this across, take that number 8, which is 8 on my bar down there, try to line it up as best I can, visually like that. I would then start to run this right here. I would make sure that was on noodle, because ain't no one going to be seeing that, everybody, only you, because it's underneath there. It's underneath there. Remember, this is what people see when they're on top of your base. And then there should nobody be down here except for you or your employees down there getting that going on. All right, so there we go. So now we have a precedent set, except for we have a bit of a problem. We have some things in the way here. Now remember, they do have soft clearance now, so you can literally just run that right through the middle of your stuff. So you can get this lined up. Now notice that these things at the bottom, again, are not lined up to the foundations. You can go in and line them up if you want to. I don't worry about it, everybody. I don't worry about it in the long run. Now here's what we're also going to do. We're going to go ahead and make this a lot further than where we got it. So what we're going to do is we're going to hit this out of there. We're going to hit number 7. And we're going to run this as far as it's going to let us, right? So we're going to see it start to separate from the pipe. That means that it's too far. And if we go back a little bit, it turns yellow. So that's good. So I'd like to do it right here, but I definitely should do it a little bit beforehand. Let's say right where this thing is, right about there. I'm just kind of visually looking at it. And then we're going to go ahead and get our stackable pipelines, move it over. You might even want to go way down here and run that green line down as far as you can, or maybe just put one in between. It's going to let me, come on, mouse. Let's say there. And then see, now it's going to bring it down to there. And we have it already lined. But again, once you've done it after a while, you can see I could just eyeball it based on the foundations. And where all the little lines are on the foundation, how I have it offset on the foundation. That helps a lot, everybody. It helps a lot to get that down. So instead of running little segments, I can just run one big segment from over there and run it over here. Let me get this all the way up to the top. There we go. I would do the water first, by the way. The other one's fairly easy. You want to get your water squared away. And then this one we can run all the way down. You'll see that I'll do this in groups of 8 because the line runs are way easier and all of that. And you can group it. If you have a problem with that particular one, you can problem solve it without having to problem solve the entire thing. Doing things in modules really helps you a lot. And then one of the things that would be really cool is if you could like blueprint it and just make that whole thing over and over and over again. that would be awesome as well. But they haven't added that yet, sadly. So here we go. We're going to keep this going. We're going to again grab this. And we're going to go all the way down to the end of our last one here. And we just need to be basically at least enough past it. And one of the cool things we're going to do is actually take all this other stuff out. In the final thing, you won't see all of this template stuff that we're using right now. So it doesn't really matter how far I run it now, because all of that stuff won't even be there in the long run. And I'll show you what I mean when we get done here. So we'll go ahead and run that line. And now we're going to do all of our connectors. And again, you'll see that I do a lot of similar things at the same time. You can see we're getting a little bit of that gridlock there. There we go. Now it's working. Holding down control, by the way. And it's getting us to, I didn't even know that worked, everybody. It wasn't working on the first one, but hey, if it works, it works. I'll take it. Apparently they fixed that. That used to not work, everybody. It works now. And then we're going to go down here again. Now, I could have just started from that other end. And since we still have it on noodle, easy peasy. Right over here. Now, another thing we need to figure out before we get too much of this going on is how much 600 water, how many of these feeds to 600 water. Hey, Suri. I think I already did it.
Yours already did it, finally.
All right. Hold on. She just tried to get me some music there. No music. Suri, you crazy. You crazy, girl. Let's see. So we got 600 water. Each one takes 50. Hey, Suri, what's 600 divided by 50?
600 divided by 50 is 12.
12. So this one pipeline is going to equal 12 of our coal plants. Again, it's good to know the math, everybody. So we're doing 8 right now. And then we're 9, 10, 11, 12. So notice how it works in groups of 4s. Remember I was talking about groups of 4s and 8s? So this is going to be a group of 8, and then I'll do another group of 8. But the first one will be the first 4, and then I'll do another group of 8 on that, and then you'll see that it actually does that other side as well, or as many as I can do with my coal. So we're going to start with the first 8, though. But we know that we can do up to 12 with just this one water run. So when we add 4 more at the end, we'll continue this line going down the road. Okay, so we got that done. You know what we don't need anymore? We don't need the pipeline supports. We're just going to say that it attaches itself to the roof there, like so. And I can't wait for those roof attachments. Those are going to be awesome. And there we go over here. Now, this whole part at the end, I don't even need that anymore either, because this is actually going to be my water connector, and it's actually going to come from the side. It's going to come from right down here. Now I can put this wherever I really want it to be, but I'm going to put it right in the center because I just feel like it. And then here's a little trick, everybody. If you go this way, like this, you can see that it's kind of going, you know, the pipe is going at an angle. I'm going to back up a little bit. See, it's going at an angle, like that. You get the idea. But I can actually control the way that looks. I can have it go straight up and go like that. See? Because that's cool. And that's what I want to do. Now watch what happens if I go from the other direction. If I go ahead and do the same thing, that's called vertical, and I connect it, it's going to do that. Right? So that's something different, going in the opposite direction. And if I go in and I run it like this, and I go ahead and try the different build modes, you're going to see that it does something different. Now that's cool too, if that's your thing. But me, I go from where I'm starting to where I'm going to, and that's going to build a perfectly vertical and then a horizontal pipe, and that's going to make that look pretty awesome. Now, one of the things you can see also is the pipe's a little at an angle, right? If you want to fix that, of course, you can slide it further down. You can try to align it a little bit as well. Now, this is where your alignment gets real tricky, right? So you want to kind of eyeball it here and run it right to, say, there, and try to line that up. I don't know. That's probably good enough. In the long run, it doesn't really matter, but, you know, if you want it to look a little bit more straight, there you go. You got it going. I could probably move it just ever so slightly more as well because I'm a perfectionist. Let's go ahead and take that out. Let's visualize where that was before. Let's guess right there. Again, there are some alignment tools that don't allow you to do cross alignment right there. Like, you know, snap that to perfectly vertical and horizontal. But you get the idea. That works awesome. That's actually working right now. That's actually putting that water down the line, as you can see. And there's more than enough water in there. It's going to run down. It's going to pipe that in there. Now, the same thing with our other side here. We want to go ahead and run this down like this temporarily. We want to go ahead and use our lifters here. Now, our one lifter is already there, so we can use that as a grid. So I'm going to do this just to try to see if it is actually at the same. It is. I'm just going to offset that, or I could have left my original stack. But you want to leave one here at the bottom. And then what we want to do is, of course, line it this way and line it that way, right? Now, it's kind of hard to line it this way. You just want to visually kind of watch, and then visually watch in that direction, and then rinse and repeat. Now, me, I kind of line myself up visually this way and get that going. Now, one of the problems is that your top part here is probably not facing the right direction. Vitally important to know which direction it is, right? The arrow is the out. This is an out, and that is an in. When you see three lines, three line means the input, a kind of an arrow-looking thing, or, you know, it's got the side angles, and then the thing is an output. So this is a splitter, so it's going to come in from this side and split it into that first one. We're looking good. Let's make sure that we've got our orange coming from this direction, so that from this one over here can then run to this one and then split into the next one, and so on, and so on. And you get the idea. Now that you got the idea, everybody, I'm going to go way faster. I hope you don't mind. So we can get this done. That is not aligned right there. Hold on. Let's do that again. Let's get that over just one more. There we go. And again, try to get up just a little bit so I can see where it's at. That looks good to me. Now, before you get too far in, you do a whole bunch of them and realize that it's not going to work. You want to make sure that you go in and you test this and make sure that that is properly aligned. Look at how it's sitting there. All of that actually looks pretty good. Let's test it like this. And that is looking good. But see, the problem is that's going in the wrong direction. That's saying come down and go into there when it shouldn't do that. It should be coming out and going up there. So what we can do is we can go in here, and they have the ability now to quick switch, which, oh wait, no, that's the switching the thing. We need to switch the direction. There we go, R for toggle mode, pressing the wrong button. And so what that did is actually switch me to the slower lifter, by the way, when I hit that quick switch. You can't see any change, but you can see it actually says Mark 1, Mark 2, Mark 3, Mark 4. You can actually switch your items through a whole bunch of items if you want. But I'm just going to make sure it's on Mark 5 and that I have put it in the right direction. So it's coming out of here and going up into there. Same thing here, out of there, up into there. By the way, if you do the same thing over and over, it makes your production go way faster. All right. Always put your lifters in last. Never trust your lifters, everybody. Take these conveyor lifters out. Put them in at the very last thing. And everything that you do, put those in last, right? You can use them for alignment, but in the end, take them out, put them in. Those are the things that trip me up the most. All right, let's keep going. Now, of course, this is a lot more work than simply just doing it on the surface level. Doing it up above is obviously a lot less work than what I'm doing, but this is going to be awesome in the end. So now, again, I'm just going to be working on this real quick, try to speed up a little bit. Be watching my alignment there. If I don't like it, I'm going to go back, try to align that visually. A little hard because my little thing likes to drift. It likes to drift when I'm trying to do it. And again, I try to line myself up in the center and just run my arrow along in that center. Let's say there. I don't know. Looks like it's offset to me. And a little offset on that one. And then I'll look at how it was on the foundations. I'm using this green line to line me up. And then let's try that. That looks good. You can also look and see how it looks on the foundation to where it's sitting in the foundations. And you can look at it from this side to see if it is square against that side as well. Also good for checking your arrows. And I think we're good. We're good. All right. Now, the other thing we got to do, of course, is to put in all of these. And again, once you have the direction going the right direction, then that's going to help you as well. So you can just do a whole bunch of these in a sequence. Otherwise, it's going to reset back the other way. It did it before. I feel like when you pick something up, it should automatically pick up its orientation as well. Hopefully they add that at some point. All right, so we got our first one going into our second one, into our third one, and so on and so forth. You got the idea now. Okay, now all we gotta do is put some coal in there and we're off and running. Now, I could leave my coal line like it is right here, running along, but I don't want to do that either. What I want to do is create a little bit of a backlog of the coal right over here. And I'm actually going to move this coal line over so that it does match up to the higher level eventually. I want everything to be up at this higher level here, and I'm going to run it all the way across and replace the base with that. Now, of course, we only have so much time in the day, everybody, and time goes by fast when you're playing this game. Now, do I think I'm going to get it all done? I don't think so, because 3.5 hours have already gone by. Do you know that? 3.5 hours have already gone by here on the stream, and it feels like that. It feels like just a few seconds have gone by. I know. That's why you got to be a little diligent about your time. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and grab one of these big old boxes over here, and I'm going to go ahead and align these boxes so that the input of this is actually going into the box first. So it's kind of like a bit of a backlog of your resources. Just trying to hit C. And you can see that's way too close for that. And again, that's what I went down there to look at, to see how close that was. That was way too close. Let's back it up. Let's go ahead and back it up here. There we go. Now, I could just run it like this, like that, but of course we want to make it where that lifter is nicely lined up. Look at that. Very nice. And then just straight across into there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make another one of these boxes real quick because I've already got a backlog of it. No reason to have multiple backlogs over here anyway. One box is more than enough. So I can also do this offline, by the way. I can just take the stuff and feed it in there. And that stuff's going to fire in there, and it's going to end up into these things. Now, these are plugged in. So that means that the second this has enough water and it has enough coal, those things are going to turn on, everybody. We're going to start to see this gray line go up as well. Now, it should go up fairly quickly. If you don't see the other ones, their green lights coming on, then you've got a problem. See that one? That one's not even on. It's got no fuel. It's got no power. What's going on there? Well, that's because we didn't connect it at the top yet. But that's okay. We're just testing that first one first to make sure it is working. And it definitely did work because we can see we got a bump in our overall power. So very easy to fix. Again, we can just go, I got to get my stuff back. And we also need to divert this coming out of here. Now, also, we have our coal off right now, so we got to basically turn that power line back on again once we have these all up and running. So we'll want to divert this. Instead of going this way now, we'll want to take this with 3. There we go. And run that right into that box. There we go. All right. Very nice. And then we'll go ahead and get all of this fired up so we can do that. So we'll grab this box right here. I'll take the box out. It'll pick everything up and put it back in my inventory. And my cup is being annoying. And then there we go. So now we'll do the same thing here. Now on this, I suggest you just get down on the ground because this is a little awkward to put these in here, I find. So again, that's going to go right there, and you have to rotate it. I wish it would remember that you already rotated it once. You don't have to keep rotating it every time. A little annoying, but you know, you do what you got to do. I guess whatever direction you were doing it from, that would help as well, but I don't know. It has a tendency to turn it every time. I know. I already rotated it, so it should remember where I rotated it the first time. That's just me and my crazy thoughts. And there we go. There we go. We're just going to keep running those in there. We're going to replace all 8 of those that we had going before. Easy. Easy, everybody. And then we'll get back up here, and you can hear them all firing up. We're watching for those green lines all the way down. We want to see those green arrows. What's going on here? No fuel, right? No fuel going on this one. Why is there no fuel going right there? That's because something is afoot. Something is afoot on that one. Right there, these last two have an issue. Those ones all looking good. Let's go see what the issue is. Did I forget to put the lifter in there? Maybe. Maybe. Let's go see what's going on. Oh, got the lifter in there. Got the lifter in that one. Maybe it's going the wrong direction. Oh, we don't have the water here either. Let's go ahead and get that water up in there as a noodle. There we go. Let's get that water in that last one. And then again, if it's not coming through, check the lifter. Check this line here too to see if that line's coming through. Is it coming through there? Yes, it's coming through to there, but it's not coming through the belt onto the next one. So we'll take the belt out. We'll put the belt in again. We'll see if it comes through. No. That's weird. That's weird that it's not passing through there. This thing has a problem. Let's take this one out. Basically just backtrack it. That's an input. That's an output. Now it's working. Even though I did it properly before, something was wrong there. Remember, it is early access, so you are going to have those type of issues. Go from the ceiling connector first, and then to the object. Oh, I wasn't even watching its direction. Hold on. Let's do that again. It was going the right way. Okay. Put that there. This one's already good. How do you know it's working, everybody? Well, what you want to do is see that this is moving. If that's moving, then you know that's working. Over here, we'll see if this is moving, and then, oh, there we go. And then we'll go ahead and go up above. Now, we only have so much coal in that box, though we got a lot of it. We only have so much, and we want to see green lines, or green lights all the way down the line. And now we have that power. Let's go take a look at our line. Bada bada bing. Now I have more power than if I had every single thing running in my factory, right? That's awesome. So now I can just go ahead and reconnect, right? So I think, okay, well, everything's good now. I can just reconnect. The whole rest of my factory is going to come on. Never trust it, everybody. Never trust it, because look what happened to that blue line. Now that blue line went whoop, and the reason why I did that is because that basically what I did was I had the rest of the factory disconnected, so it wasn't showing me the true blue line. And now everything else is going to get fired back up again, including my oil power that's going right now. And so really I'm doing about 1,000, topping out, around 1,000, and it's producing 1,500. So now I have more than enough power to run all of my stuff again, as long as I don't have everything running at the same time. But it needs time to build up, right? It needs time to get up to basically max Q. And so you still want to be watching. You want to see where it starts to crown, right? Where it starts to hit that high side of your power. And one of those things that we wanted to do, and because we added I've connected to the wrong thing. That was all sorts of fail there. Right here, we want to connect it to the correct thing. There we go. So what that's going to do is that's going to take all that coal now, and you saw how much faster it got here, right? Because it's going at like 780 speed, and you can see now it's starting to fill that back up again. And it's going to fill it, because there's a backlog way back there. It's going to fill this back up again. Plus, I have another box over there. If I did get in trouble, I can go grab some from over there, too, that I'm using for my steel. All right, so we prioritized our power. That's looking awesome. We got that styling, right? Now, another thing that we might want to do is work on our redoing all of this, redoing our oil power and all of that. But first, we want to go ahead and take a break because it has been like 3.5 hours. And thank you to everybody for the follows as well. Sausage Gut, I see you in there. Man, appreciate you as well. Hitting that follow button earlier. And time for a stretch. Yes, I'm going to just get up and stretch. There we go. So here's what I'm going to do, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and start some... Oh, wait, let's go to Fallout Shelter real quick and work on our Vault Zero so we can get our people going. And then we're going to check it again at the end of the stream. I forgot to come back and see if they had coupled up. All right. Oh, I gotta, hold on. Hold on, I gotta go back over here. Options, audio. Turn that down. Go over here, turn the sound up. And hopefully I haven't been recording that whole time. There we go. All right, now we got a recording. We got them coupling up. Like that. And there we go. So we have a lot of issues with our power and our water. Now this is my perception lady here. So I'm going to take her, put her back in perception. Right there. Now, I don't have enough people right now to get this going, but meanwhile, while I was doing all of that, all my other people have come back to the vault. What I want to do is I want to just collect. Do not sell your common items, everybody. Just collect everything that you got into there, and I'm out of storage. And so they're going to walk in, and I'm just going to literally put them in the vault door. I'm going to put them over here, maybe in the power. As well. Let's see if we got any other. You know what? Let's just put everybody in the power to help out. That guy's not very good at power. That guy's not going to be any helpful at all in the power. Let's just let those guys chill out in there. And that's going to help me catch up a bit on the power. But you can see that some of these people don't have names and some of them do. That one's I3. This one's P5. So he's Perception 5. So I can go ahead and pull her out of there. And try to catch up on my perception and whatnot down there. And then outside the vault, I'm also going to need some storage. So one of the first things I'm going to do here, now that I have a little bit of caps there, is also go ahead and put in an elevator. And then see if I have enough for a storage room. And just put one right there along the top. And then I can go ahead and collect the rest of these items. Okay, now we got a problem of that we need to heal our peeps, right? They need to get healed. But we don't have enough people to do the things they need to do, right? So these guys are just a bunch of no-name dudes in here. They don't have any really good stats. This guy over here has Charisma 3. So Lewis here, we're going to rename him. You just click up at the top. Or if you're on mobile, you just tap on it. And you can change their name. So C3 right there. And then what's this guy got? He's got I3, which he's already named. This guy over here has Agility 3. So we're going to get that going. Oops, I accidentally took his name. If you actually take his name out, you just click out and his name will go back to default. If you've taken everything out. And this guy is a 3. So what could I do, everybody? Well, I have a bit of caps here. I can try to catch up on my resources here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and try to do a little bit of expanding of the thing that is the worst, right? What's the worst off of those two right now? Power seems to be fine. All of that stuff seems to be fine. Let's go ahead and put her in there. And then we're just going to see if these guys are any better than what we've got. That guy's not any better. This guy, not any better. Because you can see it says minus or it says zeros. That means it's the same. Same thing here. Minus or better. Nope, that guy's no good. He's no better than what we've got, no better than what we got, and no better than what we've got. Now, one of the things we want to do with the ladies here, and this is something new that I'm doing, is I'm also just going to go ahead and give them the outfits that we just brought back from the wasteland, because they're the ones that are going to be sitting in the vault. So that's going to go ahead and give her a boost of perception as well. Now, if they have any other outfits here, like he's got a strength outfit right here that we could say, no, take that off. And then go ahead and give that to her. Like that. He's got a strength outfit on as well. That's a +2 strength outfit. Let's see. She's got a +3. Let's go ahead and give this girl a +2. And then we'll just give this guy the +1. And then this guy over here. Now, again, they're all radiated. Every single person in the vault is radiated right now. And we got to watch out for that. Now, this one right here has agility on it. Right down here, so we can go ahead and look at our agility ladies here, and notice that it doesn't show up. The reason why it doesn't show up is some outfits are oriented toward a certain type of person, whether they're male or female. Some can only be worn by males, and some can only be worn by females. But this one here, the initiative robe, has some agility, so we'll give her that one. And then we'll look around and see what else we got. This guy's got an outfit. It's going to be intelligence and charisma. Over here, we've got Roger, and he's got charisma and intelligence as well. Nothing really that will help them in the long run. Now, I can also look through all of my peeps and see if they need a weapon, and I'm just going to go by stats. So the top weapon's going to come to the top, and I'm just going to go through and basically give all the dudes here a weapon, so when they're out in the wasteland, they can shoot some stuff. All right, so there we go. Now, if we have our stuff balanced enough, we will basically catch up. Now, right now, you can see that my lines are really far up. This is why this is hard to do, everybody. It's hard to do this because if you expand too quickly, you can't keep up with your resources. So the first thing we want to do, of course, is expand our diner right over here. So we're making more food. And you're going to see that that line now dropped down to the middle, which is about where you want it to be. Except for I can't expand my water now because I don't have enough caps to get that going on. How can I get more caps? Well, dude's on his way back right here. He's got his 36 minutes. I do have some Nuka-Cola Quantum, so if I do want to speed that along, I can just say, you know what? Get here now. And burn one of my Quantums, and he's got a bunch of outfits down here because we did get an elite character there. Do not sell common items in the beginning. That's for later when you have lots of stuff. So we're going to collect him, and now, not only does he help us out, but you can see that he has some pretty high stats here. So we can go ahead and pull him in, and now he can go in the agility room and help out in there as well. And again, we can go ahead and pull some people down here, see what their agility is. Agility 1, agility 3. All right, he's good. We'll put him in there. No. And then this dude, -1, not good at all. Now we have 878 caps. It's good to have a backup plan, everybody. You can also log out, wait for that guy to come back, and then get the caps, and hope they don't die. And then now we got the water treatment here. Let's go ahead and see. He's okay. He's got 2. We'll take that. That's just 1. This guy is 2. This guy is 0. And this guy is 0. Now, again, we'll check all 3. 0. 0. And 0. So this guy up here at the top. Now, one of the things we can also do to try to help out at this point is also add an additional power generator. When you're right about 20 peeps, you want to add another one there. And even if these guys aren't that great, throw them in there anyway. Oh, that guy's actually better than that guy. And then this dude, who is kind of just chilling, we'll put him if he's got any space. No space in there. So no space for him in there. Now, another thing that we can do at this point, and we're going to need it in the long run, is our stem packs and our rataways. Now, normally I put my stem packs and rataways at the top, but I'm not going to do that this round. We're trying to get to 24 dwellers at this point. We also have a bunch of baby dwellers in here that are running around in Vault 0 here. So we're waiting for them to come up. That takes about an hour for them to be born and about an hour for them to grow up in real time. But we're going to need some stem packs as well and some rataways. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to try something different. We're going to go med bay right here for those stem packs. Now, what happened to the guy that had higher intelligence? Well, guess what? It's this guy right here, right? He has higher intelligence. Plus, I have an outfit that I just got, which is +3 intelligence. So that's going to help him do stem packs right there. So we just happened to work out perfectly where we got enough people to do all of the power, enough people to do all the food, and all of that stuff and get it going. Now, people are getting very highly radiated, very unhappy in the vault as well because they just came back from the wasteland. They went out there, they died, and then we res them and we bring it back because we were too lazy to get it going on there. Now, I do have another vault, everybody, that I have been playing since day 1 of Fallout Shelter. I've been playing for 7.5 years. That's right. It has been going continuously since the game launched on June 14th of 2015, and I actually did my very first stream playing Fallout Shelter here on Twitch, way before I became a partner 5 years ago. I played Fallout Shelter. I was the only one playing it on Twitch, by the way. I was the only one who figured out how to get it from your iPad, and then get it into OBS, and then, of course, stream it out. And so I have that vault live right now in there. Now, this is a new vault that we just created today. We're running 3 vaults at the same time, and I'm just trying to give you a little bit of intro into getting things going on. Now, of course, we're going to play this a lot more at the end. We're just basically playing some Satisfactory. We're going to let our coal run for a little bit, let it backlog, let that get going. We're going to take a break here in a second as well. But one of the things that we're definitely going to need to do at the end of the stream here is spend some time catching up on our resources and getting our resources all the way up. Now, the other thing that is an absolute godsend that they added much later in the game in here as well, would you consider yourself an expert authority on the game? Well, Origami Guru biggest fan, I just answered that question before I read your question, and that's why they call me Kismet. I would consider myself a well-versed in Fallout Shelter. I have literally played it for tens of thousands of hours. So there you go. So yes, I would consider myself an expert in the game, and we just had another Kismet moment. So hit that follow button. There you go. Look, I answered your question before we even did it. Now, later on, you can get Mr. Handies to help you, but I'm going to show you the secret to the entire game. You ready? I'm going to show you right now. What you want to do is you want to go into this. Now, they actually didn't have this at the beginning of the game, so I just had to do it in my head. But they do have it now, and they have your stats. Now, all of this other stuff should be at the bottom. The thing that should be at the very top of this list is this thing right here. Power production and consumption, right? So my power production right now is 14. How much am I consuming? Only 5. So that means that over time, if I just let it keep coming up and keep clicking it, guess what? I'm going to catch up. Now, of course, sometimes there's going to be some events that catch you behind and keep causing you to fall behind because, you know, like a rad scorpion comes in or mole rats or whatever it is, or raiders are coming in stealing your food and water. But you will, as long as your production, you want it not just to be the same or at level or even just a little bit higher. You want it to be way higher in the beginning, right? So right now, my power production is 14. I'm using 4. I have 10 extra power every cycle, every minute. That's awesome. That means I'm going to catch up on my power, no problem. Now, food production, I'm at 11, and I'm consuming 7. So that's pretty awesome, I think. Or wait, no, food production is 11. Yeah, 11.29, and food consumption is 7. So that's not too bad. That's a pretty far distance. Not too bad. Now, the really problem one is my water production. My water production is 7.72, just barely above this. But if I'm really diligent and I click it every single time and I don't get any events and I just keep clicking it the second it comes up, and here's a little trick that I do, everybody. I go in and I look at the one that's going to take the least amount of time, right? And I'll set my vault up a little bit higher like this. I'll zoom out to the stage, and I'll click on each and every one just like this, and I'll say, okay, this one's 117, this one's 112. And then what I'll do is I'll let this run. I usually play it on the iPad, and I'm playing on PC through Steam. So what I'll do is I'll do this, because what happens when it comes up is that little thing will flash. It'll flash and grab your attention. So what I do is I let this run. I slide over to my other computer. I'm over there doing videos and graphic design, and out of the corner of my eye, I see it flash, and I say, okay, it needs something. And then I go, okay, and I collect the resources, and then I go back some. So you can play it very, constantly watching it the whole time, because some of these things take a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes to come up. You don't want to be sitting here watching that timer for 5 minutes, right? That's for sure. Now, of course, the better outfits, the more leveled up they get, the more vault dwellers we get in here, the more we're going to get stuff unlocked to be able to do training. Now, training is the key also to the game, but definitely understanding your consumption and then output. Now, we've got a ringer, everybody. We've got this guy. He's an epic. We got him from a card. Now, he's a ringer for both strength and agility, but I could put him in perception, but he's not really going to help me too much in perception. But what I can do also is I can look at the list here. I can sort by perception. I can sort and see who has the best perception right now. P5, Ethan, who I've named P5, by the way. It has to do with how much perception he has. He's right in there somewhere. Let's get that. Where are you at? Where's he at? The thing came up. Ethan, where are you at, bro? He's right here. This is my perception dude. So he's my best perception guy in the vault right now. Now, another thing that I want to do is I also want to get some radaways going, because what that's going to do, if I can get the radaways out of here, it's going to bring my happiness up in my vault. Right now, this guy is 10%, so they're only 75% happy. I'm getting a +8 bonus. That's still really good considering everybody... Oh, and we got the mysterious stranger. Hold on, let's find him. Is he in the vault door? Ah! Most of the time, vault door and in the elevators, everybody. Look for them there, and then look for them in the rooms. And I suggest when you're looking for them in the rooms when you first start off, do this. Just kind of scroll back and forth, nice and zoomed in. He loves to hide behind stuff. He loves to be back in the actual electricity back there. He likes to be right here in this little cubby hole. So, you know, you look at your vault door, you don't see him. That's because he's hiding behind the edge. So you have to scroll your little, scroll your window to see him. Oh, and we got our first stem pack there as well. All right, now there's anybody who needs a stem pack. Now, Zach here, he's 100% happy. We got him going. Gene's okay. Roger needs some love there, but he needs a stem pack is what he needs. A Radaway is what he needs. So if we have enough, we also might want to try to get our Radaway going. We need 400 for that. We have about 297. Now remember, when they level up, when you rush a room, all of those things will help you get that going as well. But right now, we're just really hurting for the water, right? Water is our worst thing. So let's look at everybody. We got Ethan, who's in the water treatment. We've got Jack, who's in the water treatment. We've got Ryan, who's a child right now, who we would love to have him grow up. And we can tell how long it's going to be, by the way. If we go ahead and click on the child, there is actually a meter right here above me. This right here tells you how close they are to actually growing up, which is probably in the next 15 to 30 minutes. I would say that's more like 10 minutes, 10 to 5 minutes, that they're going to be a full-fledged adult. And then I can go ahead and use them in my rooms so that they're not just sucking up my food and water. Now, I can also reduce the amount of food and water being done. I'm going to show you that right here. First, we're going to go ahead and look at the stats right here. And we're going to say, okay, how can I reduce my water, right? I'm producing 7.9, but I want to reduce it. My water consumption is 7.2 right now. I'm going to grab the guy who's doing stem packs, and I'm going to throw him outside the vault door. I'm going to say, go explore, right? And we're going to run him out. Now, one of the things that if they are out here, and this proves this, by the way, if they are outside, that you notice my water consumption went down by a little bit. It's 7.2, right? So once he's out of the vault, he'll start to scrounge around for food and water and not affect the vault at all. Also, you might notice that my happiness went up as well. That's because his happiness might have been dragging down the vault, or on average, it's driving down. Now, when you send people out, here's what you do. Recall them and put them right there back of the vault door and just keep them outside the vault for now while you're trying to catch up on your food and water so your people aren't so radiated, and thus they're less radiated, they're more well-fed, their health is higher, you're getting your production bonus, their happiness keeps going up and up and up, and then before you know it, you've caught up and you got everything rocking again. That's really important, very vital to learn how to recover. If nothing else, everybody, I could just take everybody and run them out of the vault. And just do that, and just have a couple people in here trying to do that over a long period of time, and then they would recover it much faster that way as well. There's a lot of different techniques you can use, but the one I do is I usually put people who are not doing anything outside the vault. If they're low health, I will just put them outside and call them back. Now look at my water consumption now, down to 6.84. Right, so now I'm producing 7.72, 6.84. Now I have a higher chance of catching up over time, and now it's just a matter of time. It's a matter of me just sitting here, waiting for a minute and a half or 2 minutes, and then clicking it again, right? Just clicking it again the second it comes up. In fact, click on it ahead of time, move this up, and then when that comes up in 1 minute, we're going to get it going. Well, here, we'll do it on the food. Watch what happens down there at the bottom. This is why I kind of play not completely watching it the whole time in the early game. What I'll be doing is I'll be doing something else. I'll be checking my email. I'll be looking on Twitter. I'll be doing something like that, working on videos. And then when I see it flash out of the corner of my eye, then I'll say, oh, I got to collect that resource. And I'll collect the resource, and then I go back for another minute or two, and then come back. You don't have to sit and literally watch it. See how it moved down there? So it grabs your attention. And you can see that we caught up on our food. Now, once we caught up on our food, by the way, once we get past there, everyone's going to start healing, and you're going to start to see a difference in their happiness. This guy right here is still not, I'm going to use a stem pack on that guy. Let's see if his happiness starts to go up in there as well. It's usually if he's, I'd say more than a quarter radiated, it's difficult to get him to be happy again. So you really need a Radaway is what I need. So again, I can try to catch up on that. Another 5 seconds. Again, look at our thing. Now, here's the thing. You can also do it this way. I can click this. I can wait 2 minutes and 19 seconds to see if that's higher than 21. If it's 24 next time, then you know you're gaining. You know you're gaining each cycle, right? But you should watch it. You got to click it the second it's ready, right? And one of the problems with the Mr. Handies as well, by the way, is they don't collect the resource as fast as you do. Okay, I got a resource over here. Hold on. Okay, I got the resource. So you got to take that into factor, even if you have a Mr. Handy, which automatically collects the resources, by the way, if you're not familiar with that. Basically, that'll just keep running and running and running. So we've got that running there. We're going to let that keep on rocking. Now, see how our power is like off the scale right now, everybody? It is completely off the scale. We've now maxed our power out, right? We got lots and lots of power. Another fantastic trick for you is I don't need to produce... Oh, Mr. Stranger, hold on. Let's try to catch him. Gotta catch them all. There he is. Look, he's hiding in the background. He's hiding in that window. Little sneaky guy. Now, again, that's giving me some caps here so I can get to my rat away. Now, my water's having trouble. Now, again, understanding the balance, using this stats here. I wish they'd move that to the top, everybody. Having it down here is a waste. I feel like most people don't find it down there. But I'm producing 14, and I'm only using 4. So I don't need to produce that much power, everybody. So that means I got a bunch of people standing in here that don't need to be standing in the vault right now. I need to catch up on my stuff. Now, there's my main guy right there. Roger here is my main. I'm going to take his outfit off. He's my main strength guy. He's boosting my strength right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take Zach right here. He's not doing much. I'm going to send him out to the wasteland. I'm going to get Gene over here. He's not doing much either. Get him out to the wasteland. Like that. How about this guy? Oh, he's doing a little something. Ladies, I got to keep in here because they're pregnant, because they can't go out to the wasteland or go in the vault door. And now we're going to go ahead and run some people out, do the same exact thing that we did. Again, looking at our stats here, we were producing 14. Now we're down to 11. And watch the water consumption as well, 6.48. We want to write that down. 6.48 before I forget. And don't worry, everybody. We're going to get back to some Satisfactory here after we take a break. So 6.48. Now we got them out there. Here's what we want to do. Recall them right away so they don't go out and die again and cost us more caps. We want to just run them back. Have them stand outside there. And now we got some water. Let's check them stats again, right? Just be popping in these stats all the time if you're struggling, right? Now later on, I won't have a problem at all. I'll be way more than enough. But now my water production is 7, my consumption is 6.12, and it was 6.48 before. So I'm now getting a bigger and bigger gap in there. And again, I could say, you know what? This guy's doing good. This guy, you know what? Give me that outfit. Give it to this guy so he can still have a big boost in that strength, or at least a little bit of a boost. Oh, I got another perception outfit. Oh, wrong one. I got a perception outfit there, too. Let's put that strength there. And then this dude down here, he can have another perception outfit, so he's going to help boost that perception a little bit there. Looking good. Do we have anybody else in here? This guy right here. We could go ahead and give him this outfit here, so that's helping our food out. Again, moving our outfits around are vitally helpful. We're going to take this other guy. We're going to run him outside the vault. Now, they're not going to be healing out there. They're not going to be removing their radiation. But one thing that it is going to do is it's going to help all the people who are in the vault. And that's important to try to catch up. And then bring your people in and have them make rataways and stem packs, heal them up, and get them out to the wasteland again, which we will do. But for now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and run these peeps out right over here. Recall him right away. Let him stand in line. And you saw this girl right here, by the way. She just had a little happiness because now her happiness is rising back up again. So once she gets to a certain point where you've removed enough radiation and she's healed herself back up again, her happiness is automatically going to rise back up to 75%. Automatically. You don't have to even do anything to do it. You don't have to rush the room or do anything like that. It'll start to go back up. Now remember our unhappy guy here, Roger? Look, he's back to 75% because we healed him and now his radiation is down to the point where he's looking good. Now, obviously, it would go way faster if we could just go in and remove his radiation with rataways and stem packs. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to go ahead and add that rataway right there next to there. Now, in the beginning, everybody, you don't need anything bigger than just a small little room here. Otherwise, you're burning up too much power, and then your power consumption goes way up. We can go ahead and take a look. We can take a look at our power consumption, and we're really hurting for caps as well. There's lots of things we could do for caps. We could just keep collecting and keep collecting. Our power's down to 10, so we're still producing twice as much power as what we need. Our food consumption is 5.76 now. That's down. Our water consumption's down 5.76. It's going to allow us to catch up in there, and our water production is up to 8.39 now because we, of course, boosted it. Our food production is 12. That's way more than what we need. Yet again, we can say, yo, dude, yo, you guy, you're sucking up our water. We could run him out of the vault if we wanted to. And the same thing down here, we could go ahead and try to run people out. But I feel at this point you could just try to catch up, right? You just try to catch up because now you have enough lead on there. I say 1 to 2 is about minimum that you want. But now our water production is 8.39. We have 5, so we're just going to round that up to 6, 7, 8. So 2 and a little bit more, right? So I'd say 2, maybe 2.75 that we've gained just in that little bit of stuff we did. We put outfits on that we already had. We took some people. We walked them outside the vault. This is how you save your vault, just like this. And you get those numbers into a place in which you can just catch up. And then the happiness is going to go up. And then now instead of 8%, now we got 9% boost to all of our production. So now we're producing it even more, or even faster, because our happiness has come back up again. Your happiness is one of those things that will actually kill your vault as well. If you let your happiness dip too low, that means your production drops way down. You're not producing enough food and water. Now, of course, as we get more outfits and we get more stuff, and we're able to train our peeps after all these little kids grow up, we can get them out of the vault as well, so they're not sucking up all the food, or they can help us make more resources as well. But at this point, just because I need to take a break, I'm going to jump out. But normally... Oh, hold on. Let's get Mysterious Stranger first. Oh, in the vault door again. There he is. Again, because Mysterious Stranger just paid for all of this. He just paid for all of this expansion. Clicking him right there got me a bunch of caps. Also, when I click this, there's a chance that you might get caps depending on their luck in the room as well. So eventually you want to get their luck up to maximum. So every time you're clicking it, you're getting caps. And that stuff adds up, everybody. It adds up big time. And there's a level up right there. Very nice. Now, we can also work on some of our stuff. We got to deliver a baby. We got to sell a weapon or an outfit, or raise the happiness of a dweller to 100%. Now, all of those things are going to happen at some point. Now, first, we're going to get a baby here, and I don't know how much longer these babies are going to go, because there's no measure of how long it was. It's however long ago it was. If it was an hour ago, then we're about to get new babies. And when we get that, we'll get that reward. Now, for the other ones, deliver a baby, that's easy. Sell an outfit or a thing. I usually don't sell anything in the very beginning because I'm typically going to need that stuff in the beginning. Weapon is probably the easiest thing because you probably got a junky weapon that you can just get rid of because it's not really going to help you that much in a fight and be just as good with fists. And then raise the happiness of a dweller. Well, I'm going to couple all of these ladies up again with a bunch of guys, and they'll all be getting 100% happiness by coupling up. But let's go ahead and see if we can find ourselves a junky weapon in here. All we have to do is look for somebody, by the way, and we can just go inventory and then sort it by the worst weapon ever, which actually is not that bad of a weapon. That's actually a 3 right there. But, oh, look at this. He's got, like, ears on. What the heck? And we'll go ahead and just switch it to Roger here. And then we'll say nothing. And then we'll go in here. Oh, man, they got some... Oh, there's one right there. So there's an enhanced BB gun right there that we can go ahead and just sell. And then... that gave us that achievement. Now, if it says to put on an outfit or something like that, you just simply take an outfit off a current dweller and you put it back on. Now, collect 100 water. We're definitely going to do that. Again, be diligent. When that sucker comes up, click it right away. You're going to see it start to catch up here, too. Now we're 20. Again, pull out all... Another great tip. Well, thank you, Agia. Again, we got our Satisfactory stuff running in the background. So there we go. Now we're doing 2 things. We're catching up. We're getting that going. Look at that. People's radiation are now gone, except for Roger here. He needs some radiation. Now, again, that radiation will go away over time as long as your water is kept up, right? Even if it's not all the way up, by the way. If it's close to the line right here, it'll still be okay. They'll still start to remove that radiation over time. So you can go ahead and just let that run. And again, probably, I'd say another 2 rounds we'll catch up right up here. But again, I'm going to go on a break. You do not want to leave your vault running when you're not around, because what'll happen is mobs will come in and they'll kill all of your dwellers. Even if they have weapons, they'll probably be stronger than my dwellers right now. If they were to come in right now, what I would do is I'd wait for them to come into the vault door, go into here. When they drop down to this room, I would take all of my guys and run them up to this room. And all the ladies are automatically going to run away because they're pregnant. And I just let them go ahead and grab the resources and then leave. And then I would go ahead and try to build the resources back up again before the next event happens. And that's probably the easiest way to do it. Now look at that. My food is now at maximum again. So we're going to wait one more round for our water here, and then we're going to jump out. Now, you should let your water go all the way up. But again, we only have so much time, so I want to get back to some Satisfactory, get that going, and then we're going to really get into this a lot deeper and let it run for a little while at the end of the stream. We're also going to work on our other 2 vaults. My longest running vault, which again has run for 2,700 real-life days since the very first day of Fallout Shelter, non-stop. So that's why they call me the Wasteland Tycoon. I know how to run a vault, everybody. That is for sure. And I know how to recover a vault. I know how to save a vault, even when it seems like it's impossible. And those techniques I just showed you right there will basically help you save your vault. Any vault, you can save it right there. And of course, remember, you got to have the caps. So always have like a, 300 to 500 caps in the beginning to save yourself. You need to add another room. If you need to, do something in the vault. And there we go. We've now recovered. We've recovered there, and everyone now, especially this dude right here, his thing is going to start to go down automatically. Now, what else can we do, everybody? Well, we can go ahead and bring somebody back in again at this point, right? I'd say just the one guy, this guy right here. Let's go ahead and bring him back in now. And we're going to run him into the Radaway room. Now, why do we want to run him into the Radaway room? Well, because we want him to do Radaway, right? We want him to do a Radaway while we're not even in the game. Maybe we'll go one more cycle here. We'll go for another minute, 30 seconds. So what we want him to do is work on that Radaway. Now, that Radaway is going to take a certain amount of time. It's usually a very long time in the beginning, everybody. Watch how long it tells that this is going to be. Radaways are like the slowest thing in the beginning of the game. And they're actually slow even in the late game, if you think about it. I mean, you do it. So it's going to be 6 minutes before that is going. But that doesn't mean 6 minutes you have to sit there and watch it. You could get out of the vault and do that. Oh, there's a level up right there, too. Now, by the way, when they level up, they also heal. So that's also bringing our happiness up. We're now at 90%. We're getting that 9% bonus, almost to that 10% bonus. Right here, he's 75%, 100%, 100%. All these peeps are super happy. Now, of course, if I couple them up with some ladies here, I have way more dudes than ladies. Oh, there he is again. Oh, right over here. Oh, the event's going to screw me over. Oh, I got him. I got him. See, that event came up, and it pulled me away. One of the things that I wish they had an option for is do not auto-scroll. Do not auto-zoom in. Turn that off. Have that in the preface where I can say, do not auto-scroll, do not auto-zoom in, because that has screwed me up so many times and made me miss the Mysterious Stranger, made me actually cause my people to die, made me get all messed up what I was working on and forget what I was working on because it pulled me off on the other side. I would like a feature that would turn that off because that is annoying. And that was 400 caps right there at the beginning of the game, which is super useful. All right. And there we go. Okay, now this other dude right here, he ain't doing nothing useful right now. We're going to go ahead and set this to inventory. We're going to give him, let's give him some wasteland. Oh, we got an agility gear there too. Hold on a second. Let's give it to one of the ladies. She's an A3 and she is an A5. So she's my primary person. I always give the outfit to my primary person first. And then my secondary lady here, I'll give her the other agility outfit. And now they're doing a great job. This guy can go outside the vault. Now, is this guy fully healed? If he's fully healed, I can just send him to the wasteland. He's not fully healed yet, so I'm just going to send him out again, just so we can catch up on that water. Since I brought somebody else in, our power is rock solid. Our stuff is super rock solid here as well. Dude is healing up nicely. And that's still 3 minutes away. 1 minute and 8 seconds there. And again, grab him before he goes too far. Right there. Now you're like, well, Kismet, what about these guys who are all radiated out here? Well, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and be able to collect enough rataways and stem packs to just heal them. And then I can just send them out to the wasteland. So usually I'll keep at least one person in each room, because if I log out and come back in 6 minutes, they're just going to have a rataway and a stem pack. And I can also upgrade these rooms, so instead of it just doing one, it's going to do two instead. But it's 1,000 caps in the beginning. That's a lot of caps at the beginning of the game, everybody. I suggest do not upgrade it, because it also makes the mobs harder, the events harder that spawn in that room. That's a great way to have all your people die as well. If all your people die, you don't have enough money to res them, that's it. That's game over right there. And that's happening in the very beginning of the game. It hasn't happened to me in a really long time. But when I first started playing, that's what I did. I expanded too much. All of my people die. I had no caps. I didn't have any kind of leeway in my caps to be able to res them and save myself. So there we go. Now, look, we're at 52 was the high side of that. And again, we'll let that keep running. We'll have our people just standing out here, chilling out. Now, what happens, by the way, when I log out, when I hit save and I log out to the main menu, that it still runs for about a minute or so. So what I'll do is I'll collect my lowest resource right away, and then I'll get out like that. This way, it'll still run for about a minute or so, but hopefully that water doesn't get to a point where it is too far down, because it'll stop needing power, water, and food when I'm out. Otherwise, all your people would die. If you just left for an hour, all of them would be gone. So it stops doing that. It stops collecting it. It's usually about 1 or 2 minutes or so. And then basically it'll still keep the people looking and doing stem packs. It'll still have the timer running for when you're collecting resources. So when you come back in, all of those resources, if you take enough time, if we come back in, say, 5 minutes, all of those resources will be up, and I can just click on all of them straight away when we go in there and we get it going on. Now, my goal is to, of course, have those children grow up, get to 24, be able to put some training in there and start training my ladies up so that they can actually do the job that I have them in, even if they didn't start with those stats to begin with. Because I want my ladies to be running the vault, and then all the dudes running out there, because the ladies cannot leave the vault when they are pregnant, and I'm trying to speed add my people. Now, you really start to build momentum around 25 dwellers, and then 50, and then before you know it, you'll be 100 to 150, and then 200 lickety-split right after that. But the best thing to do, log out, let it run for a minute, and we're going to come back to that. Now, again, we are playing some Satisfactory as well. Just wanted to go over that. Oh, hold on. I got to hit the stop recording. Oh, wrong button. There we go. I don't want to record for an hour. I've done that before, but I walked away and it's recorded for like 3 hours of just it sitting at that front thing there. That's a problem. Okay, and so we've got to let this run. Our power's looking good. We'll come back. We'll work on some more of this after this break. So I'm going to go ahead and get words on stream going. That was the other thing I was going to do. Get words on stream going here so you guys can do this in the chat. I'm going to turn it on autopilot and go. You just go ahead and descramble the words in the chat. Go, everybody. I'll see you here in just a minute. I'm going to stretch and walk around. I'll be right back. That's great foreshadowing right there. Become a patron and help support the stream, everybody. That's the best way to support my stream, is becoming a patron over on Patreon, at Twitch, or at patreon.com/Kismet. I know, I even got my name over there. Pretty awesome. I see you guys are doing awesome here. It looks like you reset, though. But you're doing good. You need one more. Come on, you got this. Remember, these are all alphabetical, everybody, so this has got to be a P word or below. This is definitely a P word in between, so it's got to be start with P or A or later, but not hit past P or O. So right there, that's definitely a P word right there. That's guaranteed. Let's see if I can help you guys out, though. I am not the best at this. I would have done rant there. That's a good one. What else we got? We got, I don't know. We got port already. Roan. Roan is a word. There you go. Look, you can thank me for that one, everybody. Kismet got your back. Like the Roan, like, what is the Roan, right? Which is a location. There you go. Helped you guys out on that one. Nice. All right. Believe me, that ain't gonna happen too often. Kismet is not the greatest at at those ones. But I play anyway. I mean, you don't have to be great at a game to enjoy it, everybody, I find. Or really anything in life. If you're a terrible singer like me, sing anyway, because you enjoy it. There you go. You answer to nobody. You can do whatever you want. Whoa, look out. All right, let's get back to it. Now, I'm going to speed up a little bit again. I hope you guys don't mind. We're going to really get serious about getting this going. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to kind of fix up our levels here to match up to this new level. So you're going to see me run a lot of new lines here like this. And we're also going to go ahead and create ourselves a bit of a thoroughfare. I'm going to call it, let's say right here. This will be our main thoroughfare here. Oh, going down. Oh, God. Right over here, and I can get over this way just a little bit more. But we're going to just go ahead and run this up. And we're going to try to fix all this up. I have my thing turned down. Why can't I hear my sound? Why can't I? Oh, I got it down. I turned it down in the game. That's why. That's a good reason. Oh wow. I like the whirling sound of my factory running. I don't know if you guys are like that as well, but I definitely do. Okay, now I was gonna kind of keep all this stuff right here, but all this stuff gotta go, everybody. It's all gotta go. So what I'm going to do is just kind of revamp all of this. We're going to take out these hyper tubes. Now remember, we can always rerun this. Now, one of the cool things that we can do is we can now do it from the air, from where we are. Now, this probably has way enough coal to keep going. So again, I'm just going to go crazy. Now, another thing I can do is hold down control and zap all of this. Try not to hit the power lines yet. Unless you do want to take out the power lines, but I'm just literally just going to take all of that out like that. There we go. And very easily rerun all of this stuff. So, boom. Like that. Down there. Okay, now we want to think about our power lines. See all this stuff I got going over here? All of this stuff now obsolete, right? Because I was running it around the power that I had here. So all these hyper tubes, all of that stuff, obsolete. And I feel like you could probably move this over a little bit and run another line right over there. And then try to make this a little bit nicer here. Something more like this. And then we're going to go to our other set here. Or actually, we can just take out our pipe in this particular set. So we'll put that as number 7. And then we'll try to line this up like this, straight off, and then 1, 2 forward, and then up by 2, like this. And what that's doing is that's going to line up perfectly 90 degrees off of that. When we attempt to try to run it, so we run that in there. Now we got a nice, beautiful 90 degrees, right? And it's just cosmetic, everybody. It doesn't really matter, but I think it's fun. And so we're going to go ahead and run this till it's maximum distance. Now, we can just count it, everybody, and especially if we get down on the ground, it's a lot easier. You can just count the number of foundations, but we can see that it's right about here. That's about 6 foundations down. And so we're going to say right there, and we're going to see if that lines up. It does, and then we can go ahead and run it. Now, if I run it this way, it should still run in the opposite direction, though sometimes it does get, a little wonky. But we do what we got to do, right? Now, again, we're not messing around, everybody. I mean, we're getting to it now. By the way, I think it's, I forget what it is, space that drops you off. What is it? I forget what it is that drops you down. Whoops, one of those keys. That just drops you straight down without having to, having to actually put yourself down. I forget what it is. I think it's C twice. Yeah, it's C twice. All right, bye-bye stuff. Now, the one thing I don't want to take out is I don't want to take out my boxes because if I take out my boxes, I'm going to just start dropping resources, which I'm probably going to start doing here at some point anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put a little, hey, I got a bunch of extra resources on me. I'm going to throw them in here, move right there. I might even want to do a second one because we're going to go ahead and get a ton of resources in here, and we can sort it however we want there nicely. Because I'm literally going to take all of this out over here. And so I can just go and take all of this out under here, because we don't need to run all of these foundations under here. We don't need all of this now. We don't need that stuff over there. We don't need all of this. Sometimes you hit some stuff you don't want to get. If you hit some stuff you don't want to get, just hit escape and start over. Try not to take out what's under you like I'm doing right now, especially if you're up really high. And you can do up to 50 things at the same time. And so I'm going to try to get 50, and then boosh, there we go. All of it gone. And look at that. It did do a box over here. I knew it was going to. Right there. Now, one of the things I suggest you don't take out is the power poles. So you can still utilize that flying if you want to. So I try to avoid those for now, so I can still kind of hover around. And I can always take those out last. And then this over here. All right, and then all of this. Got this line. I told you I was going to take this all out today, everybody. I'm taking it all out. Lifters and all this other spaghetti that we were doing. We're even taking the power line out. Boom, and down I went. Because I took that power line out. That goes all the way back. And there we go. Now, we can also use our train, by the way. We can have a train go over there and pick up the resources and bring it back. It's whatever you want to do. I'll pick up that bush. Now, how do I get back up here? Well, it just so happens that I do have a power pole under here. But I'm going to take that out. I'm going to go ahead and take out all of this stuff that's just sitting down here. That is unnecessary. And then, of course, I have a power nearby, so I can just kind of float up over here. We're going to take all of this stuff out. We're going to rerun all of that stuff much nicer. And, of course, we're running our coal line as well. And so we're going to go ahead and, again, put some of this away. Now, what we want to do is take out the stuff that we are going to absolutely need at this point. So maybe some concrete, some plates. For doing that, we're going to need stackers and all that stuff. So we're going to need our rods. Then we'll go to our other one here. Again, just take out the stuff we need. Concrete, plates, rods, maybe a little reinforced iron plates there. And then certainly a bunch of aluminum sheets, because that's the speed at which we're running our stuff here. Now, this is a little low here on this one, so we're going to go ahead and bring that up. We're going to rerun that up much higher, because this is what's running our power, but I don't really care if it's off right now, because it's not really affecting me that much. Because I already have a ton of resources. I suggest not to mess with your boxes that you have around until you're ready for that, because those boxes are going to they're going to make it real difficult for you to manage all of that loot. And again, I'm just taking all these spaghetti runs out here. Take all of this stuff out like this. We got more stuff we can take out back here. And again, this is what I call spaghetti runs. You're running that stuff all over. Now, sometimes stuff gets underneath other stuff. Every single block makes a difference in your redraw speed and all of that. Again, we'll take all of this stuff out. I always like to optimize every single block, every single thing that I'm doing overall. Now in here we got a little bit of coal, so we can take that out. Now this I want to keep, because this is kind of running the power here, though it's not running it very efficiently. As you can see, I got a whole bunch of various steps here now. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and utilize this one, but I probably want to upgrade that one. So we'll go back, we'll get some of the quick wire, and we'll get it going. Is update 7 dropping tomorrow? I don't know. I haven't heard that. I don't think they remember them saying any specific time, but they might have. I don't know. Did they just put it on my Discord? Because I have it drop in the news feed on my Discord of Satisfactory, Astroneer, a whole bunch of other games as well. So I can go ahead and look right now. It doesn't say. It doesn't say that it is, but what made you think that, Specimen? What made you think they were dropping it tomorrow? All right, so we're going to take this connector right here, and we're going to upgrade that to a level 2 pole. Oh, I forgot my wire as well. Or cable, actually. I get those two mixed up. Cable versus wire, wire versus cable. But if we want to clean this up, we got to take out all the old trash. As well. So there we go. By the way, you can actually go faster by sliding. You didn't know that? Actually, you can go way faster, especially in the beginning of the game when you don't even have your skates yet. Way faster by sliding. Okay. One more try. Right over here. There we go. Then we go ahead and take this out. And again, this is our coal here. Now, this is all convoluted over here as well. I'd love to fix all of that, but for right now, again, we'll just go ahead and utilize this. This is 3 of 7. Do I need this hypertube here? Probably not. We can take that out now. We can redo all of that hypertube stuff. So it now fits to my new kind of layout here. Now, we got a lot more coal power to do and all of that. But again, I would prefer to go in and just try to fine-tune all of this. Let's see. This one's going up to there. That one's back-chaining that way. I would much prefer that this went straight by here. Being a little feisty. There we go. Like that. And I'll take this out. Now that's going to run to that. That's going to run back to there. This is going to run. That's not going anywhere. That we can take out. All of these we can take out. We'll just do them all at the same time. There we go. Oh, look out. That back in, and then we can just run one nice long line. Let's say, let's go. Again, we're trying to leave a thoroughfare, so let's say these two. So we'll go, let's go back by one. Let's say here. Nope. I don't know what it is about my mouse sometimes. It just gets a mind of its own. All right, then we'll cross connect that. And then we'll also connect this to there. And then upgrade this one to a 7. And then connect that back in this direction. And we'll say nice and close to that, like that. Now, another thing we can do, by the way, instead of doing it that way, one of the cool things that I've seen people do, so you don't have to look at this stuff, and I guess I'll do it this way, do it like that this time, is you can grab a power, say, from over here, and you can, to run it all the way down the side, you just connect it to the side over here. So let's go ahead and find one that's just like perfectly across, like that. So you connect it to the side, and then what you do later on is you come in and you just cover it up. And you would never know who was even there, right? Pretty cool, right? I've seen people do that a lot to cover up all the line runs. They're actually underneath the thing. The hardest thing is remembering where the line runs were when you come back and mess with it later on. All right, and again, let's go ahead and do a big old zoopy zoop right down the line here. Now, do I need to rebuild all of this back out again? Probably not. Just my main, again, thoroughfare here, which is going to be these three to this one right here. All the way to there. And then the same thing here. We'll go ahead and just work on our coal. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 right here. And we're just going to rerun our coal line. Get this started. Start with the basics. Too much spaghetti down here. Look at this spaghetti. Get out of there. Get out of there. Now again, to make it pretty, everybody, it does take time and effort. So you're going to have to, of course, cut all this stuff down, take out a lot of the work that you did before. I try to minimize redoing stuff if I can, but ultimately you end up redoing stuff quite often. Again, especially if you're trying to go fairly quick. But in my case, I want this all to be on the same level so that if I'm driving down here on my vehicle or whatever it is, it'll make it nice and easy. So I'm going to go ahead and grab these power poles, and I'm going to run them every other one. So I'm going to call this one my first one, really, right there. And I'm going to go every other thing down the side. Now, this still has power because, remember, it has a backlog of coal over there. So that is still producing power, as well as it's still getting the oil and producing oil over there. And we have the rest of the base disconnected now. So that's going to help us a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right over here. I'm also using zooping on the poles. Get that going. And again, we ran the first pole back there. And then we can go ahead and run the second pole. Now, another thing you can do, by the way, if you want to kind of build in your ability to do your hover thing, is to do them every other one. Like this. Like I put a pole here first. And then I can just kind of hover out to the side. And then now, if I take this out, that's going to allow me to hover. Right? And then the same thing on the next one. But watch out, if you get too far away, down you went, right? But it happens. But now I go ahead and add this to another pole. Right there. Now I'm connected. Now I can use my hover thing to hover right back up here. So again, very, very useful to have it every 6 blocks, just so that you'd ever run out of that ability to connect into the next one. So it's like actually putting power on the ground, so I can hover all the way back. Now, if we're going to do that, we might as well do it, if you know what I mean, so we're not dipping down there. So we're going to cut that power out. I guess we could have left it and just got that going, but we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it here. And then we'll run it there. And then we'll connect it up there. And then you see you don't have any drop. It's usually about 6 blocks. If you go like 8 or 9, then you're going to start dropping out. All right, we got a lot to clean up here. We've still got more to do. I think we're good on this too. We can take these manufacturers out. They'll actually end up much higher up in the list. Again, I hit the space bar so I wouldn't just hit the ground. This whole side over here, we could just go swoosh. Hit this, hit all of this. Boom. And just trying not to hit any boxes so I don't start dropping loot. Again, any of these big boxes here, you'll want to watch out for that. Again, I'm just going to take all this stuff out. And we can rerun all of that, get that to where it should be. Over here. And we can take all of that out. And again, we'll eventually move all of these resources to an upper level where I'll move my hub, and then we'll just start running one resource at a time until we have them all moved over there. But the cool thing is, a lot of times you'll, in the boxes, if you did it right, you'll have a backlog of your, like, sulfur and all of those other resources. That's why I like to have stopping points where it's going to have a backlog of each thing. This doesn't have anything, so I can take that out. That's why I'm looking in there, by the way, to see if I can take it out. And then this is was making the Nautilus. But we could also go in and have it make some from all of this. Just use that on its own. We can also just use that sulfur there as well. Okay, and so we're getting this this whole level cleaned up a bit. And again, this is going to take some time. Not as long as it took to build it, but definitely take some time to clear all this stuff out. Oops. Clear all these things out and to bring this level up to the level I want to be at. And I also have a ramp that's running along at this level. I'll probably... oh, I think I did grab all of that. Oh, man, now I'm dropping a box somewhere, probably. All right, hold on, I got a backlog. Now, I strongly suggest that you put all of your random resources together, like I'm doing right here. You don't want to spread those things out all over the place or you're going to be in trouble. Looking for all that stuff. So let's take this, let's take this, this. What else do we need? Some wire, cables, some quick wire, and most of that stuff can stay in there. And again, you can see that we're really fixing the levels. All of this stuff over here can go. Take out all of these connectors now, foundations and such. I love the fact that they add this in the game. They add this for people like me who come back and revamp the base later on. And again, we'll take all that out. Again, you don't even have to be close to it, which is pretty cool. Take all that stuff out there. Yeah, I'm dropping stuff again. Oh, God. Here, I got an idea. Let's put this... Must have hit a box over there of loot. I'm going to put this over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the stuff that I'm going to need into that box. So we'll take all that stuff out. Right here. This. Don't really need any of that other stuff right now. So take that out and put it in a separate box that you can dump that into if you need to. And now you got a go-to box, which has your go-to resources in it, and then you got all this other junk you can just throw into there. There we go. I hate dropping boxes. I don't like it. I don't like it because then I have to run around and I have to pick up all these little boxes everywhere. It also shows up on my radar up there at the top as well, which is annoying in itself. It says there's a crate back this way that I was dropping somewhere. I wonder how far out it is. Oh, it's way on the other side. Way on the other side there. I'm not going to bother with that one. But there we go. So now we have, again, the resources that we don't really worry about. Now, another great trick, by the way, while you're doing this, if you have a bunch of resources that you don't want to deal with, simply go into your special here, make yourself an awesome sink. Let me grab this stuff and just go awesome sink here. Oh, we gotta clear out that to-do list. Hold on. There we go. Awesome sink. Right over there. We're gonna make ourselves a nice awesome sink here, and we're gonna turn it like this. And then we're going to go ahead and just tie that up into this power pole. Right there. And so what we can do is if we just want to get rid of some of this stuff, because we don't want to keep moving it from box to box and all of that stuff, we can simply just put it in the awesome sink. And it's basically like a big trash compactor. So it'll take it and get rid of it all. Like I have a bunch of raw iron that I accidentally picked up when I was doing that. And I just want to get rid of all of it. So we'll put it there. Oh, we need some aluminum sheets. And I always feel like you just do not have enough room. Doesn't matter how much you open up there. The more you open up, the more room that you need. And there we go. So that'll run that in there at an extremely fast rate. It's going to run it in there basically at that 780. We'll store all that in there temporarily. And then we'll go over here and see if we've got any more random stuff that we just want to get rid of. Get rid of. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. This. We probably don't need no smart plating. We'll get rid of that. We can always make that again. Let's sort that stuff out. We got a whole box of crystal oscillators, so we can get rid of that. Over here, what do we got? This. Yeah, I guess we can get rid of that now. A little bit of extra Leftover stuff there, here. This is grass, that. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. And then over here, you just get rid of the resources. You can always get all these resources back. And I got a bit of a problem right there. Not enough room. So back over here, we'll grab this and that resource, so we can just go ahead and put another one down. And then aluminum sheets. And now we can just go ahead and just store all, but then take the stuff that we don't want to get wrecked back out of there, and then just let that grind that all up. You're going to get tickets from it too. I got 43 printable coupons right now, but sometimes I don't even care about the coupons. I just care about the fact that it's going to run it in there and get rid of it, so I don't have to keep moving it around from box to box to box. Right? That's annoying when you got to constantly do that. All right. So let's go ahead and get the resource we actually need. Let's get all of these in and stack this stuff all back together like this. And then I'm going to consolidate it again with the stuff I do need back over here like this. The stuff I'm going to be looking for. This. Not really any of this other stuff right now. That's more advanced stuff that I don't need right this second. So we'll store all that, sort that out, and then basically just consolidate all this stuff together. Store all of that, and then we don't need these other two, but we'll probably need them in a minute, so I'm just going to leave them. And then over here, grabbing all this, and back to work. Again, we're doing 1, 2, 3. So we're doing this one. All right, well, if we want to expand this out more, we'll add that later. Now, this is a problem right here, everybody. These are absolutely full to the gills with a bunch of resources, so we're just going to leave those there and deal with that later on. All the machinery, though, and all of this stuff that's on the ground, oh, not the extractor, all the machinery and this power connectors, the foundations, all of that stuff we can take out. And I can just try to hit control to get rid of that thing there. There we go. We'll redo all of this later on. And let's see, what do we got in here? Nothing. All right, that's easy. I must have used that as a temporary container at some point. And we'll take out all of these foundations. Oh, I hear the train go by. I'm gonna take that out. Again, it's definitely worth your time to come just stop at this point and just kind of work on getting your thing a bit more snazzy jazzy as you go along. And so let's see, what do we got down there? Those are the crystal oscillators. I can see it from here. Crystal oscillators there. Do we got anything underneath here? Nope, we're looking good there. We'll just cut this off right there. Yeah, what is in that? That's sulfur. What happened to all the other stuff that we just... Huh. There's a bunch of boxes somewhere for that. Yeah, there's some crates around here somewhere. There they are. Yeah, that's where it is. It dropped down to the ground. I was like, there's a crate around here somewhere for that. Well, let's move it up here at least. And then we'll deal with it later on. Again, we'll offset this one. Put our stuff in that one. Pick up all these darn crates. Apparently we got a couple more. Yeah, up there. This was nice so about running the power is I can just float my way up. And just drop all that stuff in there. Looking good. How we doing on time? Doing good, doing good. How we doing on those retweets? That's how we. That's what we should be looking at. Let's see. You guys crushed it. All right, let's do it. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Cats for crushing those retweets, everybody. All right, we want to just try to get this. We get this coal in here. I feel like we're doing good. We just need to clean our direction here. Because we want to bring this all up on the same level. And some of this other stuff, whoa, line over top. If some of this other stuff is on the lower level, that's okay. We could always bring this up, back that up a little bit, and bring that up to that upper level. But again, I don't need all of these foundations in there, so I can just take those out. Let's say these over here on the side. And we'll just leave that, and we'll leave that box there. For now. Again, we got all this overlapping stuff that we were just running in random directions. Just to try to get all of this stuff run where it should run. But now it's time to clean it up. Clean it up and run our lines nice. Now, another reason I'm running this up a bit higher is so that if I want to, I could actually run the lines underneath. So I will keep at least some of this over here. So if I do want to run that underneath, I can. There's that trade. But I probably bring it down just a little bit to match up with that lower level. This lower flat level here. That just gives me more headspace to run all that stuff underneath. So then you won't see it up above. So if I'm running a bunch of lines... like I could be running this underneath if I wanted to. In the long run, probably a better idea to do that. But for now, I'm just going to run it up above, just because I need that coal line for my power. So again, all of this can go bye-bye. Watching out that I don't accidentally hit the boxes. This go bye-bye. That was actually for our space elevator there. All of that out. All right, looking good, looking good. Let's keep on rocking. Bam. Scoop that out. And we'll just keep going on this side here. Oh, we need our resources back. How are we doing on our inventory? Full, of course. And that's full. I got way too many plates now. Too much concrete. A whole bunch of random loot there. Let's go over here to the random loot side. This, or this. But I do want that quick wire. Concrete, a little bit of this back. And we could put that in the box, but I'll let that build up for now. Okie dokie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Look at this. What a mess. What a big old mess in here. We're going to take all of our copper production out. All of this stuff out here as well. Let's just get all of that. Bow, wow. Wow, very nice. And again, now I'm going to start putting boxes as we go along. Again, now when I'm taking out a lot of stuff, we're going to start dropping boxes everywhere. and that's going to suck. So we don't want to do that. Take out all of these extractors, all of this other stuff here, smelters. Can't quite get that one that's way out there. But good enough. Take all this stuff out. Oops, that's taking that out. We don't want to do that. Actually, we'd probably take out the lifter and redo the lifter later. Redo all that power. Take out all of this stuff here that's going to be in our way. And again, don't need any of that stuff. Boom. That's a big old mess over there. Big old mess. Now over here again, same thing over here. We have a bunch of resources running all over the place. We have boxes of resources that we want to deal with. Is there anything in that one? There's a little bit of smart plating in there. Oh, there's a bunch of smart plating in there. Again, you don't want to leave too many of these boxes laying around, but sometimes you have no choice. You just got a lot of various things, and you got to get them off of your character. Okay, let's jump down here and see how we're looking. Yeah, all right, we'll just take all this ramps out now. Oh, I didn't bring my power line. All right, where did I leave that over here? Use some jump. Jump my way up. Whoa! Back over here. No, I don't need all that. A little bit of that. Need this. These ones. This. That. This. That we can take out. And got all that stuff. All right. What was I doing? Taking that out, running this across. I got to take all of this out. And real dangerous to take this stuff out when you're, you got your space elevator in the background. Not that I really need that space elevator there anyway. But yeah, screw it. Let's take it all, the space elevator and all this other stuff that's just sticking up here. Anything that's sticking up. Oh, not my hub, dope. Not my hub. We'll take out the space elevator. We'll take out all this stuff that's just sticking out here. And let's hope we don't make any boxes. It's cool every single time when you're taking it out, when you're adding it in. No boxes. There we go. All right. Spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti. And take out some of that stuff. Again, I don't even know where some of this stuff is going anymore, so we'll go ahead and just take all that out. Demolition is part of the experience. Oh yeah, dropping some stuff down there. As well, did we run the power? We got to go back and run the power. I'm the type of person that'll take that back out, everybody, even though I missed it by just a little bit. I mean, if you're going to do it right, do it right. Really? Trolling me there, but it's trolling me. There we go. Okay. Kind of feel like we want to run down there and get that. Now here's another great trick. You can just do this, run a power pole over there temporarily. Just fly your way down there. Grab that loot. Well, if I had enough space. I could grab that loot. A lot of this. What else do I have a lot of? Plates. A little of that. Too much of this. Alright, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Don't need any of this. Plastic, don't need that. Let's take the rods back out. Again, we're backlogging tons of resources here. Now see, anything that can stack in there went in there, which helps a little bit. Get all that stuff out of there. Okie dokie. Oh, we're going to try to get that thing out of there. All of this random stuff going on here. Reason why you don't want to take out your hub is if you die, you'll just teleport or you'll spawn randomly somewhere. You don't want that to happen. Unless you do. If you do want it to happen, more power to you. You know what to do. Alright. We're just laying on the ground here. Alright, more zooping in this direction. More removal of all of that stuff. And we're just trying to get these 2 spots to the coal. And I think we get that done. I think that's probably going to be our big coup today. And again, all of this stuff here can go. All that, all of this. All of that stuff. All getting replaced. There we go. Now we'll centralize all of this stuff. Make it easy. Maybe I'll just leave that in for now. Take that out. I don't think these have anything really in them now. That one has computers in it. This doesn't have anything in there anymore. Take all that stuff out. Random stuff going into the space elevator there. Okay. Making some strides here. Trying not to make any boxes. Okay. Keep on rocking. Alright, now I'm just going to be focused on this for a little bit. If you do have a comment or question, feel free to throw in there. Playing Satisfactory yourself? I'm dealing with spaghetti right now. Yeah, me too. Again, this is about when I start to clean up my base a little bit. You can pre-think all this stuff out, so you don't have to do this, but I do it to trigger my chat, which I think is funny. Because people come out like, no, Kismet, don't do it. Makes me laugh. But it also triggers me too, everybody. I can only handle it for so long, and then I'm like, no, it's got to be fixed. Alright, now we can just go ahead and take this. Connect that down now. Well, or we can connect it to the wrong one. Nice. Connect that down now. Just going in the wrong direction. Just switched its direction since we started this. Yes, it has. Okay, somewhere along the line, this switched its direction. And now we have to go fix it. Yep. Something's afoot. But that's okay, because the most important thing is that you put down the poles, because the poles are the thing to make it easier to add it back in. And we also put down all of our power, so we can very easily run back here. Yeah, so that's going in the right direction. Something got funky there, but no worries. I'm just going to do it in the actual right direction. Again, because we can fly around using our little thing, it makes it a lot easier to fix these kind of problems. Have a good night, AMZ. Thanks for hanging out. And don't forget, everybody, we're going to get into some serious fallout shelter here in a bit. We're just rerunning our power lines here. Just revamping the base. Where do we stop her? Power line there. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Almost fell off there. Gotta be careful. Sometimes that is a bottomless pit when you fall off. Like right there. Oh. Sometimes it's hard to visualize where you're trying to put that. The actual cursor itself is in the way. That's pretty good. Then back out here. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Something weird going on. Yeah, something going on with the server. Oh boy, here we go. We're having server problems again. It's 3 a.m. I hope we're not starting to have server problems again. Alright. So we can at least get this connection in. Alright. Look at that mess over there. We're gonna clean all this up nicely. Oh boy. Yeah, it's doing that lagging thing again. I don't know why it does it like 3 o'clock in the morning. Alright, well let's just try to get our power pole together. Let's run it out here. We'll start doing our coal again. So there we go. So we ran the power underneath, and again, we just put the foundation down, and you never know it was there. I would want to know where that power line is, though, just to remind myself if I wanted to fix it later on. But there we go. So our coal is going. So all we want to do is make sure that that coal is running out there. By the way, we can go back and just fix it so it's going straight out from that side and then do it, but then we'd have to, run more lines and stuff, and we got to fix all this stuff up. Anyway, I think we made some big strides on that. We're cleaning up our spaghetti city we've got over here, and it is just an absolute train wreck of a mess over here, everybody. Let's clean all this up. Again, we've got the resources. That's the important part, right? You got the boxes and boxes of resources. That's the thing that you want to get going on most. Oh, am I dropping stuff? Yep. Yep. Too much of that. So the random stuff. Just whatever we can store there. Make ourselves another box. Oh, stuff. We're just going to put all that in there. Alright, I think we could probably sweep a bunch of this. And you're like, how are you going to know what goes to what? Well, the whole thing is that this is all going to go to nothing, because I'm going to redo all of this, and it's actually not going to be on that level anymore. It's going to be up on this upper level, where I'm going to be just bringing the resources up and then working it at that upper level. So this whole entire area here is one single level. So I can drive back and forth. I can do my hypertubes nice and easy. I can leave thoroughfares for me to run upon and all of that. What we really need to do is figure out how high up that we want our space elevator and all of that stuff. I mean, we can get it up above at least this level if we want. And what we can do is just simply start by using a wall like this and then zoop that up to where we feel that we want that to go. Now, one of the cool things is we can tap into that power from over here and just run that over there. Oh, we had some of our stuff here. There we go. And so, oh boy. Something definitely is up with the server. All right, so we can do that, and we can make our own kind of elevator like that. Just try using the power to go up higher and higher and higher, right, to get it going. Now, we might want to be up at the train level. That train level's pretty high up, so we might want to do an in-between level, and then eventually get up to that so it doesn't even have to come down. So it can just come across, come down that long thing, then cut across, and end up in our base, and our base will be way up here. Now, it's also, where do you want your hub to be? Your hub doesn't have to be over here now. You can move it that way. You can put it way over there if you want. You can put it on top of this thing if you want, right over here. Again, you're not stuck with where you start, where you're putting your hub, because you can always run all these resources to where you want to be. So kind of the center of my base now is really over there, into that area over there. So we might want to go ahead and say, okay, here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and say maybe something a little like that. We'll go down and we'll look and see how high up that is. Does it really need to be up that high? What down here is going to be that high that we need to run that up? Now, we got to remember that we're going to be bringing that stuff up to there as well. Now, I think my rule of thumb is 3 to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll probably take all of this out like that. And then let's go with that 5 high there. That'll be more than enough. Get that going. Let's get some of this concrete back. And plates, not in that one. There's that, there's that. All right. So that's, let's say that's level number 1. And then we'll go ahead and run this up. Again with our, oh boy. Yeah, I feel like we're going to have to get off the server because this is going to do nothing but skip here. But again, we want to get up to that same level. Now, how do we know what that level is? Well, we won't really know until we know, you know. So I'm going to run that over there, and I'm going to try something tricky. I'm going to get up real high like this. As high up as I can go. Let's say right there. And I'm going to start going this way, and I'm going to start to fall. And then it should connect in, and then now I'm up here. And then here's the other thing that's going to happen is you're gonna actually go down because I'm just far enough away. There we go. Go down. Oh no, it's lagging. I'm probably going to die from this, but I can't go down. It won't let me. It won't let me go down. There we go. I was pressing the C key. Watch out for the trade. One of the smart things to do would be to run up here and just bring that flat level all the way across. And then we would know at what level that we would want to do. Now, this actually acts as power, by the way. This is basically like a power run line. It's running the power all the way over there for me. That's why you don't see any power lines. You also don't see any hypertube. Oh, look at that. He goes right through the thing. I don't like it when he goes through the thing. I'll probably adjust that at some point. But now I'm going to just do this. Another great little trick, too, is that after you do this, you turn around and you just take that out. Ooh, that thing is cranking. I usually accommodate what I call that guy the Falcon. So I usually accommodate that guy so my stuff's not running right through his. I might do that at some point or never. That's pretty much how it goes in this stream, everybody. I might do it at some point or never. For sure. All right, we get a lot of done today. I like to be way up like this so I can use my trains to bring resources wherever I want them to go. This is usually where I'll end up real high up here. Kind of above most of the mountainsides here. I could be up even higher than these mountains and run the trains like that. But I kind of feel like going this. Again, it's whatever you feel like doing. I find. That's a extra ways to go over there. Take that out. Sure there's no more. Nope. I'll just keep walking across. Oh, it looks like a little fish or something. Like a fish cloud. Fish cloud. I'm seeing stuff in the clouds, everybody. That happens. Okay, and then we're going to grab this. We're going to bring this up further. Bring that way. And then we got to watch out for Big Boy. There you go. I hear him, but I don't see him. There he is, look. Flying right over the top of my stuff. I didn't know he flew right by it. Holy mackerel. He's literally flying right over my stuff. I didn't even know he did that. I just noticed that for the first time. Alright. Well, I mean, I know he flies around, but I didn't know he was that close to my stuff. Where'd it go? Over here. Oh, that doesn't match up. Does not match up to that. Oh, I don't like that. Ugh. Lagging out. I can't get out of that. Now they're still working on the server stuff, everybody. Oh God, it's like I'm blind. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Let's just leave it like that. Oh God, I can't get out of this thing. All right, going down. Yeah, all right. Well, I can't do the menu or nothing. Go out of there and try to come back. I'm gonna switch the way that the thing is, so it's gonna be weird for a second. No, I can't get out. I can't do nothing. All right, the client is Funky Chicken here. Now, there's another way of doing it, and that's where you just go in and you just go bleep. All right, Satisfactory is telling me to come back to that next week. So we'll let that run. We'll go back and, of course, fix up our base even more. We're going to go ahead and work a bit more on Vault Zero. So that's it for Satisfactory today. We're going to switch over to some Fallout Shelter. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's go. Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriptlin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.